When Zheng Wenhao heard Lu Zhongming wanted him to pay the compensation, he was displeased. Although it was true that he had brought Lu Zhongming big trouble, shouldn't Lu Zhongming bear the result himself after taking his money and agreeing to handle it for him? Zheng Wenhao said with dissatisfaction. Zhongming, I don't think it's fair. You took my money and promised to solve this problem for me. Shouldn't you take the responsibility for the result yourself? Why should I pay the compensation? If you're not confident that you can handle it well, why didn't you reject it at the beginning? Zheng Wenhao was also right. Since Lu Zhongming had taken his money and promised to help him, Lu Zhongming should deal with the problem well. However, Lu Zhongming felt that he was trapped by Zheng Wenhao, and didn't think that it was wrong if he asked Zheng Wenhao for compensation. You trapped me. I did ask you for more information about its boss, but you said its boss is a nobody, so I agreed to help. Do you think that you don't need to take responsibility? Lu Zhongming said in a cold tone. Zheng Wenhao frowned. He did think that the boss of the beauty salon was nobody, and he was also surprised by its boss's influence now. Zheng Wenhao still didn't realize that he had made a big mistake. He should have gotten a better understanding of his enemy before he took action. After waiting for a while, Lu Zhongming lost his patience and threatened. Zheng Wenhao, don't regret it in the future if you don't pay the compensation now. You! Zheng Wenhao was annoyed. Lu Zhongming, do you have to do that? Lu Zhongming wasn't an important figure in Zheng Wenhao's eyes, but Zheng Wenhao was afraid of death. Lu Zhongming, on the other hand, was a member of the Kirin gang and always risked his life. Zheng Wenhao, I know that 2 million yuan is nothing to you, but it's everything I have, Lu Zhongming said. 2 million yuan was nothing for Zheng Wenhao, but he was displeased with Lu Zhongming's attitude towards him. Nevertheless, no matter how displeased Zheng Wenhao was, he had to compromise because he didn't want to die young. All right, I'll give you 2 million yuan, Zheng Wenhao said in the end. Lu Zhongming didn't care whether their relationship would be ruined this time because money meant everything to him. After hanging up the call with Lu Zhongming, Zheng Wenhao transferred the money to his bank account. Their relationship was ruined after this mess, but Zheng Wenhao still accepted it since his life would be safe now. What Zheng Wenhao didn't know yet was that he had to pay Gu Ning another 2 million yuan a little while later. Zheng Wenhao was too mad to ask Lu Zhongming whether he had betrayed him. Before long, Lu Zhongming received the money, and Gu Ning's group arrived at the Hetian Group's building as well. Tong Chao and the other two were wearing their police uniforms again. Seeing policemen coming in, people all turned to look at them with confusion. No matter what had happened, the crowd believed that it couldn't be a good thing. They went straight to the reception, and Tong Chao showed his police officer certificate to the receptionist. Hi, we're here to find Zheng Wenhao. He's been involved in a gang-related incident, and we need to talk to him. Please wait a second. I need to contact Vice General Manager Zheng first, the receptionist said. Normal visitors couldn't meet the management without appointments, but the police was an exception. Sure, Tong Chao said, and the receptionist called Zheng Wenhao's secretary at once. Zheng Wenhao was the Vice General Manager of the Hetian Group. Although the Hetian Group was his family's business, and he was the only heir of the Zheng family, he still needed to learn before he took over it. Zheng Wenhao was very ambitious, but he didn't have outstanding ability, so he had no impressive achievements even after working in the company for 2 years. The moment Zheng Wenhao's secretary received the call, she reported it to Zheng Wenhao. Zheng Wenhao just came back to the company, and the trouble found him without delay. The receptionist only told Zheng Wenhao's secretary that 3 policemen wanted to talk to him, but didn't mention that it was about a gang-related incident. So Zheng Wenhao was confused about why the police wanted to see him. He didn't think that it was about the beauty salon, because he thought that the problem was already solved after he paid Lu Zhongming the 2 million yuan. All in all, Zheng Wenhao was too naive and self-centered. He believed that everything would develop as he wanted it to. Anyway, since the police came to find him, he obviously had to show up. Therefore, Zheng Wenhao left his office, followed by his secretary. The receptionist invited Gu Ning's group to sit in the lounge and served them tea while they were waiting. After a short while, Zheng Wenhao and his secretary walked out. Tong Jun and the other two stood up to show their politeness, but Gu Ning still sat there looking at Zheng Wenhao. Vice General Manager Zheng. Nice to meet you. We've received a report today that you're involved in gang-related attack. A bunch of hoodlums damaged XX Beauty Salon in Fengshan Shopping Mall under your order. Please follow us to the police station for the investigation, Tong Chao said. Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao was surprised and mad. It was obvious now that Lu Zhongming had betrayed him. Do you have any proof? You can't just take me to the police station without clear proof. It can damage my reputation, Zheng Wenhao argued. We have a video of Lu Zhongming's confession along with the records of your calls to him, and the money you've transferred to his bank account, Tong Chao said. Records of calls and money don't mean anything. We're just normal friends, Zheng Wenhao denied, although it wasn't persuasive at all. Mrs. Zheng and Miss Zheng had an argument in XX Beauty Salon today, and XX Beauty Salon was damaged a while later. I don't think that it's a coincidence, Tong Chao said. By the way, we also have call recordings. What? Zheng Wenhao was shocked. To his astonishment, Lu Zhongming had recordings of their calls. In fact, Lu Zhongming didn't do it on purpose, but he just always set the call recording function so that there would be call recordings no matter who called him. Zheng Wenhao got angry. You're aware that my mother and my younger sister encountered trouble in the beauty salon. Why didn't you catch the girl? Do you think the Zheng family is weak? That's because they caused trouble first, and the boss of XX Beauty Salon will pay for Mrs. Zheng and Miss Zheng's medical fee. But you should also pay the compensation of 2 million yuan, Tong Chao said. Gu Ning told them that she was willing to pay Mrs. Zheng and Miss Zheng's medical fee, which was around several thousand yuan at the most. Zheng Wenmei's wrist was dislocated, and it cost very little to move it back. Mrs. Zheng had just fallen and could barely move right now. There was no need for her to have surgery or take medicines. Therefore, their medical fee was mainly the fee of the medical examination. Why should I pay the compensation? Hasn't Lu Zhongming paid it already? You're extorting me if you ask me for money again. Zheng Wenhao was angry. At this time, Gu Ning walked ahead. He sent a bunch of hoodlums to damage my shop, so he should pay the compensation. And you hired him to do that, so you should take responsibility for it as well. Although the case could be settled as long as the compensation was paid, Gu Ning had her own rules, and she was unwilling to let any of them get away with it. She didn't lack 2 million yuan, but intended to humiliate Zheng Wenhao in a public place. Who are you? It's none of your business. Zheng Wenhao didn't know Gu Ning, and felt displeased when Gu Ning interrupted them. I'm the boss of XX Beauty Salon, Gu Ning said. You're the girl who hurt my mother and younger sister. How dare you come here? Zheng Wenhao was in a rage and wanted to punch Gu Ning, but was stopped by his secretary. They caused trouble in the shop first and they even tried to slap me. I think I have the right to defend myself, Gu Ning said with a calm face. Fine, you've hurt my mother and younger sister and I've damaged your shop. Think it's even now. Why are you asking for compensation twice? You're so shameless. Zheng Wenhao snapped at Gu Ning. In fact, he was the shameless one here because he thought that his family was very rich and he could do whatever he wanted. So what? You've damaged my shop, and it's up to me how much you should pay for it. Isn't the Zheng family very rich and influential in City B? Didn't you threaten to punish me? Gu Ning sneered with disdain. You? Zheng Wenhao got mad again. At this moment, Zheng Wenhao's secretary interrupted them. Miss Gu, there is no such thing as the Zheng family using its influence to bully others, but it is indeed extortion if you ask for compensation again. Nobody introduced Gu Ning, but Zheng Wenhao's secretary was able to call her surname. It was obvious that she recognized Gu Ning. In the beginning, she thought that Gu Ning looked familiar, and remembered who Gu Ning was after thinking for a long while. Once she recognized Gu Ning, she understood that they couldn't annoy her. Zheng Wenhao, on the other hand, frowned. He was surprised that his secretary was so polite to this young girl standing in front of him. All of a sudden, Zheng Wenhao remembered that Lu Zhongming had told him that the boss of XX Beauty Salon had a close relationship with manager Lu of the Earth nightclub. Thinking of that, Zheng Wenhao was also reluctant to argue with her again. But he wasn't afraid yet. Extortion? I don't lack money at all, but you must pay for what you've done, Gu Ning insisted. I've transferred 2 million yuan to Lu Zhongming, so he already used my money to pay the compensation. Zheng Wenhao did his best to curb his anger. I don't care. I need you to pay the compensation to me in person, Gu Ning said. You? Zheng Wenhao got mad again. Zheng Wenhao's secretary wanted to talk with Zheng Wenhao in private, so she said to Gu Ning's group, please excuse us for a while. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. After that, Zheng Wenhao's secretary pulled Zheng Wenhao aside and talked to him in his ear in a low voice. Manager Zheng, I think that we better compromise this time. The young girl's name is Gu Ning, and she is also the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, which is the most popular jewelry brand recently, his secretary said. What? Zheng Wenhao rounded his eyes in shock. In that case, he had to compromise today. Although he was extremely unwilling to do that, he wasn't dumb enough to pick a losing battle. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Wenhao decided to compromise, but just for now. Once he got a chance, he would pay Gu Ning back in the future. Sure, I'll pay the compensation, Zheng Wenhao said when he walked back. Great, this is my bank account. Gu Ning gave a piece of paper to Zheng Wenhao, and his secretary took it at once. Mr. Zheng, please follow us to the police station for the record, Tong Chao said. You! Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao lost his temper once more. It's the rule and everyone has to obey it, Tong Chao added. There was nothing else that Zheng Wenhao could do, so he had to follow Tong Chao to the police station. The staff working in the company began to discuss it when Zheng Wenhao was taken away by the 3 policemen. Why did Manager Zheng leave with the police? I heard the police say that Manager Zheng was involved in a gang-related incident. Jesus, those policemen didn't save any face for the Zheng family. I heard that Manager Zheng hired a bunch of hoodlums to damage the girl's shop. What? Why? Who knows? Am I the only one who thinks the girl looks familiar? I think she looks familiar too, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. I know. She's Goddess Gu, who's super popular on the internet these days. Oh right. After that, they began to talk about Gu Ning. Given what Gu Ning had done before, they all believed that Zheng Wenhao was digging his own grave by acting against Gu Ning. Gu Ning was a well-known successful businesswoman, and she had a powerful network. Zheng Wenhao was no match for her. Gu Ning didn't go to the police station along with them after leaving Hetian Group, but she left alone for the antique street. However, it seemed like today was meant to be a long day, and problems occurred one after another. A large amount of goods was delivered into Du Lifeng's shop at short notice, which made his stepmother, who paid special attention to his shop all the time, feel quite surprised. To her astonishment, Du Lifeng had enough money to purchase goods, and even found a source to buy them from. Wasn't he afraid that those hoodlums would cause him trouble again? She was unwilling to see Du Lifeng run the shop well again. Without delay, Du Lifeng's stepmother, Li Fengxia, called the leader of the hoodlums she had hired to do things for her. Nyoge, Du Lifeng just got a new batch of goods in his shop. When are you free? Can you help me damage his shop? Li Fengxia asked. Really? Nyoge was surprised. No problem. As long as you can pay us as usual, we'll go there right now. Sure, I'll transfer the money to you once it's done, Li Fengxia said with a smile. Li Fengxia paid those hoodlums 3,000 yuan a time. They weren't members of any gangs after all, so the pay wasn't high. 3,000 yuan was enough for the 5 of them to enjoy a night of drinking and girls, so they were willing to take this job. When Gu Ning arrived at the antique street, she went to the ladies' room first and took out a suitcase. After that, she walked towards the shop. She didn't use her jade eyes to scan the antiques placed on the stands by the roadside this time, but even so, she still sensed a real antique. She sensed it, not saw it. However, it wasn't a good thing because a normal real antique could only be found with her jade eyes, and she could only sense Yin. Gu Ning looked to the direction of the Yin at once, and used her jade eyes at the same time. There was a bronze tripod on the ground in front of a middle-aged man. Seeing it, Gu Ning subconsciously thought that it could have come from the ancient grave she had visited last time. Although the ancient grave was in the capital, gravediggers sold antiques that they had found everywhere. In addition, it wasn't common to find a bronze covered in yin, so Gu Ning had that thought. It was also possible that the bronze came out from another ancient grave. Another middle-aged man and an old man were checking the bronze tripod. It seemed they were very interested in it. The seller, on the other hand, didn't seem well, and it was obvious that his health was affected by this bronze tripod. Gu Ning walked forward and stopped by their side, but didn't say anything yet. They also noticed Gu Ning, but it was common to be surrounded by others on this street. "Master, what do you think?" the middle-aged man asked the old man. "I think it's a good decoration," the old man said. Although the old man said that he was sure that this bronze tripod was highly likely to be a real one. The reason he didn't say it aloud was that the stand owner might regret if he found out that it was a real antique. "It's 30,000 yuan, right? Do you want cash or transfer?" the middle-aged man asked the seller. "Transfer, please," the stand owner said. It wasn't safe to carry so much cash. "No problem," the middle-aged man said, then asked the stand owner for his bank account. Within 2 minutes, the seller received the money, and the middle-aged man along with the old man walked away with the bronze, followed by Gu Ning. After following them for around 10 meters, Gu Ning opened her mouth. "Please wait a second." The middle-aged man and the old man stopped, then turned to look at Gu Ning. "Young girl, may I help?" the old man asked. They weren't surprised at seeing Gu Ning, because they recognized that she was the girl who stood by their side just then.
Gu Ning smiled.
"Hi, I'm so sorry to stop you, but are you an antique expert?" It was a question, but Gu Ning already knew the answer. "Haha, you're right. I work in the antique appraisal industry," the old man replied. "Well, I have several objects with me. Would you mind having a look?" Gu Ning asked politely. Hearing that, the old man's eyes lit up. As an antique expert, he loved antique appraisal the most. "Oh, you have several objects which need appraisal?" "Sure, I'm willing to help since I'm free now," the old man said. "Thank you so much. Please follow me," Gu Ning said. "Great," the old man said. After that, Gu Ning guided them to Du Lifeng's shop. It wasn't far, and they soon arrived. The shop had just opened a small door, and it wasn't ready to serve customers yet, so Gu Ning directly walked inside. In the shop, goods were all piled up in the hall, and Du Lifeng along with another man were placing them one by one. Seeing Gu Ning coming inside, Du Lifeng stood up at once. "Hi boss, we're just placing these goods, and then it's almost done." The man standing by Du Lifeng's side greeted Gu Ning as well. "Nice to meet you, boss." He was excited to see Gu Ning. This man was nearly 40 years old, and he had worked in Duji Antiques for many years, but Duji Antiques could barely stay afloat a while ago, so he quit his job. Du Lifeng now called him to come back, and he agreed since he hadn't found another job yet. Du Lifeng also told him about their new boss's influence, so he wasn't afraid that this shop would be closed one day in the future. When the middle-aged man and the old man heard them call Gu Ning their boss, they were both astonished. To their surprise, Gu Ning was the boss of an antique store. Although those goods were all well-made handicrafts, none of them was a real antique. "You can keep on placing them, I need to discuss something with these two gentlemen," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Du Lifeng said. Gu Ning then guided the middle-aged man and the old man to the office. When they arrived at the office, Gu Ning put the suitcase aside and poured 2 cups of tea for them. "Young girl, I'm surprised that you're the boss of an antique store. It's very rare to see," the old man said. "There are very few young people who are interested in antiques." Gu Ning smiled and said, "I am interested in them, but I don't know much about them. You can learn as long as you're interested in them. You're so young after all, and you have enough time," the old man said. "Oh, where are those objects you want me to have a look at?" "We don't need to rush," Gu Ning said. "May I ask you a question before we check them?" "Please," the old man said. "The thing is, I read from a book that antiques which are taken out from ancient graves are always covered in yin. Once a human being touches it, he or she can be affected by the yin. Sometimes the person might have nightmares and can't sleep well. When it gets worse, the person's life could be in danger. Have you heard of it before? Gu-ning asked. Hearing that, the middle-aged man and the old man put on a serious face. I've heard of it before, but I haven't seen it in person yet, so I don't know whether it's real or not. Do you feel cold when you touch this bronze tripod? Gu-ning asked again, but it was with certainty. Hearing that, they stiffened a little and showed frightened expressions. They did feel cold when they touched this bronze tripod, but how could she know? Is it true? Thinking of what Gu-ning had just told them, they trembled in fear. The middle-aged man put the bronze tripod on the table and moved his hands away without hesitation. He didn't want to believe it, but he was really scared. Do you mean that this bronze tripod could be covered in yin? The old man asked. Yes, Gu-ning said seriously. What? Both of them were shocked. How do you know? The middle-aged man asked. I have a bronze with me right now, and you can compare it with this one, Gu-ning said, and went to fetch her suitcase. She put her suitcase on the table and opened it. The middle-aged man and the old man weren't surprised to see so many antiques, because they didn't know or think that they were all real. Gu-ning took out a bronze and handed it to the old man. Please feel it and have a look. The old man took it, but didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Then he began to appraise it. After a long while the result was out. The bronze was real, which amazed the old man. Please put this one down and feel the bronze you just bought, Gu-ning said. The old man listened to her and touched the bronze tripod he had just bought. The second his hand touched the bronze tripod, he felt uncomfortable coldness and drew his hand back in an instant. Well? The old man was struck dumb for a second. He couldn't believe that antiques covered in yin were real. How did you get to know about it? The old man asked Gu-ning. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't tell you many details. Gu-ning, of course, wouldn't tell them the reason. I stopped you because I knew that this bronze tripod will harm you. Since Gu-ning wasn't willing to tell them, they wouldn't insist. What should we do now? Should we dump it? The middle-aged man asked. You don't need to do that. If you trust me, you can leave it with me, and I can remove the yin from this bronze tripod. You can come and get it back tomorrow. If you don't trust me, you can pick one from the real antiques in my suitcase as an exchange, Gu-ning said. I trust you, the old man said with alacrity. The old man had felt it himself, so he knew that this bronze tripod wasn't right. If Gu-ning was really a liar, he wouldn't mind losing 30,000 yuan. Of course, he would also lose several million yuan as well. However, compared with money, he cared more about his life. The middle-aged man had doubts, but he didn't say anything since his master agreed. This bronze was his master's, not his. Since you trust me, I should set your mind at rest. Why don't you take this bronze with you? These two bronzes have the same value. Gu-ning pointed at the bronze on the table which the old man had just appraised. No need. I trust you. The old man rejected it. The old man understood that Gu-ning was being kind to him. She had saved his life, and he owed her a big favor, so he was even willing to send her this bronze tripod as a gift. Gu-ning smiled and didn't say another word. Oh, may I know your name? The old man asked. My name's Gu-ning, Gu-ning said. I think I can call you Girl Gu. My surname is Xiao. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Xiao, Master Xiao said with a gentle smile. Sure, Grandpa Xiao, Gu-ning called him. This is my apprentice. His name is Chong, but you can call him Uncle Chong, Master Xiao said. Nice to meet you, Uncle Chong, Gu-ning called the middle-aged man. At this moment they heard many noises outside. Gu-ning used her jade eyes and saw several hoodlums intruding in. She guessed that it might have something to do with Du Lifeng's stepmother. In case they damaged the goods, Gu-ning excused herself and walked out of the office. Du Lifeng, how dare you purchase goods and run this store again? The leader of those hoodlums, Niu Gu, said with arrogance. What do you want to do? Du Lifeng asked, but he wasn't afraid this time because Gu-ning was here today. What do we want to do? Damage your store. Niu Gu said. Do it now. He gave an order to his sidekicks. The other 4 hoodlums ran to damage the goods at once. Stop it right now. A cold female voice sounded at this time. Hearing it, they all stopped and looked at Gu-ning. When their sights fell on Gu Ning's body, they were stunned and leered at her. Du Lifeng, I didn't expect you to hide such a beauty in your store. Nyogu walked to Gu Ning. Hey beauty, why don't you be our girl? Du Lifeng is in big trouble now. I think that you're in bigger trouble, Gu Ning said in a cold tone. Without hesitation, she caught Nyoji's arm and threw him over her shoulder to the ground. She also dislocated his arm the second before he fell. Nyogu screamed in pain and his face turned pale. It happened too fast and everyone was struck dumb by the scene. Many passers-by heard Nyoji's scream of pain, and they all walked closer to see what was going on inside. But there was only a small door open so they couldn't see much. Li Fengxia, on the other hand, paid attention to the store the entire time, but she didn't dare to move closer in case she was exposed. Seeing many people looking at the store, Li Fengxia pulled her lips with satisfaction, because she believed that Nyoji's group must be damaging the store right now. In the shop, those hoodlums all stepped backwards in fear. They were just a bunch of jobless and lazy young men, not members of any gangs after all, and they were all scared when Gu Ning beat Nyogu down in seconds. You? Nyogu was mad and shouted in anger. Punch her now! They exchanged a glance with one another, but none of them moved forward. Nyogu, this girl is really good at fighting, a young hoodlum said with a sad expression. They couldn't even beat Nyogu in a fight, how could they beat Gu Ning? You? Nyogu got angry. The four of you can attack her together. Hearing that, those hoodlums thought that it was reasonable, so they dashed towards Gu Ning at once. Du Lifeng felt a little worried, not about Gu Ning, but that they might break those goods in a fierce fight. He was confident in Gu Ning's level of martial arts. Master Xiao and Mr. Chong walked out as well, and they were all astonished by the scene. When they saw four men attacking her together, they were anxious, but they were an old man and a middle-aged man who could barely help her in a fight, so they prayed that Gu Ning would be fine. Gu Ning didn't make any big moves, in case the goods piled up in the hall were broken. Without delay, she kicked the crotch of the hoodlum who was closest to her. With a loud scream of pain, the hoodlum knelt down on the ground and covered his crotch with his hands. Seeing that, every man in the shop felt for him. Before the other three hoodlums could react, Gu Ning attacked them one after another. Within seconds they were beaten down on the floor too. The five of them were now all screaming in pain, rolling around on the ground. Open the front door, Gu Ning said to Du Lifeng. She decided to punish this bunch of hoodlums as a warning to others today, in order to prevent other people from causing Du Lifeng trouble again in the future. Du Lifeng went to open the front door at once, and those onlookers who gathered at the door were able to see the scene in the front hall now. Although only some of them saw Gu Ning beat them down, everyone got to know about it after the news went abroad. Tell me, do you have any grudges against Du Lifeng? Gu Ning asked. And no. Nyoji's voice was trembling. No? Then why did you come here to damage his store today? Gu Ning sneered. It was obvious that she didn't believe it. Well, Nyogu didn't know how to explain it, because they indeed had no grudge against Du Lifeng. Who hired you to do it? Gu Ning asked again. In fact, Gu Ning already had the answer herself, but she asked that question on purpose so that others could hear it, which would damage the person's reputation. Hearing Gu Ning's question, they suddenly realized that they just took this job from another person. They were just a bunch of hoodlums and did things for others after taking money. They didn't have any sense of professional ethics at all, and would betray their hirers the moment their lives were in danger. Therefore, Nyogu confessed without hesitation. Right, we were hired by someone to damage this shop. She's the owner of Duji Antiques, Li Fengxia. She's also Du Lifeng's stepmother. She paid us 3,000 yuan to ruin Du Lifeng's business. Not only did Nyogu confess to it, but he also told Gu Ning the hirer's identity. In case Gu Ning didn't believe him, Nyogu added, You can check my phone if you have doubts. She just called me half an hour ago. It's not done yet, so she hasn't transferred the money to me this time, but she's hired us many times before. There are transfer records on my phone as well. Even though Nyogu was in great pain now, he still told Gu Ning everything he knew. Besides, no matter who has the intention to rent or buy his shop, Li Fengxia would hire us to threaten the buyer. She wants to buy Du Lifeng's shop at the lowest price. Niu Ge didn't omit any details. Hearing that, onlookers were all annoyed at Li Fengxia's malicious behavior. Stepmothers are all unkind. How could she hire hoodlums to ruin her stepson's business? Mr. Du owned 2 antique shops, and he gave them to his 2 sons before he passed away. Each son got one. But Li Fengxia and her son want to grab the other shop away from Du Lifeng. She's so evil. People were all criticizing Li Fengxia and her son. Tell Li Fengxia that this shop isn't Du Lifeng's anymore, but Gu Ning's. If she dares to do that again, I'll put them in jail.
Kuning Varnet.
Sure, Niu Ge replied. Disappear now. Gu Ning snapped at him. Hearing that, those hoodlums struggled to get back on their feet and escaped. Li Fengxia was struck dumb when she saw Niu Ge and the other hoodlums escape from the shop like drowned mice. What happened? How is it possible? Li Fengxia wasn't dumb, and she knew that they must have been beaten down by someone, but who? She didn't believe that Du Lifeng was able to do that. Li Fengxia didn't dare to watch it any longer, and ran back to her shop in a hurry. Afterwards, Niu Ge and the other hoodlums walked into her shop as well. Li Fengxia, the shop isn't Du Lifeng's now. You told us to damage the shop before you made it clear. And now we're all injured. You must pay the medical fee. 10,000 yuan a person, Niu Ge said. Li Fengxia was surprised to hear that the shop had a new boss. When Niu Ge asked her for money, Li Fengxia rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. What? 10,000 yuan a person? How dare you? Although Li Fengxia was willing to pay them to cause Du Lifeng trouble, she was reluctant to be extorted. If you don't give it to us, we'll damage your shop the next time.
Nu ge 3 ned.
They wouldn't leave without money today. You? Li Fengxia was mad as well as scared. She was just an ordinary woman without any support. Her son and her relied on this shop to live their lives. If they really damaged this shop, they would suffer a loss of more than 50,000 yuan. She didn't dare to call the police either, because they would be kept in the police station for just a few days. Once they got out, they would take a worse revenge on her. It wasn't the first time that she had been in touch with them, so she knew them to some extent. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Li Fengxia was, she had to yield, and transferred 50,000 yuan to Niu Ge. Niu Ge was satisfied when he received the money. Li Fengxia, its new boss told us to pass on to you that she will put you in jail if you dare to cause her trouble again. After that, they left. Li Fengxia, on the other hand, was shocked that they betrayed her. At the same time, she was also angry. She thought that nobody knew that she was the person who had hired those hoodlums to damage Du Lifeng's shop again and again. Du Lifeng actually knew it from the very beginning. However, Du Lifeng didn't have the ability to fight back, or he wouldn't have allowed his stepmother to do it again and again. Since the shop had a new boss now, she didn't dare to cause them any trouble again. She wasn't willing to accept this result, but she had to swallow her anger. Thinking of what had happened today, Li Fengxia was growing increasingly displeased. She grabbed a cup on the table and smashed it on the ground. Right at this moment, her son Du Mingda came back, and the cup broke into pieces right under his feet. Du Mingda was scared, so was Li Fengxia. She ran over at once and asked him with anxiety, "Mingda, are you all right?" Li Fengxia had spoiled her son rotten. Although her son was already over 20 years old, she still treated him like he was a little boy. Du Mingda seldom took care of this shop, but hung out all day long with either his girlfriend or fair-weather friends. Li Fengxia knew, but had never thought to teach her son, so Du Mingda was merely a good-for-nothing now. Yes, but why are you so mad?
Du Mingda was unhappy.
Du Lifeng just purchased a new batch of goods and someone took over his shop, Li Fengxia said, but Du Mingda interrupted her before she could finish. What? Someone took over his shop? Why didn't you hire some hoodlums to threaten the buyer? I just got to know about it this afternoon when I saw him unloading the goods. Niu Ge and his friends went to damage the shop a while ago, but they were all injured. They even asked me for a medical fee of 50,000 yuan. Li Fengxia said. Du Mingda was also annoyed. 50,000 yuan? It's extortion. I can have fun for so many days with that money. Although Du Mingda was mad, he didn't dare to blame Niu Gu for it. So he swore at Du Lifeng. If I didn't give the money to them, they said that they would damage our shop once they recover. At least we're safe now, Li Fengxia said. In Du Lifeng's shop, people all complimented Gu Ning after Niu Ji's group left. Master Xiao and Mr. Chong went back to the office with Gu Ning afterwards, because Master Xiao wanted to see Gu Ning's antiques in her suitcase. Over 10 of them were real, which shocked Master Xiao and Mr. Chong. Wow, I can't believe that they're all real, Master Xiao said with surprise. I've only seen so many real antiques in either museums or rich collectors' homes before, Mr. Chong said. Normally, there were just a few real antiques in an antique store at the most. Girl Gu, why isn't there a signboard over the door of your shop? Master Xiao asked with curiosity. Gu Ning smiled and said, I just took over the shop, and we plan to open tomorrow, so the signboard will be put on tomorrow as well. Oh right. Master Xiao thought that he should visit this shop again tomorrow. After a while, Master Xiao and Mr. Chong left together, and Gu Ning told Du Lifeng to lock the real antiques in a safe. They would place them out for sale tomorrow. Once Zheng Wenhao got off work, he went to the hospital along with his father, Zheng Lilin. Zheng Lilin was in meetings all day long today, so he didn't have time to visit his wife and daughter until now. Zheng Lilin told Zheng Wenhao to sit in his car and questioned him. I heard that you were brought away by several policemen in the company today. Are you involved in a gang-related incident? Do you know that the board of directors is keeping a close eye on you? Why couldn't you behave yourself? As the heir of the Hetian Group, Zheng Wenhao didn't have many achievements, which already caused the shareholders dissatisfaction. If he was involved in big trouble now, he was digging his own grave. Zheng Wenhao knew it very well, but he still argued. Mother and Wenmei were injured by someone today. I couldn't submit to this humiliation, so I hired some hoodlums to damage the person's store. Even though he suffered a great loss at the end of it, he still would do the same thing if he had a second chance to make a choice. Even if he had a second chance, he still wouldn't know about Gu Ning's influence, so he would of course not submit to humiliation. Hearing that, Zheng Lilin frowned, then realized that these two events were connected. Couldn't you hire some reliable men? Zheng Lilin agreed with Zheng Wenhao on the revenge, because he wasn't a tolerant person either. I thought that Lu Zhongming is a middle manager in the Kirin gang, so he could handle it well. I'm also surprised by the influence that the boss of the beauty salon has, Zheng Wenhao said, feeling upset. He felt utterly uncomfortable after being humiliated in his family's company. Who is the boss of the beauty salon? Zheng Lilin asked. The boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Zheng Wenhao replied. What? The boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Zheng Lilin was astonished. He had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and he knew that its boss was an 18-year-old young girl. Although the girl was very young, she was a well-known successful businesswoman. In addition, she had a powerful network, and many important figures had attended the opening ceremony of her jewelry shop. Jade Beauty Jewelry itself was barely comparable to the Zheng family, but its boss network was much more influential than the Zheng family. Of course, the condition for it was that the girl had to have a close relationship with those important figures. If not, they would stay away once the girl was in trouble. Zheng Lilin had worked in business for half of his life, so he knew the rules very well. He also held a position of power in the Hetian Group, and knew many influential people, but he actually didn't have many close friends. Most of those who socialized with him gathered together for benefits. He did that as well. Either way, since Gu Ning was able to punish Zheng Wenhao this time, it proved that she wasn't someone that they could mess with. Zheng Lilin was unwilling to accept the result either, but he had to remind Zheng Wenhao to be more cautious. Learn from this and don't be so impulsive again in the future. If you really need to take action, don't involve yourself and our family. Sure, Zheng Wenhao said. However, he made up his mind to take revenge once he seized a chance. He knew that he couldn't take his enemies lightly anymore, and he would be more careful the next time. Tell me what happened to your mother and Wenmei? Zheng Lilin asked for details. Mom and Wenmei liked the beauty salon and wanted to rent it, but they needed time to consider it. When they made the decision and went to rent the beauty salon today, Gu-ning did it before them and was about to sign the contract. Mom and Won-mei were, of course, unwilling to accept it, so they had an argument with the girl, then were both injured. Zheng Wenhao still didn't think that it was Mrs. Zheng and Zheng Wenmei's fault. Zheng Lilin, however, knew his wife and daughter well. He knew that they must have threatened the girl first. However, even though he knew it clearly, Zheng Lilin still sided with his family. People of the same kind made up a family. Mrs. Zheng's and Zheng Wenmei's aggressive characters were the same as Zheng Lilin's. Zheng Lilin spoiled his wife and daughter rotten. He knew that they had made a mistake, but he would still protect them. In the hospital, Zheng Wenmei was in a good condition after her wrist was moved back to its normal position, although it was still a little painful. Mrs. Zheng also got much better, and they could go home later when Zheng Lilin and Zheng Wenhao came. Knowing that the beauty salon was damaged, Zheng Wenmei was in a good mood now, but she still felt dissatisfied that Gu-ning was safe. All in all, she thought that the result wasn't that bad, and believed that Gu-ning would learn her lesson sooner or later. However, she didn't know that Zheng Wenhao had actually paid a lot for what he had done without him even being able to hurt Gu-ning. In order not to upset her, Zheng Wenhao decided to keep it a secret from her. When Zheng Lilin and Zheng Wenhao arrived, Zheng Wenmei was talking to a friend on the phone and seemed quite happy. Seeing that, Zheng Wenhao was displeased, but didn't say anything. Zheng Wenmei hung up the moment she saw Zheng Lilin and Zheng Wenhao walking towards her.
Dad, Banao.
Zheng Wenmei ran to them and threw herself into Zheng Lilin's arms. Who were you talking to on the phone? You looked very happy. Were you talking to your boyfriend? Zheng Lilin joked. Zheng Wenhao was annoyed when he heard the word boyfriend. He disliked knowing that Zheng Weimei had a boyfriend. Zheng Wenmei felt a little shy and said with pride, "He's just chasing me now, and I haven't agreed yet. It's said that men never cherish a girl that they can easily get. You're my daughter. Who would dare to not cherish you? I'll make him pay for it." Zheng Lilin seemed serious. Zheng Wenmei snorted with laughter. "Love you, Daddy. How about me?" Zheng Wenhao wasn't willing to be ignored. Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao moved out of Zheng Lilin's arms and held Zheng Wenhao's arm. "You're the best older brother in the world." Zheng Wenhao was satisfied, but still felt unhappy about the fact that Zheng Wenmei was about to have a boyfriend. He knew his feelings towards Zheng Wenmei clearly. In his eyes, Zheng Wenmei was more than his younger sister. He was highly possessive of her and didn't want her to have a boyfriend at all. At the same time, he also knew that they were biological sister and brother, and no other relationships were going to exist between them except for their family connection. Nevertheless, he couldn't control himself and felt distressed. "All right, how is your mother now?" Zheng Lilin asked. "Honey." The second Mrs. Zheng saw Zheng Lilin. She cried, feeling aggrieved. In other people's eyes, Mrs. Zheng was arrogant and aggressive, but she was a weak woman in front of Zheng Lilin. Zheng Lilin loved that because he enjoyed the feeling that his wife needed him. Zheng Lilin walked over at once and asked with concern, "How are you, honey?" "It's still painful," Mrs. Zheng said, and looked pitiful. "Well, I guess you have to tolerate it. You'll be fine in a few days." "I wish I were the one who had been injured," Zheng Lilin said. "No, honey, don't say that." Mrs. Zheng pressed her fingers on Zheng Lilin's lips to stop him. Although they had been married for many years, they were still a loving couple and said sweet nothings to each other all the time. Sometimes a person might be bad in many aspects, but he or she could have long-lasting loyalty and love for his or her partner. When can you go punish that little by asterisk it? Zheng Wenmei asked. "I don't know who the girl is yet. I'll see what I can do once I find out." Zheng Wenhao gave her a perfunctory answer. "Fine." Zheng Wenmei didn't insist. The beauty salon was damaged after all. Mrs. Zheng became sensitive in front of Zheng Lilin, and she didn't ask him to get revenge on the girl. The beauty salon was damaged, so she felt much better. After that, they went home together. Xiao Ya and Gu Man went to shop in a shopping mall, but they didn't buy many things. When it was lunchtime, they shared a meal at a restaurant. Guman understood that Guning was very busy these days, so she didn't call her. Today was also the opening day of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the capital, and it attracted a lot of attention from people and the media. When Master Lung heard that Jade Beauty Jewelry was about to open a branch in the capital today, he went there with Master Jiang and Jiang Zhongyu. Jiang Zhongyu was almost fully recovered now, and he was even healthier than before. Master Lung and Master Su were also close friends, so Master Lung sent Master Su 2 power crystal pills as well. Master Su's body was also in a better condition after taking the pills. The three of them, who were nearly 70 now, were as strong as men around 50. Master Lung thought that Gu Ning would show up, so he went there to see his granddaughter-in-law, but Gu Ning was absent today. However, their appearance at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry shocked the jewelry industry in the capital. Businessmen and workers involved in the jewelry industry paid a lot of attention to their peers, so that they were able to know the latest news in the industry. So when the three important figures showed up together at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Moreover, each of them came with flowers and a gift. It meant that they had a close relationship with Jade Beauty Jewelry. Since Gu Ning was absent, they didn't stay there for long and soon left. The release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry in City B had already gained a lot of attention, so many people were attracted to its branch in the capital today. Noble ladies even asked for information about charm gowns. When things were almost done, Zhou Zhenghong called Gu Ning to report his work today. Gu Ning was dining in a restaurant when she received Zhou Zhenghong's call. "Boss, big news." Zhou Zhenghong was very excited. "What happened?" Gu Ning was amused. "Big good news. Do you know who showed up at the opening ceremony today?" Zhou Zhenghong asked with excitement. "Who?" Gu Ning asked with curiosity. She didn't know that Master Lung and his friends would attend, but thought that Lung Shouting might have made some arrangements to surprise her. Speaking of Lung Shouting, Gu Ning hadn't seen him in many days, and she missed him so much. Master Lung, Master Jiang, and Master Su. Once they showed up, many people were shocked, and they were like free ads for the jewelry store. Zhou Zhenghong said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised but wasn't shocked. "Boss, you're so unbelievable. How did you manage to get to know them?" Zhou Zhenghong now admired Gu Ning more than ever. "Well, I met them at the antique street and we've just met each other a few times," Gu Ning said. "I think that you're the only one who can meet important figures at the antique street." Zhou Zhenghong joked.
Ah, rikt, imaluais luki. Kuning glauket.
In fact, she had been very lucky ever since her rebirth. Although some people had schemed against her, none of them had succeeded. Oh, many noble ladies asked when Charm will open a branch in the capital. They like charm gowns very much, Zhou Zhenghong said. "I'll discuss it with Yu Zi," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Zhou Zhenghong said, then hung up. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Yu Zi. "Hi, boss." Yu Zi greeted her the second she answered the call. "Is it convenient for you to take a call now?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes, what's up?" Yu Zi said. "I forgot to ask you about the clothing industry forum you mentioned last time. How was it?" Gu Ning asked. "I learned a lot."
Yu Zi sonde delicted.
Great. Gu Ning also felt happy for her. "Oh, boss, didn't I tell you about the famous Paris designer Jason? He has visited our factory sometimes and has been talking to me about design these days. I think he's a great teacher and it's a good opportunity for me to learn from him, but I still don't understand why he is doing it," Yu Zi said. She felt honored that a design master was willing to teach her, but they weren't familiar after all.
Kuning fronet.
"Did you talk about design only?" "Yeah," Yu Zi said. It's probably because he's quite interested in your designs. He's a clothing design lover, and is almost addicted to it," Gu Ning said. When Yu Zi mentioned Jason last time, Gu Ning collected a lot of information about Jason, and she got to know that he was an outstanding designer with a good reputation. Although they weren't familiar with one another, his reputation among people wouldn't lie. "Really?" Yu Zi asked. She had the same thought because Jason did have many positive comments on her designs. "Uncle Zhou told me that many noble ladies asked him when Charm will open a branch in the capital earlier. They like charm gowns very much. I also had the idea to open a branch of charm in the capital so you can prepare the gowns for it these days. I'll arrange someone to find a good shop in the capital, Guning said. No problem, Yuzi said. She was enthusiastic about opening a branch in the capital, because it meant that her brand was becoming more and more popular. I've been very busy recently, and I didn't have much time to ask you about the condition of the company right now. How is everything going? Guning asked. Many companies have discussed about cooperation with Manager Gao during the past few days, and we've already settled several deals with a wedding gown company, an exclusive gown store and so forth, Yuzi said. She was more than happy to see the sales of her gowns were up. Manager Gao's name was Gao Weichao. He was the general manager of Guning's garment company. The company was still under construction, so Gao Weichao along with other staff worked in the factory for now. The factory was large enough to accommodate them. Charm was just a part of Guning's garment company. They also produced many other styles of clothing at the same time, so Gao Weichao was hiring more clothing designers now. Guning planned to register more clothing brands when she was free in the following days. After hanging up the call with Yuzi, Guning continued to eat. It was already dark when she finished the meal, but she didn't leave right away. Instead, she called Quan Mingkai. Hi, Lady Ning, may I help? Quan Mingkai said with respect. Uncle Quan, do you know about the abandoned land at XX district? Guning asked. Yes, Quan Mingkai said. It's said that it's haunted, so it's been abandoned for a long time. Well, I think it's a good piece of land and I want to buy it to build office buildings. Can you help me acquire it? Guning asked. Guning decided to build office buildings for the Shengning Group there. The headquarters of the Shengning Group was located in the capital, but its branch also needed office buildings in City B. With her business group expanding, she would be in need of more office buildings as well. What? I don't think it's a good idea. Quan Mingkai was surprised that Guning wanted to buy the land. Uncle Quan, it's fine. I know how to handle it properly, Guning said with confidence. As long as she could deal with the female ghost, it would be fine. Since Guning said so, Quan Mingkai agreed. However, he still thought that it was necessary to let Tang Yunfan be aware of it. It was 7 p.m., but Tang Yunfan was still working in the company, so Quan Mingkai went to tell him in the chairman's office. Tang Yunfan was also shocked after hearing it, but he agreed in the end since it was Guning's decision. Guning left for the abandoned construction site after walking out of the restaurant. The abandoned construction site was totally dark at night without any light. It was indeed a haunted place and filled with een, because there was a red figure floating around in the buildings. Luckily, Guning wasn't afraid of it. The female ghost was surprised to see Guning again, and it wondered why Guning came here. It thought that Guning couldn't see it, so it didn't think that she came here for it. However, the female ghost still held some hope, and flew to Guning at once. It soon appeared at the front of Guning, but Guning stayed calm and didn't give her a glance. They were still outside, and Guning planned to talk with her when they were in the buildings. Seeing that Guning had no reaction, the female ghost was quite disappointed, but it was still curious about why Guning, who was a young girl, came here alone, so it followed Guning all the way until the ruins of a building. Tell me, what do you want me to do to help you? Guning opened her mouth all of a sudden, which scared the female ghost. It asked with uncertainty, Are you talking to me? There is only you here. Whom else am I talking to?
Guning sighed.
Why, you can see me, right? You really can see me. The female ghost got excited. Nobody dares to develop this land, and you must be the reason, Guning said. I want this land, so I'm willing to help you as long as you can stop what you're doing now. Well, it's better if it's not beyond my ability. If she couldn't help it, she would destroy it to stop it from causing trouble. Although she thought that this female ghost wasn't that bad, and it sounded a little cruel to destroy it, it was a ghost after all, and it wasn't acceptable that it stayed in the world. If it wasn't reincarnated, it must have a strong hatred or obsession that it couldn't let go of. If Guning wanted it to disappear and be reincarnated, she had to help it to solve this problem. Sure, as long as you can help me eliminate the grudge in my heart, I'll disappear. the female ghost said, and its face was full of strong hatred. It had buried animosity deep down in its heart. Tell me, how can I help you? Guning asked. My name's Tao Dinglin, and I grew up in an orphanage, so did my boyfriend. In the beginning we were a loving couple, and fought together for a bright future after graduating from college. Our living standards were improving as well. However, 5 years ago my boyfriend sought a connection with a girl from a rich family. I wasn't willing to break up with him, so he hired a bunch of men to rape me, which caused my death in the end. I hate him. I hate him to death. If he's not dead yet, I'm reluctant to be reincarnated. The female ghost was in a rage. Hearing the story, Guning understood why the female ghost was reluctant to leave the world. If it was possible, the female ghost would rather see the man dying in great pain and torture. Guning had deep sympathy for her, because Tang Aining's death was also caused by her beloved man's betrayal. Speaking of that, Tao Dinglin had suffered more than Tang Aining, because she had been raped to death. Tao Dinglin was dead, but her ghost was unwilling to leave. Tang Aining was much luckier than Tao Dinglin, because she had a rebirth and had a chance to take revenge. Do you want me to kill him? Guning asked. She was a little reluctant to do that. The man was a stranger and she had no grudge against him after all. She wasn't an executioner either. No need, but I know a big secret of his. I need you to tell a person this secret, and the person will punish him. Tao Dinglin said with hatred. My boyfriend's name is Gong Zhongyang, and the girl from a rich family was called Yao Li Hui. I think that they got married a long time ago. The Yao family was a rich family with some fame in the city 5 years ago. I don't know whether it's still true now because I can't leave this place. Gong Zhongyang said that secret aloud here himself a night after my death. He thought that I was dead and gone, but he had no idea that my ghost stayed, so I got to know about it. In fact, Gong Zhongyang is Yao Li Hui's father's biological son. In other words, Yao Li Hui is his half-sister. Yao Li Hui's father had sex with Gong Zhongyang's mother, then abandoned his mother, and refused to take responsibility when Gong Zhongyang was born. Yao Li Hui's father even planned to kill Gong Zhongyang, so Gong Zhongyang's mother had to send him to an orphanage when he was only 10, but they kept in touch. In order to take revenge, Gong Zhongyang found Yao Li Hui later, and had sex with his half-sister. It's incest. Tao Dinglin laughed out loud all of a sudden. The person I need you to tell this secret to is precisely Yao Li Hui's father. Hearing the story, Guning was surprised by the way Gong Zhongyang took his revenge. Incest was disgusting. Gong Zhongyang is Yao Li Hui's father's biological son. Are you sure that Yao Li Hui's father will punish him? Guning asked. Of course, because he had the intention to kill Gong Zhongyang many years ago. No matter what, Gong Zhongyang was trying to get revenge on the Yao family, and even had incest with his daughter. Tao Dinglin said with confidence. If Yao Li Hui's father isn't willing to do it, you can tell the secret to Yao Li Hui's mother. I don't think that Yao Li Hui's mother could accept it. Even though a woman could accept her husband's love child, it was impossible for her to accept the fact that the love child had incest with her daughter. Tao Dinglin added. Yao Li Hui also has an older brother. Gong Zhongyang's existence is a threat to his position in the family, and he won't let Gong Zhongyang get away with it. Sure, I'll help you. Guning agreed. Tao Dinglin smiled with satisfaction, but she looked quite scary. After that, Guning went back to Huafu Hills. Gu Man and Xiaoya were already home when she got back. She chatted with them for a while, then went back to her room. The moment she was in her room, she opened her computer to search for some information about the Yao family. However, she read a piece of news on Peihina all of a sudden. Xiaichu, a new singer just signed by Fenghua Entertainment, has the same voice as Peihina, who is a popular singer. What happened? Guning was struck dumb for a second reading its title, then scrolled up to read the content. At 6 p.m. today, the official website of Fenghua Entertainment released a video of Xiaichu, who is a new singer just signed by it. This new singer has the exact same voice as Peihina, who is a popular female singer. What happened? There was a video attached to the news, which was recorded when Xiaichu was singing in the recording studio. Her singing was exactly the same as Pei Hina's, and it caused a sensation on the internet within a short time. Although many people had doubts whether it was an imitation, they couldn't tell the difference between Xiaichu's singing and Pei Hina's, so it wasn't very persuasive. Nobody said that it was lip sync because Xiaichu sang with music and a cappella in the video. She also talked with a singing teacher. It was obvious that Xiaichu's voice was almost the same whether she was singing or talking, while Pei Hina's singing voice was very different from how she spoke. Many internet users were shocked by this news and asked Fenghua Entertainment for more information about it, but Fenghua Entertainment stayed silent for now. Lu Xiao didn't want to explain it until it attracted a lot more attention. What happened? Shouldn't Fenghua Entertainment explain it? Why are their voices the same? How come I have a feeling that Xiaichu is the real singer of Pei Hina's songs? Me too. I have a bold guess. Xiaichu could be Pei Hina's ghost singer. Have you watched the film about ghost singers? A girl is very good at singing, but she isn't beautiful, so she has to be another singer's ghost singer. Wow, I think it's possible. More and more internet users began to talk about ghost singers. At the same time, Pei Hina's fans started to defend their idol. Xiaichu is just imitating Goddess Pei. It's a publicity stunt. Right, Xiaichu merely wants to gain fame on Goddess Pei's coattails. Pei Hina had many loyal fans, but most of them chose to be quiet before the truth came out. Not every fan lost his or her reason and would defend his or her idol in any situations. In any case, the majority of the internet users liked Xiaichu's performance in the video. No matter if it was imitation or not, she left a good impression on many people. In addition, she was prettier than Pei Hina. Fenghua Entertainment had also become a well-known entertainment company now after it had gained a lot of fame last time. So many people subconsciously sided with Fenghua Entertainment. When Pei Hina read the news, she was stunned. Although she knew that it would come sooner or later the moment Xiaichu escaped, she was still reluctant to accept it. To her astonishment, Xiaichu's face was back to normal, and she looked even more beautiful than ever. Most importantly, she was signed by Fenghua. The agent Pei Hina worked for called her in Chao Guanxiang without delay. Actually, the agent was aware that she had a ghost singer, but didn't say anything about it because it was profitable. However, since it was exposed now, the agent decided to abandon Pei Hina, because they knew that Pei Hina couldn't sing. Chao Guanxiang received countless calls from reporters too, and smashed his phone on the ground in the end. Xiaichu left him no choice now. He forgot that he was the one who had forced Xiaichu to be Pei Hina's ghost singer in the first place. If he hadn't betrayed Xiaichu, Xiaichu would probably still be Pei Hina's ghost singer now, and made a lot of money for them. Karma was real. Gu Ning had told Lu Xiao to handle it well, so she didn't call him after reading the news, but continued to read information about the Yao family. Moreover, she told Kay to help her find the phone numbers of the Yao family. The Yao family was a rich family in City B, but it wasn't comparable to the Pan family or the Zheng family. Gong Zhengyang married into the Yao family and became the financial controller, which was a key position in a company of its business. Before long, Kay found the phone numbers of all the members of the Yao family, and Gu Ning gave Yao Guanghui an anonymous phone call afterwards. "Who is this?" Yao Guanghui asked. Gu Ning used a voice changer so she sounded like a man. "Mr. Yao, nice to talk to you. I have a very important thing to tell you now, so please move away from others." Gu Ning heard other people's voices from the phone, so she told Yao Guanghui to be careful. Hearing that, Yao Guanghui frowned, then moved to his study. "Who is this?" Yao Guanghui sounded serious on the phone. Gu Ning ignored his question but asked, "Do you still remember the boy you always wanted to get rid of over 20 years ago?" "What?" Yao Guanghui panicked. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Well, Gu Ning knew that he couldn't believe it, but he was also lying. "Mr. Yao, if you want to know the information about the boy, you better not play dumb with me, or you probably won't know who kill you in the future. Revenge is a dish best served cold. You abandoned his mother once she was pregnant, and even wanted to kill him. Do you think he'll forgive you?"
Gu Ning sighed.
"You?" Yao Guanghui rounded his eyes in shock. How come he knows about it? Who is this man? He can't be the boy. What does he want to do? Yao Guanghui almost forgot that he had a love child after so many years. The moment Gu Ning brought it up, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He knew that the boy would take revenge if he was still alive. What was the boy going to do to him? Yao Guanghui wasn't afraid to meet his enemies face to face, but he must be careful of his opponents in the darkness. He knew nothing about his love child, which scared him. Thinking of that, Yao Guanghui grew restless. What's your purpose? Very simple. I have a long-standing grudge against him, so I need you to help me kill him, Gu Ning said. Why do you think I'd do that for you? I know that I didn't treat him well, but he's my biological son after all, Yao Guanghui said, but it was undeniable that he ached to get rid of this son, especially when this son was a threat to his life. If you don't do it, I guess I can only do it myself, but I'm not sure which one of you will be killed first, Gu Ning said airily. Tell me, who is he? Yao Guanghui lost patience. He's right by your side. Your son-in-law Gong Zhengyang, Gong Zhengyang said. What? Yao Guanghui collapsed on his chair and fought for breath. Gong Zhengyang, Gong Zhengyang, Gong Zhengyang. Gong Zhengyang is my son? How is it possible? If Gong Zhengyang is really my son, it'll be incest that he married Li Hui. Yao Guanghui felt utterly humiliated and refused to accept it. In order to take revenge on him, Gong Zhengyang was willing to commit incest, which was terrifying. In fact, it was also frightening that he had the idea to kill his own son. They were the same type of people. Are you serious? Yao Guanghui was unwilling to accept it. You can have a DNA paternity test done if you want to know the answer, Gu Ning said. It was easy to find the answer by having a DNA paternity testing. However, the man on the phone must be sure that Gong Zhengyang was his son. Yao Guanghui was still in shock and didn't notice when the phone was hung up. He kept thinking about Gong Zhengyang. His refusal to believe and accept it gradually became anger. He couldn't wait a second longer to question Gong Zhengyang for the reason, but managed to calm himself down in the end. Yao Guanghui was a sophisticated man after all, so he knew how to compose his face. Gong Zhengyang and Yao Lihui weren't home yet, and Yao Guanghui decided to search for Gong Zhengyang's hair in their room. Gong Zhengyang married into the Yao family, so he lived in the Yao family's house. The couple also had their own house, but they spent most of their time in the Yao family's spacious house. Yao Guanghui lived on the second floor, while Gong Zhengyang and Yao Guanghui's room was on the third floor. He walked out of the study and went upstairs to the third floor without delay, then entered Gong Zhengyang and Yao Lihui's room. He searched for a while on the pillow, and successfully found several pieces of Gong Zhengyang's hair. He wrapped them up at once and quickly left for his study. Yao Guanghui planned to stay in his study all day long, because he was unwilling to meet Gong Zhengyang when they got back home. He was afraid that he might lose control of himself and punch Gong Zhengyang right in front of Yao Lihui. If it was true that Gong Zhengyang was his love child, it was impossible for him to accept him. Gong Zhengyang's existence was a threat to his life, and also a humiliation to his family. Once the shocking news went abroad, the Yao family's reputation would be ruined, and it would also affect its family business. Yao Guanghui would never allow it to happen. Mercy to his enemies was cruelty to himself. He wasn't someone who would be cruel to himself, so he had tried to kill a kid for his reputation many years ago. However, he had failed, and the kid became a bomb which could explode anytime. He never liked Gong Zhengyang, even when he had no idea that Gong Zhengyang was his love child, because Gong Zhengyang was a poor young man without any great achievements. Yao Lihui, however, loved Gong Zhengyang to death, and threatened him that she would rather die if he didn't approve of their marriage. He agreed unwillingly in the end. Gong Zhengyang had performed well in the company during the past years, so he didn't think further about it. To his astonishment, Gong Zhengyang married into the Yao family for his revenge. Even though Yao Guanghui had already accepted the shocking news that the mysterious man had told him on the phone, he still had doubts and wished that it wasn't true. Either way, he had to do a DNA paternity test. A while later, Gong Zhengyang and Yao Lihui got back home. They walked inside hand in hand, and looked like a sweet loving couple. They had been married for 3 years now, but still stayed together every second like newlyweds. It was just a false appearance. Gong Zhengyang was a very sexy, handsome, humorous and considerate gentleman, which was the most attractive kind of man to women, and Yao Lihui fell deeply in love with him at first glance. Although it was a false appearance, it was undeniable that Gong Zhengyang was a talented actor, and nobody in the Yao family knew who he really was but treated him better over time. Gong Zhengyang was very kind to them all, and worked hard as well, but didn't show any ambition, so the Yao family trusted him and let him be the financial controller. "Hi everyone, we're home," Yao Lihui said with a broad smile on her face the second she was home. "Welcome home, baby." Yao Lihui's mother hugged her with a smile. After that, they chatted with each other in the living room like a happy family. Hearing Gong Zhengyang's voice, Yao Guanghui trembled in anger, but he did his best to calm himself down and stayed in the study. He didn't sleep at all that night. When it was about 6 a.m. in the morning, Gu Ning heard some noises outside from the yard. She woke up and got up to see what was going on there. She was surprised by the group of people standing in the front yard. What are they doing here? All the members of the Tang family gathered together here today. Some were busy placing roses, and some were organizing balloons. In an instant, Gu Ning realized that Tang Yunfan was going to propose. She smiled, then took a picture of the scene. Tang Yunfan and the rest decorated the yard with countless red roses and pink balloons. Without a doubt, it must have been Tang Yunfan's idea. The setting wasn't new, but he did his best. Moreover, Tang Yunfan was going to propose to Gu Man right in front of all of his family members. All of a sudden, Gu Ning thought of Lung Xiaoting, and wondered how he would propose to her in the future. She wouldn't accept a simple proposal anyway. Xiaoye didn't have as good hearing as Gu Ning did, but she also heard the noise 10 minutes later. She got up as well, and noticed what they were doing from the window in her room. Xiaoye was also touched, and hoped that she could have a romantic proposal too, even if it was the simplest one. There were many of them busy decorating the front yard, but they kept their movements light in case they woke up the people sleeping in the house, so it took them a long time to finish the decoration. Light started appearing a little in the sky at 6:30, but Gu Man was still sleeping, so they had to wait for a while longer. Nevertheless, they didn't lose their patience, and waited with anticipation. The sky was almost bright when it was 7 a.m., and Gu Man finally got up and walked downstairs to prepare breakfast. Gu Ning and Xiaoye were already in the living room when Gu Man was walking down the stairs. Both of them got up early every day, so Gu Man didn't think that it was different today. Gu Ning walked forward and pulled her outside once Gu Man came into the living room. "Where are we going?" Gu Man asked with confusion. "You'll know,"
Gu Ning said.
The door was opened, and all the members of the Tang family looked over at the door with excitement. Gu Man was struck dumb the moment she saw the scene outside, and burst into tears of joy. Even though she was mentally prepared that Tang Yunfan was going to propose to her, she was still deeply touched when it became reality. Tang Yunfan walked towards Gu Man step by step with a large bunch of roses in his hands. He seemed calm, but actually couldn't wait a second longer to hug her. Gu Man's heart was pounding and her cheeks flushed red. She felt so nervous that she almost wanted to escape. However, her feet wouldn't listen to her and she stood still. Tang Yunfan was also nervous, but did his best to stay calm. Tang Yunfan walked till he was in front of Gu Man, and stared at her with his eyes full of love. At this moment he could only see her. Even Gu Ning, who stood aside, couldn't distract his attention. "Man, we've been apart for the past 18 years. Man, I feel utterly sorry that I broke your heart, and left you alone with so much pressure. Man, I'll protect you throughout this lifetime. Man." Tang Yunfan knelt down and raised the large bunch of roses along with the diamond ring, then said with a serious face, "Will you marry me?" Gu Man cried again and couldn't say a word. The others standing around were also touched. Seeing that Gu Man didn't agree right away, someone shouted, "Marry him! Marry him!" Afterwards, everyone shouted together, "Marry him! Marry him!" It was work time and they attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. Jesus, is he the chairman of the Tang Huang Group? Someone recognized Tang Yunfan. What? The chairman of the Tang Huang Group. Hearing that, some were surprised. OMG, the chairman of Tang Huang Group is proposing to his beloved woman. The onlookers took out their phones at once, then took many pictures along with videos of the proposal scene. Hearing people shouting, "Marry him," Gu Man nodded with great excitement and took the roses from his hand. She agreed. Tang Yunfan was also thrilled and put the ring customized for Gu Man on her finger before he held her in his arms. They were a couple of the older generation and weren't as relaxed as the young generation in a public place, so Tang Yunfan didn't kiss Gu Man right in front of everyone, but just hugged her. Tang Yunfan hadn't hugged Gu Man for a long time, and he almost forgot the feeling. Now, he felt a little aroused smelling the fragrance of her body. Gu Man had the same feeling. People around them all applauded, and there was a rain of rose petals falling from the sky. Balloons of different colors were set free at the same moment. It was a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Everyone shared the romance of this moment. After that, Gu Ning told them to come inside. The onlookers, however, posted the photos and videos on Weibo without delay. Because the Tang Huang Group was too famous, everyone who saw those posts reposted them at once. Those who knew Tang Yunfan were also shocked. To their astonishment, Tang Yunfan, who had stayed single till he was over 40, would propose to a woman. Although the proposal scene wasn't as luxurious as normal rich people would usually have it, it was very romantic and loving. People were all jealous of the woman who could marry into the Tang family, which was the top family in City B. Some also attacked Gu Man and claimed that she just liked money. However, there were more people who supported Gu Man. Not every woman who marries into a super-rich family aims to get as much money as possible. They're just jealous. They don't even know who the woman in the photos and videos is, and yet they begin to attack her. Haters are so disgusting. It's Huafu Hills, one of the most expensive living areas in City B. A house there cost at least dozens of millions of yuan. I don't think that the woman is an ordinary person. Knowing that the place was Huafu Hills, the haters didn't dare to attack Gu Man anymore. Only rich people could afford a house in Huafu Hills after all. After the proposal, they had to prepare for the wedding. Tang Haifeng had chosen a lucky date for the couple, so they would hold the wedding on the 16th of next month. In that case, they had half a month to prepare for it. Yao Guanghui left for work when it was nearly 8 a.m., and he told his secretary to take his hair along with Gong Zhengyang's hair to the hospital for DNA paternity testing. He trusted his secretary, but it was a scandal after all, so he was unwilling to let another person know about it. Therefore, he didn't tell his secretary whose hair it was. Yao Guanghui also told his secretary to be careful and to attract as little attention as possible. A short while after his secretary was gone, Gong Zhengyang came to Yao Guanghui's office. The moment Yao Guanghui saw Gong Zhengyang, a touch of hatred flashed in his eyes, which was caught by Gong Zhengyang. Before Gong Zhengyang could think further, Yao Guanghui realized that he shouldn't have done that and made an excuse to interrupt Gong Zhengyang. Someone saw you pulling and pushing with a woman in the parking lot yesterday. What have you done? It sounded like he was defending his daughter. In fact, Yao Guanghui really had seen Gong Zhengyang pulling and pushing with a woman, but he also knew that there was nothing between them. He just used that to cover his mistake. Gong Zhengyang explained at once. Dad, it's a misunderstanding. The woman approached me on purpose, but I told her that I'm married, so she walked away later. There is nothing between us. Great, I just don't want Li Hui to get hurt, Yao Guanghui said, but felt quite disgusted. Dad, don't worry. I promise that I won't do anything that hurts Li Hui, Gong Zhengyang said. Gong Zhengyang cared about his revenge the most, and couldn't care less about women, let alone having sexual relationships with other women. He wasn't interested in any women even if they came on to him. It was tiring enough for him to deal with Yao Li Hui, and he thought that it was totally a waste of his time. However, it wouldn't be helpful to his revenge if he didn't have a good relationship with Yao Li Hui. No pain, no gain. In order to take revenge, he slept with his sister, but it was impossible for him to have kids. because he was reluctant to accept kids with his own sister. What did you want to talk to me about? Yao Guanghui asked. After that, Gong Zhengyang discussed his work with Yao Guanghui. Tang Yunfan and the others stayed in Huafu Hills for a long while before they went back to the Tang family's house. Gu Man also left with them for lunch, while Tang Yunfan would go back to work this afternoon. It was the opening day of Shangyun Antique Store today, so Gu Ning had to go to the antique street. She asked Tang Haifeng whether he wanted to leave with her. Tang Haifeng agreed with alacrity. Tang Haifeng had been an antique lover for years, and he was also Gu Ning's grandfather. There was no reason for him to reject it. I'll go with you. Chao Wenxin stood up at once. Me too, Tang Jiakai said. Why don't we go there together? Tang Yunfan said. Although he wasn't interested in antiques, he would love to attend the opening ceremony of his daughter's shop. He had been absent when Jade Beauty Jewelry held the opening ceremony and release conference last time, and he didn't want to miss this chance. However, Gu Ning rejected his advice. No, please don't attract too much unnecessary attention for my shop. They were the richest man, the secretary of the municipal party committee, and the director of the political department in City B. It was hard for others not to pay special attention to them. Tang Yunfan was struck dumb for a second, and felt aggrieved. You don't want me to show up? Nope. Please take your fiancé to dine at your home now. I can go there with Grandpa, Gu Ning said. Tang Yunfan didn't insist, but he would still send her a gift under the name of the Tang Huang Group. Afterwards, Tang Yunfan and the other adults went back to the Tang family's house together, while Tang Haifeng, Chao Wenxin, Tang Jiakai, and Tang Zhiyang followed Gu Ning to the antique store. Gu Man wasn't in a dangerous situation anymore, so Chao Ye went back to Gu Ning's side. Chao Wenxin, Gu Ning and Tang Haifeng sat in the same car. Chao Ye drove Gu Ning's white Lamborghini, and the brothers shared a car. The Tang family kept a low profile, so their cars were less noticeable, although they were also luxurious cars. The most noticeable car had to be Gu Ning's Lamborghini. It was her only car anyway. On the way, Tang Haifeng called his old friends to appreciate the antiques with him. He also invited Master Lei and Zhao Iru. Zhao Iru lived in another city, but his daughter married in City B, so he visited and stayed in City B often. He was retired after all and had a lot of free time. Hearing that Gu Ning opened an antique store in City B, both of the old men were surprised, because there were only a few young people who had an interest in antiques nowadays. They were also excited to appreciate antiques, especially when they knew that it was Gu Ning's shop. Tang Haifeng also called many other friends in the Antiques Association. Master Xiao was included. Hey Xiao, what are you doing now? Tang Haifeng asked with a broad smile on his face. On my way to the antique street. Do you have any good news? Master Xiao asked. They seldom contacted each other, and talked about antiques every time they met. Great! I'm on my way to the antique street now as well. My granddaughter's antique store is going to open today. Why don't you go there with me? There are many good real antiques. Tang Haifeng said with pride. Gu Ning, who stood next to him on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed, because Master Xiao had already seen them. Gu Ning recognized Master Xiao's voice, and felt surprised that Master Xiao was her grandfather's friend. Hearing that, Master Xiao was also surprised. How come there are two antique stores going to open today? Tang Haifeng's granddaughter is also in her early 20s. Why is the younger generation beginning to love antiques all of a sudden? Master Xiao believed that Tang Haifeng's granddaughter had to be Chao Wenxin, because Chao Wenxin was the only granddaughter in the Tang family till now. Sure, see you then. Master Xiao agreed. Shangyun Antique Store was going to open at 10 a.m. today. Li Fengxia and Du Mingda focused on it the entire time. They were mad to see Du Laifeng in his shop, but they could do nothing about it. When it was already 9:30 a.m., there were still only a few customers in the shop, so they gloated over Du Laifeng's failure. The signboard of Shangyun Antique Store was still covered with a cloth, and others didn't know that this shop was a branch of Shangyun Antique Store. Otherwise it would be crowded already. Shangyun Antique Store was a famous brand in the antique industry now. A while later, Gu Ning and the others arrived. Once Tang Haifeng showed up, someone recognized him. Jesus, isn't he Master Tang from the richest family in City B? I think so. Wow, I didn't expect that I could meet Master Tang here. I feel so honored now. Hearing their talk, more and more people gathered there with excitement. Master Tang held great fame in City B, and nobody didn't know that his family was the most influential family in City B. Li Fengxia and Du Mingda were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Master Tang would visit Du Lifeng's shop. And the girl by Master Tang's side. Isn't she the goddess Gu, who is quite popular on the internet these days? She's also the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. What? She's the goddess Gu? Yes. She's an unbelievable girl. And many people regard her as their idol. I'm so excited to see her in real life. I must take a photo to remember this moment. Saying that, many people took out their phones to take pictures. Du Lifeng also felt honored when Tang Haifeng appeared in his sight, even though he came here because of Gu Ning. He had never met such an important figure before. It's so nice to meet you, Master Tang, boss. Du Lifeng greeted them with respect. Hearing that, the onlookers were all surprised to know that this antique store was Gu Ning's. Maybe it was because Gu Ning was a famous successful businesswoman now, but they weren't shocked that Gu Ning owned another store. Li Fengxia and Du Mingda didn't dare to do anything to hurt Gu Ning after hearing the news. Tang Haifeng received Master Zhao's call the moment he arrived. Master Zhao asked him whether he had arrived yet, and said that he was going to meet him. When Tang Haifeng told Master Zhao where he was, Master Zhao was astonished, because it was Gu Ning's shop. Since when did Gu Ning become Tang Haifeng's granddaughter? Master Zhao thought to himself. Master Zhao was confused, but he guessed that maybe Tang Haifeng treated Gu Ning as his granddaughter. He knew who the members of the Tang family were. Anyway, the girl had to be very outstanding if Tang Haifeng appreciated her. Master Zhao then went to Gu Ning's antique shop along with his apprentice. Before long, they arrived and met Tang Haifeng and the others. Hi Zhao, come here. Let me introduce you. Tang Haifeng couldn't wait a second longer to introduce Gu Ning to them. This is my granddaughter, Gu Ning.
Grandpa Xiao, Uncla Chang.
Gu Ning greeted them politely. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was surprised. Ning, do you know Xiao? Well, Grandpa Xiao and Uncle Chang visited my shop yesterday, Gu Ning said. Haha, Tang. I've seen those real antiques before you, Master Xiao said with satisfaction. What? Ning, why didn't you call me first? Tang Haifeng was displeased. Gu Ning immediately explained with a smile. I ran into Grandpa Xiao yesterday, so he saw those real antiques before you. Even so, Tang Haifeng was still a little unhappy. Tang, since when have you had another granddaughter? Master Xiao asked with curiosity. Don't you think she closely resembles Yun Fan? Tang Haifeng said. Master Xiao didn't pay much attention to it until now, because he had just met Tang Yunfan a few times and he was losing his memory as an old man. He took a closer look at Gu Ning's face, and was astonished to find that Gu Ning really did resemble Tang Yunfan a lot. An idea dawned on him, and he rounded his eyes in shock. Is she Yunfan's? Right, but it's not the time to make it public yet. Tang Haifeng interrupted Master Xiao before he could finish his sentence. Hearing that, Master Xiao closed his mouth, but he was curious about why Tang Yunfan suddenly had a daughter. After that, many flower baskets under the name of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm and the Tanghuang Group were delivered. Master Lei also came a while later. Zhaoiru showed up too. They all came with flower baskets, which caused the antique street to be ablaze with fresh flowers. Tang Haifeng's friends who were members of the Antiques Association arrived one after another. One of them was its head. Given Tang Haifeng's high social status, his friends were all important figures. Tang Haifeng introduced Gu Ning to his friends afterwards, and they were all as curious as Master Xiao about Gu Ning. However, Tang Haifeng told them that it wasn't the time to make it public, so they didn't ask further. Those important figures' arrival caused a sensation at the antique street. Many antique lovers along with owners of other antique stores ran to have a look. Several members of the Antiques Association were frequent visitors of the antique street, so they got to know that many of their friends were there. In the following minutes, people were all busy greeting and chatting with each other, bustling with noise. When it was 10:10 a.m., the opening ceremony began. Du Lifeng gave the speech, then uncovered the signboard and 3 words Shangyun Antique Store were exposed before everyone's eyes. Seeing the signboard, many were surprised. Jesus, it's Shangyun Antique Store. Is it very famous? Of course it is. Shangyun Antique Store is very famous in the antique industry right now. Shangyun Antique Store had already gained some fame in the antique industry before Gu Ning took it over. And it was a lot more famous after Gu Ning became its new boss. To most of the onlookers' surprise, Shangyun Antique Store had a branch in City B now. The handicrafts of Shangyun Antique Store were always popular, and many owners of other antique stores felt quite stressed after knowing that there were many real antiques in it. However, nobody dared to cause any trouble, because they all knew that Gu Ning had good connections in all kinds of industries. After Du Lifeng's speech, Gu Ning gave a short acknowledgement, and when she finished, it was time to cut the ribbon. Tang Haifeng, Master Lei, and the head of the Antiques Association did the ribbon cutting together. Afterwards, people went inside to appreciate the handicrafts and real antiques. Onlookers were more interested in handicrafts, while antique lovers focused on the real antiques. There was an exhibition wall made of bulletproof glass in the room, where real antiques were placed. The history and price of each antique were written down on a card beside it. Those antique lovers were all shocked seeing the real antiques, because every one of them was worth at least several million yuan. There were too many people in the store, so Xiaoya along with Tang Haifeng's bodyguards were arranged to keep order, in case someone stole. Luckily, they didn't find a thief. The news about Xiaichu and Pei Hina attracted more and more attention, and it became the hottest news on many websites. Many internet users appealed to the 2 singers and the agents they worked for to make an official explanation. Although they had many guesses, they still wanted to know the truth. At noon, Fenghua Entertainment finally gave an explanation and posted all the evidence on Weibo. It exposed the shocking truth that Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina had used Xiaichu to make a large amount of money during the past several years. Xiaichu had also been caught in a car accident because of them. Once the post was sent out, it threw a bomb among internet users. Jesus, how can they be so shameless? They schemed to disfigure Xiaichu's face with a car accident. They're criminals, and they should be arrested by the police. Poor Xiaichu. She has been cheated for so long. Good for her that she escaped after she found out. I wondered why Pei Hina has been absent for so long, and now I know that she's never been a singer. Put them in jail. Some internet users also thought that Xiaichu might want to become famous on Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina's coattails. I think that this is a scheme instead. No evidence shows that Qiao Guanxiang has schemed to disfigure Xiaichu's face with a car accident. I only see 2 photos of Xiaichu's face before and after the car accident. Maybe Qiao Guanxiang gave her a job after her face was disfigured. It's not right to use a ghost singer to make money, but it's not illegal either. I think so. It's also possible that Xiaichu betrayed Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina after she made some money and had plastic surgery. Many internet users agreed with the above comments, so some of them were also criticizing Xiaichu and Fenghua Entertainment. Those comments seemed reasonable, but they weren't the truth after all. Facing accusation, Qiao Guanxiang, Pei Hina, and the agent they worked for stayed silent the entire time, which made more and more people believe that Fenghua Entertainment was right. It was a criminal case, so the police was also involved to conduct an investigation. A day later, the agent Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina worked for finally made an announcement, but it wasn't defending them. Instead, the agent fired them. It was obvious that Qiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina were guilty. After the drama, Xiaichu gained a lot of attention. Because her songs were very popular, many people became her fans after the real singer showed up. Of course, there were still some who thought that Xiaichu was calculating and disliked her. Nobody could be liked by everyone anyway. Xiaichu didn't care about those criticisms, because she knew that it would take time for people to know more about her. When it was 12 p.m., Gu Ning invited her guests to dine together. After lunch they all left. Tang Haifeng went back to the Tang family's house under bodyguards' protection. Tang Jiakai went to his school, and Tang Zhiyang left for work. Although Tang Yunfan already went back to work in the company, Tang Zhiyang still had a lot to learn, and he would go back to his school after Tang Yunfan's wedding. Gu Ning, Chao Wenqin and Xiao Ye were left alone together. Gu Ning was going to the Land and Resources Bureau now because Quan Mingkai had told her that he successfully bought the land, and she needed to finish the legal procedure at the government department. It was an abandoned piece of land, and the government was more than happy to sell it, especially when the buyer was a member of the Tang family. It was said to be a haunted land, but not everyone believed it. Its price was also low because of the terrifying news. Ning, what are you going to do next? Chao Wenqin asked. I need to go to the Land and Resources Bureau now, Gu Ning said. What are you going to do there? Chao Wenqin asked. I just bought land, Gu Ning said. Where? Chao Wenqin asked. Gu Ning told her the address, which scared her. Ning, you can't buy it. It's haunted. I know, but it's just a rumor, Gu Ning said and didn't look afraid at all. But Chao Wenqin was still worried. Don't you think that I can handle it? Gu Ning asked with a smile. Chao Wenqin was struck dumb for a second. She obviously believed that Gu Ning could handle it well given Gu Ning's outstanding ability. They went to the Land and Resources Bureau together later, and soon finished the legal procedure. Quan Mingkai was absent, but he had given a call to the staff in the bureau beforehand, so it was done within a short time. With the legal document, Gu Ning told Ng Guangyao to deal with the rest. Shenghua Real Estate had been expanding fast after merging with Hongyun Real Estate and its own development. Now it was ranked third on the rich list of City F with 3 billion yuan in assets. Its rapid development also became a well-known story in City F. Gu Ning also told Ng Guangyao the terrifying news about the land, but she didn't tell him many details, but just said that it was a rumor. Ng Guangyao trusted Gu Ning, so he believed her. After days of resting and a supply of drugs, Feng Shuiqin was able to calm down a little. However, she was already addicted to drugs, and the Feng family had to buy drugs for her. Luckily, they were rich enough to afford it. Lu Choding stayed with Feng Shuiqin in the hospital most of the time, because she was a full-time housewife and wasn't busy. In the beginning, Lu Choding took care of Feng Shuiqin because of their friendship, but she soon got tired of it. She could still stand it, so she forced herself to keep Feng Shuiqin company, but she would often ignore Feng Shuiqin and play on her phone. Feng Shuiqin just took drugs, so she was lying quietly on the bed. Jesus, Tang Yunfan proposed. Lu Choding suddenly exclaimed with shock, which surprised Feng Shuiqin. What did you say? She asked. Hearing Feng Shuiqin's voice, Lu Choding realized that she shouldn't have said that. No, nothing. If Feng Shuiqin found out about it, she would lose her temper again, while Lu Choding was reluctant to comfort her again and again. No, you just said Tang Yunfan. You just said he proposed. Feng Shuiqin stared straight at Lu Choding. Since Feng Shuiqin had already heard it, it was useless for Lu Choding to hide it. Well, yeah, Tang Yunfan just proposed to that woman. Hearing that, Feng Shuiqin weirdly remained silent without any movements for a long while. Lu Choding thought that she might get over it, but Feng Shuiqin abruptly screamed and went crazy after a few seconds. How can he do that? How can he do that? Feng Shuiqin yelled, throwing things around the room which made a loud noise. She even got off the bed, but fell on the ground because she was short of strength. She hit her head on the bedside table, and it started bleeding. Lu Choding was scared, and went to find the doctor. She was unwilling to support Feng Shuiqin at this moment, because she didn't want to be hurt by her. Feng Shuiqin, however, kept shouting in anger with her head bleeding and her face covered in blood. Why? Why do you have to treat me like this? Look at me now. I'm already ruined by drugs, and you just proposed to another woman. Bika. Go to hell. It sounded like Feng Shuiqin was the victim, and Tang Yunfan had cheated on her, but she asked for it herself. The doctor later came and used great force to hold Feng Shuiqin down to inject sedatives into her body, and Feng Shuiqin finally collapsed on the bed. Once the doctor was gone, Lu Choding lost her patience and swore at Feng Shuaqin. Feng Shuaqin, enough is enough. If you don't want to live, kill yourself now. Stop torturing me. After that, Lu Choding left. There were nurses in the hospital after all, and they could take good care of Feng Shuaqin. Feng Shuaqin had a twisted mind now, and grew hostile towards Lu Choding. If she couldn't live a good life, nobody else could. Lu Choding, I helped you before and you want me to kill myself now? Thinking of that, Feng Shuaqin did her best to calm herself down, and called Feng Pinghui. What? Feng Pinghui sounded impatient on the phone. Pinghui, I know that you never forgot about Wang Yunping. I ran into her last year. She lives like a beggar now. Do you know who caused that? Lu Choding and I. Lu Choding turned to me for help and we schemed together to put Wang Yunping on the same bed with another man so that you would dump her. Lu Choding then caused you to get drunk on purpose and had sex with you to force you to marry her. Feng Shuaqin said, feeling satisfied. She was afraid of nothing now. What did you say? Feng Pinghui was shocked. It was true that he had never forgotten Wang Yunping, because he had been deeply in love with her, and he also had been hurt deeply by her. Even though he got along well with Lu Choding, he never loved Lu Choding. However, he didn't do anything that hurt Lu Choding either. However, Feng Shuaqin now told him that what had happened that year was merely a scheme. If so, it was completely a joke that he had hated Wang Yunping for so many years, and he felt that Lu Choding and Feng Shuaqin were really disgusting all of a sudden. They had destroyed his happiness, left a mental scar on his heart, and ruined his beloved woman's reputation. But they lived their life like nothing had happened. Feng Pinghui was in a rage and questioned, Tell me, where is Yunping now? He felt utterly guilty if she really lived like a beggar now. It was a scheme designed by Lu Choding and Feng Shuaqin, but it was also true that he had blamed Wang Yunping for everything and had even dumped her. I don't know where she is right now, but you can check the factory area in the Western District. She was wearing a uniform from a factory when I ran into her last time, Feng Shuaqin said. She knew that Lu Choding's relationship with Feng Pinghui was doomed. After hanging up the call, Feng Pinghui arranged for someone to search for a woman named Wang Yunping around the factory area at the Western District. Feng Shuaqin, on the other hand, laughed out loud like a crazy woman. Lu Choding, your life will be ruined as well. Lu Choding went to a beauty salon after she left the hospital. She had no idea that her happy marriage and life were about to be destroyed. With the approximate area, it was easy to find a person. Feng Pinghui's secretary directly called the HR department of the factory area and found out that a woman named Wang Yunping really worked there. Therefore, Feng Pinghui's secretary arrived at the factory area in half an hour and found the woman named Wang Yunping at the 6th factory after 20 minutes. The secretary didn't talk to Wang Yunping right away, but took a picture of her and sent it to Feng Pinghui. She looked over 30 in the picture because she aged over time, but Feng Pinghui still had the feeling that she was the woman he loved at first glance. He lost control of himself and burst into tears. Feng Pinghui told his secretary not to disturb her work, and that he would come to meet her in person. Afterwards, he left his work to another secretary before he drove over. Half an hour later he arrived. It was only 5:30 p.m., and the workers were still at work, so Feng Pinghui waited outside for Wang Yunping. Feng Pinghui didn't see Wang Yunping walking out until 6:05 p.m. Although she was just 35 years old, she looked like a woman in her late 40s. What had she been through during the past years? Feng Pinghui showed no disdain at all, but his heart ached for her. If he had married Wang Yunping, they could have lived a happy life together. Feng Pinghui didn't go over at once, but followed her, trying to find out what kind of life she was living now. Wang Yunping walked to a bus stop and waited for a while. She got on a bus later and Feng Pinghui drove behind it. After 4 stops, Wang Yunping got off somewhere near the suburbs. However, she didn't leave the bus stop, but sat there looking at oncoming buses once in a while. Feng Pinghui thought that she was about to transfer to another bus, but it seemed that she had no intention to take another bus after many buses passed by the stop. 2 minutes later, a bus stopped, and a young teenage boy around 16 years old got off it. Seeing the boy, Wang Yunping beamed and walked to him. After that, they chatted and laughed while walking away. The moment Feng Pinghui saw the young teenage boy's face, he was shocked. The boy closely resembled him when he was young. Was the boy his and Wang Yunping's child? When Wang Yunping left him that year, she was pregnant, but he thought that she was carrying another man's baby. To his astonishment, this boy was highly likely to be his son. They had been deeply in love that year and wanted to marry each other. So they had sex and Wang Yunping soon got pregnant. Feng Pinghui had mixed emotions now. He was thrilled that he had a son with Wang Yunping, because the boy was the symbol of their deep love for each other. It probably sounded unfair to Lu Qiuting, but it was Lu Qiuting who had ruined his happiness. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have been apart from his beloved woman, and his son wouldn't have grown up in a single-parent family. According to the law, Lu Qiuting could be put in jail. It didn't matter whether Wang Yunping had a new family now, or they could get back together again, but he couldn't live with Lu Qiuting any longer. He wouldn't sue her given their years of marriage, but he was determined to divorce her. No man would tolerate a woman who had ruined his happiness and made his beloved woman along with their kid live a poor life. Feng Pinghui calmed himself down and followed them in his car. Around 10 minutes later, they walked to a living area and bought some food before they went home. It was a narrow road and a car couldn't drive in, so Feng Pinghui stopped his car by the roadside and followed them on foot. They walked for around 50 meters, then entered an old building. Wang Yunping and her son lived on the first floor. It wasn't a big apartment. Wang Yunping slept in the inside room, while her son slept in the outside room, which was also their living room, kitchen and dining room. Only poor people lived here. Feng Pinghui didn't go closer until they had walked inside. But he didn't immediately knock on the door. Instead, he eavesdropped outside the door. "Mom, have you found a good apartment yet?" Wang Yunping's son Wang Zixing asked. "Not yet, I'm still looking." "Don't worry, we will find a good apartment before the demolition," Wang Yunping said to comfort her son. "Mom, I'm studying hard, and I'll make a lot of money so that we can live in a good house in the future," Wang Zixing said with a serious face. It was what he wanted the most. "Good boy. Mom trusts you, and you'll be successful one day in the future," Wang Yunping encouraged Wang Zixing. Feng Pinghui felt like crying outside of the door. They didn't even have a good place to live. He composed himself, then knocked on the door. "Coming." Wang Yunping walked over. Neighbors here often visited each other, so Wang Yunping didn't think further. However, when she opened the door and saw the man standing outside, she was stunned. "Feng Pinghui? What is he doing here? How come he knows I live here?" "Yunping." Feng Pinghui greeted her the way he had called her when they were deeply in love that year. Wang Yunping soon reacted and tried to slam the door, but was stopped by Feng Pinghui. "Yunping, can we talk?" "We have nothing to talk about," Wang Yunping said. Feng Pinghui was the last man in this world that she wanted to see now. What had happened over a dozen years ago left a deep mental scar on her heart. She didn't blame Feng Pinghui for it because he was a victim too. However, it was hard for them to let it go. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Who is he?" Wang Zixing ran over at once and protected Wang Zixing behind him. He stared at Feng Pinghui, staying alert. When their eyes met in the air, Wang Zixing somehow felt that this man looked familiar, and Feng Pinghui believed that Wang Zixing had to be his son after looking at him from a close distance. "Yunping, he's our son, right?" Although Feng Pinghui already had the answer himself, he still wanted to hear it from Wang Yunping's mouth. "What?" Wang Zixing couldn't believe his ears. Didn't his mother tell him that his father was killed in an accident? Wang Yunping got nervous and denied it at once. "No, he has no connection to you. If not, why he does closely resemble me when I was young?" Feng Pinghui asked. "Well?" Wang Yunping didn't know what to say, which proved that Wang Zixing was Feng Pinghui's son. "Mom, is it true?" Wang Zixing asked. Wang Zixing was a very smart child, and he knew what Wang Yunping's reaction meant. In addition, he noticed that he really did resemble the man before him. However, it was hard for him to accept it. If he had a father, why had his father been absent for so many years? Why did his mother tell him that his father was dead? When people laughed at him because he didn't have a father, he dreamed to have one. When he saw his mother working hard and taking care of him at the same time, he wished he had a father. If this man before him was really his biological father, Wang Zixing held great hatred towards him.
No, no.
Wang Yunping denied it again. She was reluctant to let them meet each other. Please, Pinghui, we've been apart for so many years. Please don't interfere in my life anymore. Yunping, I found out the truth of what happened that year. It was a scheme designed by Lu Qiuting and Feng Shuoqin. Feng Shuoqin told me everything today, Feng Pinghui said. He hoped that he and Wang Yunping could get back together. Wang Yunping, however, wasn't surprised at all after hearing it, because she knew that it was a scheme from the very beginning. Even though she knew it, it wouldn't change anything. Let bygones be bygones. I don't care about it now. I just want to live my quiet, happy life, Wang Yunping said, feeling sad. She still felt hurt thinking of the terrible old memory, but she had no intention, ability, or energy to pay those who had hurt her back. She was used to her life now. Mom, what happened before? Wang Zixing asked in annoyance. Scheme wasn't a good word. Even though it was something that had happened many years ago, Wang Zixing was mad when he knew that his mom had been schemed against by someone else. Zixing, go back to your room. Wang Yunping didn't want Wang Zixing to know too much about it.
No, Wang Zixing rejected.
He always listened to his mother, but not today. He already found out about his mother's misfortune, and it was impossible that he would stand aside. Zixing. Wang Yunping was a little displeased, but Feng Pinghui interrupted her before she could say anything else. Yunping, since you knew that you were schemed against by them, why didn't you tell me? Feng Pinghui was astonished as well as angry. He didn't understand why Wang Yunping hadn't told him the truth back then. If she had, things could have been different. It wouldn't have made any difference. It already happened. I don't want to bring it up in front of my kid. You should leave now, Wang Yunping said with determination. Yunping, I just want to help. Feng Pinghui felt slightly helpless. He wouldn't allow himself to do nothing after he found out that they lived a poor life now. I don't need your help. Feng Pinghui, please leave us alone. If Lu Qiuting finds out that you came to visit me, she'll hurt me again. I have my son now, and I can't lose again, Wang Yunping said with anger. Wang Zixing was everything she had now, and she would do everything to protect him. I promise that nobody will hurt you again, Feng Pinghui said with a serious face. No need. As long as you can disappear, we'll be fine and safe. You have a family now, and people may say that I'm the other woman in your marriage if you visit me again and again. Rumors can ruin our lives, Wang Yunping said. Hearing that, Wang Zixing frowned. I understand that it's hard for you to accept me right now, but Zixing is my son too. It's also my duty to raise him and provide him with a good life, Feng Pinghui said. Don't you want him to have a better life and receive a better education? Feng Pinghui said that in order to make Wang Yunping compromise, he knew that it would take time for Wang Yunping to accept him, and he just hoped that she could give him a chance to take the responsibility of a father and make up for what he had done to her. Although he wanted to get back together with her, he had to divorce Lu Qiuting first. It also depended on Wang Yunping whether they could be a couple again. As for what had happened that year, he didn't mind it anymore after knowing that it was just a scheme. Both of them had been through a lot during the past years, and it was merely nothing now. Wang Yunping hesitated. She, of course, wanted her son to get a better education and live a better life, but she was unwilling to see Feng Pinghui provide that for her son. Mom, as long as I can live with you, I'll study hard no matter what level of life and education I can have. I know a person is more likely to be successful with a better life and education, but poverty can also encourage me to change my life, Wang Zixing said, which was quite persuasive. Even Feng Pinghui liked his positive attitude. His children with Lu Qiuting, however, were lazy and only knew how to spend money, because they lived a rich life, which was annoying in his eyes. It wasn't fair to say that he disliked his children with Lu Qiuting. He had no intention to punish them even though he found out what Lu Qiuting had done to his beloved woman many years ago. But it was also true that he didn't get along with them because of their characters. Wang Yunping also felt proud of her son, but she still had mixed emotions. There was no mother who didn't want her kid to live a good life after all. Wang Zixing looked at Feng Pinghui with a cold face afterwards. I don't care whether you're my biological father or not. Since my mother told you not to interfere in our lives, please leave now. We can rely on ourselves to live. Although he ached to have a father, he refused to accept a father who already had a family with another woman. Nobody could be more important than his mother in his heart. Seeing them being so determined, Feng Pinghui didn't say anything further. He left Wang Yunping his name card and told her to call him whenever they needed help. In case they fled, Feng Pinghui arranged someone to spy on them. Once they wanted to move away, he would know. At the same time, he had to go back and divorce Lu Qiuting now. Since Wang Yunping refused to accept him because he had a family, he would be divorced before he came to visit her the next time. By then she might accept him. After Feng Pinghui left, Wang Yunping seemed distracted too. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Zixing asked worriedly. Zixing, are you willing to accept his help? Wang Zixing asked. Mom, it's not important to me and I don't care about it. I only care about you, Wang Zixing said. Wang Zixing also wanted to get a better education and live a better life, but he cared more about his mother's feelings. It was all up to Wang Yunping. Wang Yunping knew her son very well, so she stopped talking about it and went to prepare dinner. Lu Qiuting shared a pleasant dinner with her friends after having a facial in a beauty salon. It was a good day for her till now, but she had no idea that it wouldn't last long. Feng Pinghui turned to his lawyer for help to draft a divorce settlement the moment he left Wang Yunping's place. When he got home, it was already 8 p.m., and all the members of the Feng family were in the house. Lu Qiuting came back home just a little earlier than Feng Pinghui, and now she was arguing with Tongwen in the living room. Qiuting, you can't spoil your son like that. You should teach him what's wrong and what's right, and punish him when he's done something wrong. How can you let your son do whatever he wants just because he's young? My nephew is also young, and is even 3 years younger than your son. Your son knocked my nephew down. Shouldn't he apologize? Tongwen glared at Lu Qiuting. A young boy around 11 years old was crying in her arms. Tongwen's parents, older brother and sister-in-law went to attend a funeral today. It wasn't appropriate for them to bring their kid with them, so they asked Tongwen for help, and they would pick the boy up a while later. However, Lu Qiuting's son didn't like this boy, and knocked him down on purpose, which annoyed Tongwen. You? Lu Qiuting was mad, but didn't know how to argue back, because it was her son's fault in the first place. Pingjie apologized to him. No. Lu Qiuting's son, Feng Pingjie, refused at once. Lu Qiuting, look at your son. The Feng family's business will be ruined in your son's hands if he's going to take it over. Tongwen believed that Lu Qiuting's son and daughter were spoiled rotten. Hearing that, Lu Qiuting was anxious and snapped at her son. Pingjie, apologize now. I didn't do it on purpose. Why should I apologize? Feng Pingjie retorted. He refused to apologize and even lied. You? Lu Qiuting didn't know what she should do now. She had already spoiled her son rotten, and her son wasn't afraid of her at all. Right at this moment, Feng Pinghui walked inside. Honey! Lu Qiuting walked forward to welcome him home without delay, but Feng Pinghui gave her a cold glance and avoided her arms. Lu Qiuting was struck dumb for a second and felt embarrassed. She didn't understand why Feng Pinghui looked so cold today. Feng Pinghui walked by Lu Qiuting's side to the living room. Sign this agreement. Feng Pinghui took out a document from his briefcase. Lu Qiuting took it and rounded her eyes in shock after reading the words on it. Why, you want to divorce me? She couldn't believe her eyes. Hearing that, both Tongwen and Feng Pinghuang were shocked and confused. What? Why? Feng Pingjie abruptly jumped up from the sofa. Dad, why do you want to divorce Mom? It's between your mother and I. Feng Pinghui stared at Lu Qiuting with his eyes full of hatred. Shuaqin already told me everything. I know that you two schemed against Yunping behind my back. You've ruined her reputation and my happiness. Don't you have any sense of guilt? Hearing that, Lu Qiuting's face turned pale, and she could barely stay on her feet. What? Feng Shuochen told Feng Pinghui everything? How could she do that? It was also shocking news in Tong Wen's and Feng Pinghuang's eyes. To their astonishment, it was a scheme designed by Lu Qiuting and Feng Shuochen. Lu Qiuting is so malicious. What you've done is illegal, and you could be sentenced to years in jail. I won't sue you for the sake of our many years of marriage, but I can't accept the fact that you've ruined my beloved woman's reputation without feeling guilty at all. I hate you and we have to get divorced. Feng Pinghui said with determination. No, I won't sign it. Lu Qiuting almost yelled. It's not up to you, Feng Pinghui said coldly. Feng Pinghui, do you have to be so cold-blooded? We've been married for so many years. It's just something that happened a long time ago. It's not important. Lu Qiuting argued. Actually, to some extent, she admitted that she had done it by saying that. It is important. Feng Pinghui raised his voice. Feng Pinghui, I love you so much. Why do you have to treat me in this way? Why? Feng Pinghui was heartbroken. She shouted in anger and felt aggrieved. Lu Qiuting, you still don't think that you're guilty of it? How can you be so shameless? You've committed a crime. Feng Pinghui felt disgusted that Lu Qiuting was so selfish. I did that only because I love you. It's not my fault. Lu Qiuting argued. Like son, like mother. She had also spoiled herself rotten. I don't think that it's love that you have hurt my beloved woman only to steal me away from her, Feng Pinghui said. And he felt utterly regretful now that he had married Lu Qiuting. It was probably the worst decision he had ever made. In fact, he didn't love Lu Qiuting, so he had no interest in knowing more about her. Besides, he spent most of his time at work, and seldom came back home, so they didn't have much time to get along with each other. Lu Qiuting also enjoyed the rich life she had after marrying Feng Pinghui. So much that she pretended to be kind and gentle in front of Feng Pinghui, in order to live this life forever. You? Lu Qiuting felt so hurt, then roared. You still can't forget her, right? You want to find her after divorcing me, right? I never had that idea before Shuochen told me everything, and I've been very loyal to you during the past years. However, I must divorce you after knowing what you've done, no matter whether Yunping is willing to come back to my side, Feng Pinghui said. Dad, you can't divorce Mom, Feng Pingjie said in anxiety. Although Mom made a mistake, it's something that happened many years ago. Why can't you let it go? Feng Pingjie was as selfish as Lu Qiuting. He didn't think that there was anything wrong if he made a mistake, but he would certainly pay others back if other people dared to annoy him. Children should be seen but not heard. Stay away. Feng Pinghui snapped at Feng Pingjie. Although Feng Pingjie was scared, he couldn't stand aside since it was about his mother's marriage. Dad, you can't divorce Mom. If you divorce Mom, I'll leave with Mom. Feng Pingjie was the eldest grandson in the Feng family, and he knew how important he was. He thought that Feng Pinghui would give in as long as he used himself as the threat. However, he was wrong. Feng Pinghui was in a rage now, and he got angrier when Feng Pingjie threatened him. Do you want to leave with your mom? Go with her. You're useless in the family anyway. Feng Pinghui only said that because he was angry now. Feng Pingjie was the eldest grandson in the Feng family, and it was impossible that Feng Pinghui would abandon him. He said that in order to teach Feng Pingjie a lesson. No. Lu Qiuting argued against it at once. Feng Pingjie was going to take over the Feng family's business in the future. If he left the Feng family right now, there would be no position for him in the family's business anymore. Feng Pingjie also shut his mouth in fear. He was, of course, unwilling to leave the Feng family. If he left the Feng family right now, he gave up his right of a fortune. Sign it now. You can drive away with your car, and you can also have the house in XX district, Feng Pinghui said. Feng Pinghui, do you have to do that? Lu Qiuting asked again. Don't you think that you're too shameless? Lu Qiuting, you should pay for what you've done. Do you understand? Feng Pinghui lost his patience. Lu Qiuting felt hopeless now. Fine, I can sign it, but you must give me 100 million yuan, she said. A car and a house weren't enough. What? Not to mention Feng Pinghui, even Feng Pinghuang and Tongwen were shocked. Lu Qiuting, how dare you ask me for that?
Impossible.
Feng Pinghui was totally disappointed in her. You haven't made a cent ever since you married into my family, and you even secretly gave your family a lot of money behind my back. I turned a blind eye on it, but it doesn't mean that it's right. If you want 100 million yuan, tell your family to pay me back the money they've gotten from my pocket first. You? Lu Qiuting was struck dumb. Her family couldn't afford 100 million yuan at all. The Lu family was just a little richer than a common family, but it wasn't rich, and Lu Qiuting had married into the Feng family, which was a super-rich family. The Lu family had also benefited a lot from their connection with the Feng family. Lu Qiuting had used the Feng family's money and influence to help her brothers, so her brothers were able to make a lot of money with her help. Tongwen, on the other hand, was mad at the fact that Lu Qiuting had secretly given her family a lot more than 100 million yuan. Oh, we can give our own family money from the Feng family's pocket? I didn't know that. I just bought my family some simple gifts when it was a festival. Qiuting, should I learn from you? They were both daughter-in-laws in the Feng family, and it was unfair if only Lu Qiuting could do that. Tongwen had a quick temper and was always straightforward, but she had never taken advantage of anyone. She didn't marry into the Feng family for their money. Although the Tong family wasn't very rich, they had power. The marriage between Tongwen and Feng Pinghuang was an alliance of power and wealth. Of course, they also fell in love with each other. The Tong family became richer because of the Feng family, and the Feng family also grew more successful with the support of the Tong family. Both of the two families benefited from their alliance. Therefore, Tongwen didn't marry into a family of a much higher social class than hers. It was understandable if a girl sent her family some gifts after she was married, but it was unacceptable that Lu Qiuting had given her family an unusually large amount of money. The Lu family wasn't poor after all, but greedy. Tongwen thought that it was highly unfair. I didn't use your money, Lu Qiuting argued. You used the Feng family's money, and we live under the same roof now. Tongwen said. It was true. The Feng family still lived together, and none of the couples had moved out, so they shared the family's fortune. The Feng family had several billion yuan in assets, but they only owned 60% of it, and the rest belonged to shareholders. Besides, 2/3 of the assets of their family's business was immovable property, while the remaining funds were used to keep the company afloat. In that case, they didn't have much money for household expenses, so the 100 million yuan that Lu Qiuting had given her family was quite a lot. Lu Qiuting didn't know how to argue back. Sign it now, or I won't even give you the car and house. Feng Pinghui urged Lu Qiuting to sign her name on the agreement. Mom! Feng Pingjie wanted to stop his mother, but was afraid of his father, so he did nothing in the end. Lu Qiuting was in despair now. She was unwilling to sign it, but she was left with no choice. If Feng Pinghui was going to expose her dirty secret, she could be put in jail, and her family didn't have the ability to help her out. Her hands were trembling when she wrote down her name, and Feng Pinghui put it away the second she finished signing. Go pack your stuff right now and leave. After that, Feng Pinghui walked upstairs. Lu Qiuting followed his order and left after a while. She didn't go back to her family's house, but went to the hospital. She was going to question Feng Shuoqin for the reason why she told Feng Pinghui about what they had done. Feng Shuoqin, why did you tell your older brother what we did so many years ago? Your older brother just divorced me. Are you happy now? Lu Qiuting criticized Feng Shuoqin in the ward. She couldn't figure out why Feng Shuoqin betrayed her all of a sudden. You're already divorced? Feng Shuoqin was surprised, but laughed out loud with satisfaction the next second. Ha 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 ha, good to know that. Lu Qiuting, don't forget that you told me to kill myself earlier today. Feng Shuoqin said. What? Lu Qiuting rounded her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe that Feng Shuoqin betrayed her just because she had said something in anger. Feng Shuoqin, I've taken good care of you during the past few days, and you betrayed me just because of a short sentence I said today in anger? I didn't mean it. Lu Qiuting shouted. You did mean it. Feng Shuichen suddenly lost control of her face and became unusually excited. You? Lu Qiuting felt so helpless. She was already divorced, and it was meaningless to argue with Feng Shuichen now. However, she wasn't willing to tolerate it. Since Feng Shuichen ruined her marriage, she was going to torture her as well. Very well. You just ruined my marriage and I accept the result, but you're just an old woman. The man you love never bothers to give you a look. He's already married, Lu Qiuting said to irritate Feng Shuichen. Hearing that, Feng Shuichen was indeed mad. Shut your mouth. The fact that Tang Yunfan married another woman was a thorn in Feng Shuichen's heart, and it was painful every time she thought of it. What? It's the hottest news recently. Why can't you accept it? Speaking of your love towards Tang Yunfan, I think it's a pure joke. You claim that you love him so much that he's the only man you want to marry in this lifetime, but you sleep with different kinds of men at the same time. You're a disgusting SL*T. No man wants to marry a woman who has been F***ed by countless men. You're sick and ill. Lu Qiuting verbally abused Feng Shuichen as much as she could. Feng Shuichen thought that she had hidden the fact that she had many booty calls with different kinds of men very well, but Lu Qiuting had still accidentally found her sexual chats with several men. Lu Qiuting had also run into Feng Shuichen with other men several times. When she found out that Feng Shuichen had a sexual relationship with Lu Xinqi, she was shocked. She treated Feng Shuichen as a good friend before, so she didn't say it aloud, but there was no need for her to hide it anymore since their friendship was destroyed by betrayal. Shut your mouth. Feng Shuichen lost control of her emotion now and started to damage things in the ward again. If she was strong enough, she would tear Lu Qiuting into pieces. Feng Shuichen's scream attracted the doctor's attention. What happened? The doctor quickly walked inside and asked Lu Qiuting. Lu Qiuting pretended that she was scared. I think she has gone crazy again. Please inject her with a sedative. Feng Shuichen went crazy often these days, so the doctor didn't doubt Lu Qiuting's words and injected Feng Shuichen with a sedative without delay. Under the effect of the sedative, Feng Shuichen soon became quiet and couldn't move on the bed, but she glared at Lu Qiuting the entire time, although it wasn't threatening at all. After injecting Feng Shuichen with a sedative, the doctor left, and Lu Qiuting began to gloat over Feng Shuichen's pain once more. How do you feel now? You must be in great pain now, right? That's exactly what I want. Feng Shuichen wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound after opening her mouth for a while. Feng Shuichen, you made me lose my family, and I won't let you live a good life, Lu Qiuting said and slapped Feng Shuichen across her face. She hit Feng Shuichen right on her wound, which was extremely painful, and tears welled up in Feng Shuichen's eyes. Lu Qiuting enjoyed every second that Feng Shuichen was in pain, so she kept slapping Feng Shuichen's face right on the wound. The bandages wrapped around the wounds were dyed red by blood within seconds, and Feng Shuichen almost fainted from the pain. However, she couldn't shout out loud, so she only whimpered. Lu Qiuting knew that she couldn't kill Feng Shuichen right now, so she walked away when she thought that it was enough. At this moment, Feng Shuichen would rather die. Gu Ning didn't go to pick Gu Man up tonight, but let her stay in the Tang family's house. Gu Man still felt a little uneasy, but Tang Yunfan persuaded her to stay with him. Therefore, only Gu Ning and Xiao Ye were in her house. When it was 10 p.m., Gu Ning finally received Leng Xiaoting's call. Shouting! Gu Ning greeted him the second she answered his call. She missed him so much. In fact, they had only been apart for a few days, but they hadn't contacted each other during that time, so they really missed one another. Leng Xiaoting also ached to see Gu Ning. Ning, I miss you. Do you miss me? Leng Xiaoting asked. Although he already knew the answer, he still wanted to hear it from Gu Ning's mouth. Yes, I do. I've been thinking about you all the time, Gu Ning said. I'm coming to City B tomorrow, but I still have to fulfill a task, so I can't stay by your side the entire time, Leng Xiaoting said. He felt excited to see Gu Ning tomorrow, but was also sad that he couldn't stay with her. It's fine. I understand. Gu Ning was very considerate, although she felt disappointed. They kept chatting on the phone. After a short while, Gu Ning heard a female voice from the other side of the phone. Hey, shouting, what you are doing alone in the yard? Hearing the girl's voice, Gu Ning was instantly displeased, and Lung Shouting was a little scared as well. Ning, let me explain. The girl is the younger sister of one of my friends, Jinshan Xian Bei, and I just came to my friend's place to talk about something. They stayed in the room, and I walked out alone, so. I trust you, Gu Ning said. She trusted Lung Shouting, and just felt momentarily displeased when she heard the female voice. Gu Ning understood that it was impossible for Lung Shouting to not meet any other women in his life. She also had many male friends by her sides. Seeing that Lung Shouting was talking to someone on the phone, the girl didn't walk closer, or say another word. She didn't speak again until Lung Shouting hung up the phone with Gu Ning. Shouting, who were you talking with on the phone? Her voice was very sweet. The girl was in her early 20s. She had gorgeous features and nobody could move his eyes away from her face when she showed up. Lung Shouting, however, knew clearly that this girl had a strong alpha personality under her stunning and delicate face. Me Z. Lung Shouting didn't answer her question, but greeted her distantly, then walked towards the living hall. Zi Beiing didn't seem upset at all after Lung Shouting ignored her, because she knew Lung Shouting's character very well, and she was already used to it. She followed Lung Shouting to the living hall. They were on a foreign island which was located in Southeast Asia. The place where Lung Shouting and the others stayed was the Zi family's house. The Zi family was one of the biggest munitioners in Southeast Asia. Zi Beiing was the daughter of the first wife in the Zi family, so she held a highly important position in her family. There were 3 men sitting chatting in the living hall, including Su Jinshan, Xian Bei, and another man of around 30 years old. Once Lung Shouting walked in, the man stood up and said, "Let's go meet my father now." He was Zi Xiaoman, the son of the first wife in the Zi family, and he was also the heir. Lung Shouting and the others followed Zi Xiaoman at once, but Zi Beiing stayed behind. Not only was the Zi family's house spacious, but it was also closely guarded. Visitors could only move casually in the front yard. If they entered the backyard, they would be shot. The Zi family was involved in munitions, so they never lacked guns and bombs. After Lung Shouting, Su Jinshan, and Xian Bei followed Zi Xiaoman to the backyard, they directly stepped into a small building. There were bodyguards standing on all 4 of its sides, and no strangers could get inside. When they arrived at the front of the small building, a middle-aged man walked out at once. He bowed to Zi Xiaoman with great respect before he guided them inside. They entered the small building and went into a room. It was a medical room filled with medical equipment and a bed. On the bed there was an unconscious man with an oxygen mask on his face. He was precisely the head of the Zi family, the father of Zi Xiaoman and Zi Beiing, but he had been unconscious for a long time till now because of brain damage. Therefore Zi Xiaoman was leading the Zi family now. Zi Xiaoman's uncle was very ambitious, and always wanted to seize a chance to replace Zi Xiaoman. But Zi Xiaoman was an outstanding and mature man, so he didn't give his uncle any ammunition. However, better an open enemy than a false friend. Zi Xiaoman had to be cautious all the time, in case he was trapped by his uncle. The Zi family had a close cooperation with the military of the country Lung Shouting came from. Zi Xiaoman and Lung Shouting were also close comrades. As the heir of the Zi family, Zi Xiaoman had received professional training when he was just a kid, which was no different from the devilish training that Lung Shouting had been through, so they had met each other in the Amazon forest many times and had also worked together to fight against enemies. After Lung Shouting heard what had happened to the head of the Zi family, he talked with Zi Xiaoman on his own initiative. He might be able to cure Zi Xiaoman's father, but there was a condition. The condition was that the Zi family had to contribute more in cooperation with the military of the country Lung Shouting came from. Zi Xiaoman hesitated for a while. Although it wasn't a bad deal, it wasn't profitable either. However, his father's life was in danger now, and Zi Xiaoman had to accept it in order to rescue his father. It would be best if Lung Shouting could rescue his father, or at least help his father to not become worse. If his father died, Leng Xiaoting said that he would take responsibility. In that case, the deal was highly risky for Leng Xiaoting in other people's eyes, but Leng Xiaoting was confident because he trusted Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting was going to save the head of the Zi family with Gu Ning's special medicine. When the medical staff left, Leng Xiaoting took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Zi Xiaomin. There are 3 pills in it. Take one every 3 days. You can help him take one right now. Sure. Zi Xiaomin took the porcelain bottle, then walked to the patient bed. He took off the oxygen mask from his father's face, poured out a pill, and put it into his father's mouth without hesitation. The moment he agreed with Leng Xiaoting, he chose to believe him. He cared about his father's life, and he also trusted Leng Xiaoting. The power crystal melted the second it was put into his father's mouth, and the magical power gradually spread across his father's body. Once it entered his head, the brain damage started to heal. About a dozen minutes later, Zi Xiaomin's father began to breathe normally, which shocked him. Wow, this? Zi Xiaomin didn't know what to say. Actually, Zi Xiaomin didn't have much hope at the beginning, but now he was totally amazed. Even Su Jinchen and Xian Bei, who had heard of the unbelievable effect of the medicine before, were astonished too. They had just heard of it before, but now they witnessed it with their own eyes. Please keep this medicine a secret, Leng Xiaoting said to Zi Xiaomin. No problem, Zi Xiaomin said, and didn't ask further about the medicine. He called a doctor at once to check his father's body. The doctor was greatly surprised that Master Zi could recover within such a short time, which was a miracle. The doctor didn't ask Zi Xiaomin what had happened, because he didn't think that Master Zi became so much better after just taking one pill. He thought that Master Zi must be recovering on his own. Zi Xiaomin didn't bother to explain it either. Lord Zi, Master Zi is much better now, and his life is already out of danger, the doctor said with excitement. Hearing that, Zi Xiaomin was relieved. Since Master Zi was much better now, he should satisfy the condition laid down by Leng Xiaoting, but they had to wait for the final result of Master Zi's health till the day after tomorrow. After that, Zi Xiaomin told the housekeeper to take Leng Xiaoting and the others to have a rest. Zi Xiaomin also went back to the living hall of the main building. Zi Bang was watching TV in the living hall the entire time, and waited for Leng Xiaoting to come back. But Zi Xiaomin walked back alone, which disappointed her. Seeing that, Zi Xiaomin didn't know what to say. He of course knew that Zi Bang admired Leng Xiaoting from afar, but Leng Xiaoting never liked Zi Bang. To be specific, he had never seen Leng Xiaoting pay attention to any women before. Even though he also hoped that Zi Bang could be with Leng Xiaoting, he didn't want to ruin his close relationship with Leng Xiaoting either. It was better for them to maintain a good relationship with people of power, instead of messing with them. Xiaomin, where is Xiaoting? Zi Bang asked. He left for a rest, Zi Xiaomin said. It's still early now. Zi Bang pouted, feeling upset. Bang, I think you should give up. He doesn't like you at all, Zi Xiaomin said. It wasn't the first time that he had tried to persuade her to give up. Zi Bang pulled her lips. She clearly knew that Leng Xiaoting had no affection towards her, but she just liked him. In fact, Zi Bang didn't know whether she really liked Leng Xiaoting, or she simply wanted to conquer him. She was stunned by him in the beginning. However, the more he ignored her afterwards, the more she wanted to conquer him. I think that Su Jinchen is also a good choice. Why don't you change your target? Zi Xiaomin proposed. Compared with Leng Xiaoting, he thought that Su Jinchen was a better choice. Leng Xiaoting was like a cold machine in his eyes. He obviously had no idea that Leng Xiaoting already had a beloved girlfriend. No, Xiaoting is the only man I want, Zi Bang insisted. Zi Xiaomin shrugged, then went back to his room. The next morning, Zi Bang got up early, because she didn't want to miss breakfast with Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, do you like the food? Zi Bang tried to strike up a conversation with him. Leng Xiaoting, however, just nodded but didn't say a word. They ate quickly and soon finished breakfast before Zi Bang could find a topic to chat to Leng Xiaoting about. After that, Zi Xiaomin guided them to the backyard. And Zibang didn't follow them either this time. When they walked into the medical room, the doctor said, Lord Z, Master Z's brain is almost fully recovered, and his fingers are moving once in a while. I think he's about to wake up. Really? Z Xiaomin was thrilled. Yes, the doctor said. After hearing the good news, Z Xiaomin was sure that his father would be awake soon, so he guided Leng Xiaoting back to the study of the main building to sign a new contract. Although Master Z was still unconscious, he would wake up sooner or later. With the new contract signed, Leng Xiaoting and his team left. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting and the others were leaving, Zibang stood up at once. Xiaoting, do you need to leave right away? Yeah, Leng Xiaoting replied and didn't bother to give Zibang a look. Can I go with you? Zibang asked with anticipation. Bang, don't behave like a 3-year-old kid. Z Xiaomin snapped at Zibang before Leng Xiaoting could say anything. They need to fulfill a task. I just want to have some fun. They don't need to bring me everywhere, Zibang said. It's too dangerous.
Z Xiaomin disagreed.
I'm not a weak girl. It's fine. If you're worried, Mengda and Nan can go with me, Zibang said. Mengda and Nan were Zibang's bodyguards. Mengda was a man, while Nan was a woman. At this moment, Su Jinshin received a look from Leng Xiaoting, so he said, Miss Z, if you want to have some fun, you can go yourself. It's not convenient for you to go with us. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to talk to Zibang, so he let Su Jinshin say it. Since Su Jinshin said that, Zibang had to give up, even though she was very disappointed. Fine. After that, Leng Xiaoting's group left. Although Zibang couldn't go with them, she made up her mind to visit the country that they came from, and went to pack at once. Zibang thought that she should visit the capital and City B. She had a friend that she met on the internet, so she decided to visit City B first. Zibang didn't know where Leng Xiaoting's group were leaving for, but she accidentally flew to the same city as them. It took around 7 hours for Leng Xiaoting and the others to get back to City B. The private jet landed at the airport of City B at 4 p.m. In City B, the result of the DNA paternity testing between Yao Guanghui and Gong Zhengyang was also out. When Yao Guanghui found out that Gong Zhengyang was indeed his son, he was shocked and felt utterly ashamed. Since he was sure of it now, he had to get rid of Gong Zhengyang as soon as possible, or the Yao family's reputation would be ruined. Even his company would be in danger. Without delay, Yao Guanghui made a call. At the same time, Feng Pinghui visited the factory Wang Yunping worked for again, but it was work time, so Feng Pinghui met the leader of the factory. The leader of the factory then told Wang Yunping to have a break. Wang Yunping didn't understand why until she saw Feng Pinghui in the office. Wang Yunping was surprised, then seemed displeased. Why did you come here again? Yunping, can we talk? Feng Pinghui stood up the moment Wang Yunping showed up. Hearing that, the leader of the factory walked outside at once. He understood that it had to be a private conversation. Feng Pinghui was the chairman of a big business group, so he wouldn't dare to act against him. To his astonishment, his worker was able to know such an influential figure. I told you yesterday not to interfere in my life, Wang Yunping said with a resigned look. Yunping, I already divorced Lu Qiuting, Feng Pinghui said. In fact, he felt quite relaxed now that he was finally divorced. What? Wang Yunping was shocked. Why? Wang Yunping didn't think that it was the right thing to do, because they had been apart for so many years after all. Wang Yunping might have already moved on, but Feng Pinghui couldn't let it go. Yunping, she schemed against you. Don't you hate her? Feng Pinghui asked. He knew that Wang Yunping was always kind to others, but it was different this time. It's something that happened so many years ago. It won't make a difference even if I hate her, Wang Yunping said. She would be lying if she said that she didn't hate Lu Qiuting, but she was actually more afraid of Lu Qiuting. No matter how many years have passed, I can't stand to be married to a selfish woman who ruined our happiness and our kids' life, Feng Pinghui said. You've been married for so many years. Even if you hate her, you already have children with her. If you divorce her, your children will be hurt, Wang Yunping said. She, of course, couldn't tolerate the fact that Lu Qiuting had ruined their happiness, But children were innocent. If their mother was absent, they would be hurt deeply. Why don't you care about yourself? She ruined our family as well. Feng Pinghui almost went crazy. Why was Wang Yunping still so considerate towards Lu Qiuting? Wang Yunping remained silent and Feng Pinghui added, I never liked her. If it hadn't been for... Saying that, Feng Pinghui suddenly realized that it could also be a part of Lu Qiuting's scheme that they had sex after he got drunk that day. Damn it! She drugged me and had sex with me on purpose. Feng Pinghui was good at drinking, so it wasn't easy for him to get drunk, but he had been drunk that night with Lu Qiuting. Feng Shuoqin had also left halfway. If Feng Shuoqin hadn't brought Lu Qiuting to drink with him, he wouldn't have stayed alone with Lu Qiuting. He didn't tend to blame Lu Qiuting for everything, but he couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. In addition, Lu Qiuting had schemed against Wang Yunping in order to be with him, but he had never liked her. If they hadn't had sex that night, he wouldn't have married Lu Qiuting. Wang Yunping thought that it made sense to her. Lu Qiuting had schemed against her anyway, so it wasn't a surprise if she had drugged Feng Pinghui in order to marry him. Yunping, let me take care of you and our kid from now on. Please allow me to take responsibility as a father, Feng Pinghui begged. He didn't mention their relationship for now because he knew that she cared about the kid most. Whether or not they could get back together again, he made up his mind to take good care of them. Why do you have to do that? Although we live a poor life, we feel quite happy, and we have no intention to be involved in your rich family, Wang Yunping said. She knew clearly that it would become complicated once she and her son accepted Feng Pinghui. Zixing is also my son. Since he's my son, it's my duty to raise him, and he has the right to inherit my properties as well. You can't deny that, Feng Pinghui said. And it meant that he was willing to let Wang Zixing inherit some of his properties. Even though Wang Zixing was his love child, he was still a member of the Feng family. To be specific, he was the eldest son, so he absolutely had the right to inherit its wealth. Feng Pinghui had 2 sons, and he would let the more outstanding one be the leader of their family. Anyway, Wang Zixing could inherit some of his properties whether or not he was the heir of the Feng family in the future. Speaking of the heir of the Feng family, Feng Pinghui preferred to train Wang Zixing, because Wang Zixing was the child he had with his beloved woman. He knew that it was unfair, but he was willing to do so. Wang Yunping, however, was shocked. Yunping, please. Feng Pinghui begged her again. Wang Yunping hesitated. Yunping, please give me a chance to make it up to you. Don't worry. I promise that I won't interfere in your life without your permission. I just want to provide better conditions for you, Feng Pinghui said. I'm afraid that I can't give you an answer right now, because I need to ask for Zixing's opinion. Wang Yunping actually agreed in her heart, because she also hoped that her son could get a better education, but she would let her son make the final decision. Although Feng Pinghui was eager to take care of them, he knew that he should take it slow, in case they disliked him, so he didn't say anything further. When it was almost 12 p.m., an accident happened on the road to the airport. A black Rolls-Royce suddenly exploded. Its driver was fine, but the man who sat in the rear seat was badly injured, and his life was in danger. People soon found out that the seriously injured man was the son-in-law of the Yao family, Gong Zhengyang. Hearing that, Yao Guanghui was relieved, but he had to pretend to be sad. Yao Lihui was stunned when she heard the terrible news, and almost passed out. She did her best to stay calm, and went to the hospital to visit Gong Zhengyang at once. Gong Zhengyang was in the middle of an operation when she arrived. Outside of the operating room, Mrs. Yao hugged Yao Lihui, who was trembling in fear, in her arms. He'll be fine. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Mrs. Yao kept comforting her. If Mrs. Yao knew Gong Zhengyang's real identity, she would wish him to be killed more than anyone else. After an hour, the operation ended and the doctor walked out with a serious face and sad news. Gong Zhengyang was too injured to be saved. Hearing that, Yao Lihui burst into tears, then fainted. Mrs. Yao was also heartbroken, while Yao Guanghui remained silent. Yao Lihui's older brother, on the other hand, had mixed emotions. He felt a little sad, but more because he felt sorry that a young life was gone. In fact, he never liked Gong Zhengyang because he thought that Gong Zhengyang was very hypocritical. When Gu Ning heard the news, she sent Xiaoya to get more details. Xiaoya went to the hospital and reported Gong Zhengyang's death to Gu Ning after the doctor announced it. Leng Xiaoting was coming to City B today and would arrive around 4 p.m., so Gu Ning wasn't sure whether she would be free tonight. Therefore, Gu Ning left for the abandoned buildings once she received Qiao Ye's report to tell Tao Dinglin, the female ghost, the latest news. And Guangyao would send a group of workers there tomorrow. It would be inappropriate if the female ghost was still there. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Tao Dinglin's face lit up, but her unusually pale face looked quite scary. Is it done? Tao Dinglin asked. Yeah, he's dead, Gu Ning said and showed Tao Dinglin the video that Xiaoya shot for her. Tao Dinglin didn't see Gong Zhengyang in the video, but she recognized the Yao family and heard the doctor's announcement about Gong Zhengyang's death. Ah. Tao Dinglin guffawed, which sounded frightening. She was a ghost, not a human being after all. Gu Ning felt uncomfortable but didn't stop her. Gong Zhengyang. I've waited for today for 5 years. 5 years. It was so painful, and you're finally dead now, ha 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 ha. I treated you so well before, but what did you do to me? You kept lying to me and you never cherished me. You even hired a bunch of hoodlums to rape me to death. Tao Dinglin shouted, guffawed and cried. When Tao Dinglin had enough, her hatred gradually went away as well. Since her enemy was dead, there was no need for her to stick to her grudge. Tao Dinglin's ghost started to become transparent before Gu Ning's eyes. Thank you. Tao Dinglin smiled at Gu Ning with sincerity. After that, Tao Dinglin disappeared and Gu Ning also left. Gong Zhengyang's mother was an actress without much fame many years ago. Because of her affair with Yao Guanghui, she quit her job and hid away in another city. Although she now made less money than before, she was still the owner of several beauty salons. Gong Zhengyang's mother came back to City B 2 years ago, because she and Gong Zhengyang were about to take action to pay Yao Guanghui back. At this moment, Gong Zhengyang's mother was in her apartment. She was the boss of those beauty salons, so there was no need for her to work every day. She seldom went out in case she ran into the Yao family. She wasn't in the mood to go out either. Normally, she would surf the internet to kill time. All of a sudden, she read the piece of news about the explosion and recognized Gong Zhengyang's car at first glance. She was scared and read the content without delay. Knowing that Gong Zhengyang was sent to the hospital, Gong Zhengyang's mother called him several times, but nobody answered. In fact, Gong Zhengyang's mother didn't care much about him. In his mother's eyes, he was just a tool for her revenge. Gong Zhengyang's mother left for the hospital at once for more details about Gong Zhengyang's condition now. Gong Zhengyang's mother was confident that their scheme against the Yao family was still a secret, so she thought that it must have been an accident instead of a murder. Even the police dealt with it as an accident, because the car was a pile of waste after the explosion and no evidence was left. Gong Zhengyang's mother soon arrived at the hospital, but only heard that Gong Zhengyang was already dead. It was so hard for her to accept the news, because her plan of revenge was also ruined once Gong Zhengyang died. Nevertheless, she refused to give up. After thinking for a while, an idea dawned on her. If she couldn't ruin the Yao family's business, she could ruin their reputation by exposing Gong Zhengyang's real relationship with Yao Guanghui. Without hesitation, Gong Zhengyang's mother went back home and wrote a post, then sent it to a famous Weibo gossip blogger. The famous Weibo gossip blogger had no moral principles, and he would post any gossip as long as it was funny and could gain attention. Before long, the scandal about the Yao family erupted. Exclusive news. Incest scandal about the Yao family in City B. The news title soon attracted countless internet users' attention. Around 28 years ago, Yao Guanghui, the leading role in the Yao family, had an affair with an actress without much fame. Her name is Lu Cixi. Lu Cixi didn't know that Yao Guanghui was already married until she got pregnant and wanted to marry him. However, Yao Guanghui forced her to have an abortion. Lu Cixi pretended to agree with Yao Guanghui, but fled carrying the baby and also quit her job. Ever since Yao Guangwei found out, he had been searching for Lu Sisi, but failed to find her. Several years later, Yao Guangwei met Lu Sisi again, and got to know that she already gave birth to their son. In order to protect his reputation, Yao Guangwei decided to kill his son. Left with no choice, Lu Sisi sent her son to an orphanage, and the boy was renamed Gong Zhengyang. Gong Zhengyang, who is precisely the son-in-law of the Yao family. After reading the post, everyone was shocked. Gong Zhengyang had been abandoned by his biological father, and his father had even tried to kill him. Gong Zhengyang must hate his father the most. Many people started to guess or even believe that Gong Zhengyang wanted to get revenge on his father by marrying into the Yao family. Gong Zhengyang's actions were too much, but most people could understand why he wanted to get revenge. Yao Guanghui asked for it himself. If he hadn't cheated on his wife, he wouldn't have a love child. Not only had he abandoned his woman and child, but he also wanted to kill them, which was completely brutal. Therefore, the majority of the internet users criticized Yao Guanghui. At the same time, some also doubted whether the post was telling the truth. It was more likely gossip without solid proof anyway. Even so, the Yao family's reputation was still affected by the scandal. There was no smoke without fire, and nobody dared to slander the Yao family if it wasn't true. Within a short time, the shocking news went viral, and the Yao family learned of it too. Yao Wenyu, Yao Lihui's older brother, was the first person who learned the news from his friend in the Yao family. He was busy dealing with Gong Zhengyang's death now, so he didn't pay much attention to other things. When he read the news, he was stunned, but he believed that the post could be true. He felt sorry and sad for Gong Zhengyang's death at the beginning, but now was quite relieved. If Gong Zhengyang hadn't been killed, his family's business could be ruined in the future. Yao Wenyu didn't tell Mrs. Yao and Yao Lihui right away, but told his father Yao Guanghui at once. Yao Guanghui panicked when this dirty secret was exposed. He wondered whether the mysterious person who had called him before leaked the information. Yao Guanghui had been so focused on Gong Zhengyang these days, and forgot to protect himself from the mysterious person. "Dad, is it true?" Yao Wenyu asked, although he already had the answer. Yao Guanghui trusted his son, so he said, "Yeah, it's true. I just found out yesterday and he had to be killed." Yao Wenyu nodded. He thought that it was right. Even if Yao Guanghui hadn't done that, he would do the same thing as well after knowing the truth. As for Yao Guanghui's affair, Yao Wenyu chose to be silent, because he also had a mistress. There were few men who could stay faithful to their partner in this world. Delete the post on the internet as soon as possible. We can't let it ruin our family's reputation, Yao Guanghui said. Sure, Yao Wenyu replied, then left. Once Yao Wenyu was gone, Yao Guanghui took out his phone, trying to get through to the mysterious man. However, nobody answered his call, because Gu Ning already threw the phone into her telepathic eye space. Yao Wenyu planned to keep it a secret from Mrs. Yao and Yao Lihui, but nurses working in the hospital also read the news and started to talk about it. Afterwards, Mrs. Yao and Yao Lihui overheard it. Yao Lihui, who drowned herself in sorrow because of her husband's death, went crazy the second she heard the terrible news. Mrs. Yao also got angry after the shock. She was mad at her husband, whose affair ruined the Yao family's reputation as well as her daughter's life. At the same time, she stopped crying, because she would kill Gong Zhengyang herself if he hadn't been killed yet. Like what Tao Dinglin had said, even if Yao Guanghui didn't have the heart to kill Gong Zhengyang, Yao Wenyu and Mrs. Yao would do it. They wouldn't allow Gong Zhengyang to exist. Gu Ning, on the other hand, couldn't pay less attention to the Yao family's scandal, and she was on her way to the airport to pick Leng Xiaoting up right now. Leng Xiaoting had someone else come to pick him up, but she just wanted to see him as soon as possible. He was going to fulfill his task tonight, so they would dine together this afternoon. Gu Ning went to the airport alone. She had already sent Xiaoya home along the way. When she arrived, it was almost 4 p.m., but Leng Xiaoting was still absent. He would arrive around 20 minutes or so later. Gu Ning? A familiar male voice greeted Gu Ning all of a sudden. Before Gu Ning turned to look at the man, she recognized his voice. It was Tang Qingyang, her older cousin in her previous incarnation. Hi, what a coincidence. Gu Ning smiled at him as he was walking towards her. Whether in the previous incarnation or this lifetime, they rarely socialized with each other, but they were relatives after all and grew up together, so it was much easier for them to get along than normal friends. There was another young man standing by Tang Qingyang's side. He seemed to be a bodyguard or something. Oh, it's really you. I was afraid that I was wrong. Tang Qingyang smiled, and the young man moved a few steps backwards. It was obvious that he didn't want to disturb them. Haha, been a while, Gu Ning said. Yeah, both of us are very busy. Tang Qingyang wore a wry smile. Although he had just met Gu Ning a few times, Gu Ning left a deep impression on him, and it was hard for him to forget her face. I read every piece of news about you, and you're really unbelievable, Tang Qingyang said. He couldn't believe that Gu Ning was just 18 years old. Well, be mentally prepared because there is more about me that will impress you, Gu Ning joked, and Tang Qingyang laughed. Sure, he said. Are you on a business trip? Gu Ning asked. Yes, I came to City B to replace a manager of our company to deal with the project, Tang Qingyang said. Is the manager Qi Ziyue? Gu Ning blurted out. Do you know him? Tang Qingyang was slightly surprised. If Gu Ning had a good relationship with Qi Ziyue, she could be his enemy. Although Tang Qingyang didn't show it on his face, Gu Ning still sensed it and explained at once, of course, because I'm the reason why they left City B for the capital. If Gu Ning guessed correctly, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin went back to the capital because Tang Yixin had lost 1 billion yuan. What? Tang Qingyang was astonished. Maybe Gu Ning had a bad relationship with Qi Ziyue. Can you tell me why they left? Gu Ning asked. Qi Ziyue's fiancé Tang Yixin lost 1 billion yuan at a casino, Tang Qingyang said. He had a feeling that Gu Ning could be his ally instead of his enemy. That's right. I set a trap and made Tang Yixin lose 1 billion yuan. Gu Ning smiled like a cunning fox. An enemy of one's enemy was his friend. Since Gu Ning planned to work with Tang Qingyang in the future, she would tell him something sooner or later. Really? Tang Qingyang rounded his eyes in shock. Gu Ning made Tang Yixin lose 1 billion yuan? 1 billion is a fortune. In fact, he always gloated over Tang Yixin's failure, so he had no bad impression of Gu Ning after knowing the truth. However, he heard the name of the woman Tang Yixin gambled against was Tang Aining. What had happened? Tang Qingyang didn't know many details, but he knew that Tang Yixin must have been trapped. Do you really know Tang Aining? Tang Qingyang asked. If Gu Ning didn't know Tang Aining, she wouldn't have used her name to punish Tang Yixin. She must be getting revenge on Tang Yixin for Tang Aining. Of course, Tang Qingyang didn't know that Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin had something to do with Tang Aining's death. In his eyes, Gu Ning punished Tang Yixin because Tang Yixin and her mother had caused damage to Tang Aining and her mother. Although Tang Qingyang rarely socialized with Tang Aining after they grew up, they did get along well when they were both kids. When he found out about what had happened to Tang Aining and her mother, he felt sorry for her. He also wanted to take care of Tang Aining, but lost touch with her. They would greet and exchange courtesies with one another when they met each other again many years later, but they weren't close anymore. Right when Gu Ning was about to answer Tang Qingyang's question, her sight fell on a man not far behind him. Leng Xiaoting arrived but was displeased. He was thrilled to see Gu Ning at the beginning, but noticed her talking and laughing with a man the moment he walked out, so he instantly felt displeased. She came here to pick him up, but she didn't see him until he walked near because she was enjoying the talk with another man. It was hard for Leng Xiaoting not to be jealous. Su Jinchen and Xian Bei, who walked by Leng Xiaoting's sides, also sensed his unhappiness. They exchanged a resigned look. Their boss was really a jealous boyfriend. Gu Ning was just chatting with another man, which wasn't a big deal in their eyes. However, if it had happened to them, they would have the opposite feeling. Seeing Gu Ning's reaction, Tang Qingyang also turned around, following her sight. When he noticed Leng Xiaoting's cold face, he got a little nervous and realized that the man was displeased because of him. Tang Qingyang complained to himself that this man got jealous so easily. He was just chatting with Gu Ning, but the man was full of hatred towards him. It also proved that the man loved Gu Ning very much. Gu Ning understood that her boyfriend got jealous again. She didn't think that it was a good thing, but still had to comfort him, so she directly ignored Tang Qingyang and walked to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting strode to Gu Ning as well, then squeezed her hand in his big palm, like Gu Ning would escape once he loosened his hand. Gu Ning didn't know what to say, because it wasn't the right time to explain it to Leng Xiaoting. "Hi, Lord Leng," Tang Qingyang said to Leng Xiaoting politely. Leng Xiaoting frowned. "Do you know me?" Leng Xiaoting didn't know Tang Qingyang, and was surprised that Tang Qingyang knew him. "Yeah, I met you once before by chance, and I also heard that Lord Leng is Gu Ning's boyfriend," Tang Qingyang replied. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt a little better. Su Jinchen and Xian Bei walked over at this moment. "Hi Gu Ning, been a while." "Nice to see you again," Gu Ning said with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Lord Su," Tang Qingyang said to Su Jinchen. As he didn't know Xian Bei, he said nothing to him but just nodded. "Do you know me too?" Su Jinchen was also surprised. "I live in the capital too, so I know something about the high society in the capital. My name's Tang Qingyang and I'm Jiang Ruiqin's close friend," Tang Qingyang said. "Oh, you're Ruiqin's friend. Nice to meet you."
Su Jinchen greet Tang Qingjing.
"Well, I'm afraid that I have to leave now. See you next time," Tang Qingyang said to them, then left. "You can leave now. Tell me when you find a good place to eat," Leng Xiaoting said to Su Jinchen and Xian Bei. He was chasing them away, because it was time for him to be alone with Gu Ning now. "All right." Su Jinchen pulled Xian Bei walking away. After that, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning walked to the parking lot. Leng Xiaoting didn't ask Gu Ning what she was talking with Tang Qingyang about because he trusted her. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't ask Gu Ning decided to explain it to him on her own initiative when they got in the car. Leng Xiaoting held Gu Ning's hand walking out of the arrival hall. The couple of a gorgeous girl and an extremely handsome man attracted a lot of attention along the way. After they were gone, a group of young people recognized Gu Ning. "Oh, I think the girl was Goddess Gu, right?" a girl said with excitement. "Really? Where?" Her friends looked around searching for Gu Ning. "She's already gone." "What a shame," the girl said. Gu Ning was nowhere to be found now. "Are you sure that the girl was her?" one of her friends doubted. "I'm sure because I thought that she looked familiar and kept looking at her," the girl said. "Why didn't you tell us earlier so we could take photos with her?" the girl's friends all complained. "I didn't recognize her at first glance. It isn't my fault." They all felt that it was a shame that they missed the chance to take pictures of Gu Ning. When Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning arrived at the parking lot, Leng Xiaoting got in the driver's seat at once, then started the car. "Do you still remember my master I told you about before?" Gu Ning opened her mouth. "Yeah, you told me that she was born in the Tang family in the capital," Leng Xiaoting said. "Right, and Tang Qingyang is my master's older cousin. Tang Qingyang's father was also murdered by the Tang family in the capital, so we share the same enemy, and I plan to work with him to take revenge," Gu Ning said. "I used to think that I should ruin the Tang family, but I changed my mind after meeting Tang Qingyang. I think the Tang family should have a new leader." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded, but he still felt a little uncomfortable, because it was very easy for him to help Gu Ning take revenge. There was no need for her to cooperate with Tang Qingyang. Nevertheless, Gu Ning already told him that she decided to handle it alone, so Leng Xiaoting wouldn't interfere, in case Gu Ning wasn't happy. "Oh, my father proposed to my mother. It was super romantic, and the wedding will be held in half a month," Gu Ning said. Glad to hear that. Leng Xiaoting also felt happy for Gu Man. He loved Gu Ning and cared about her family as well, so he obviously hoped that Gu Man could live a happy life. Gu Man had been through a lot during the past 18 years after all. "I'll leave for the capital after a short time. Since my father and mother are back together now, I won't be worried that my mother will feel lonely," Gu Ning said. The second Su Jinchen and Xian Bei got in their car. Xian Bei took out his phone and called Chao Wenxin. He couldn't wait a second longer to hear her answer. Seeing that, Su Jinchen felt a little sad. His close brothers all had or were about to have a girlfriend, while he was still single as usual. When Chao Wenxin received Xianbei's call, she was enjoying coffee with her friends, Gao Chengyun and Ran in a cafe. They were almost the same age and just graduated from their universities, so the three of them were all jobless now. However, they had no intention to rely on their families forever. Even though their family's wealth could support them to live a luxurious life, they still believed that they should do something serious. Chao Wenxin wasn't allowed to join the army, nor the police, but she disliked politics, so she thought business might be a good choice. Gao Chengyun was also interested in business, and Ran was born in a family of power, but she hated working in the government because she thought that it was very boring. Instead, she found business fun, so the three of them came to an agreement. The problem was, what business should they be involved in? The ringing phone interrupted their discussion all of a sudden. Seeing the caller's name, Chao Wenxin flushed, and her heart was pounding. Since Xianbei called her right now, he must be in City B and wanted to hear her answer. Thinking of what she had said to Xianbei, Chao Wenxin's heart was beating faster. Excuse me, I need to take this, Chao Wenxin said, then left at once. Seeing Chao Wenxin's red face, Gao Chengyun and Ran exchanged a knowing glance. Is Wenxin in love? And Ran guessed. Although she wasn't sure about it yet, she thought that it was quite possible. I think so, Gao Chengyun said, but felt a little upset. What Chao Wenxin didn't know was that Gao Chengyun liked her ever since they were kids. But he knew that Chao Wenxin treated him as a friend. He had even joked before that they could try to get together if both of them couldn't find their love. But Chao Wenxin rejected it. After that, Gao Chengyun never mentioned it again, because it could ruin their friendship. Just like what happened to Jiang Zhijing and Chao Wenxin. Jiang Zhijing had confessed his affection towards Chao Wenxin, but Chao Wenxin rejected him, so they now felt a little uneasy when meeting. It was a shame that they couldn't be a couple, but they could at least be good friends. He could also help her and care about her without worrying. He still held hope before because she didn't have a boyfriend. He wished that he could be together with Chao Wenxin. However, if it wouldn't happen, he would still move on. Chao Wenxin ran aside to answer the call and pretended to be calm. Where are you right now?
Xinbei asked.
He also sounded calm on the phone, but he was actually quite nervous and excited. Chao Wenxin had told him that she would give him the answer once they met each other again. In other words, Chao Wenxin could soon be his girlfriend. I'm in a cafe with my friends, Chao Wenxin said. Which cafe? I can pick you up, Xianbei said. Are you in City B now? Chao Wenxin asked, although she already knew the answer. Yeah, I just left the airport. Which cafe are you in? Xianbei asked again. I am in the Sky Cafe at Fengshan Shopping Mall, Chao Wenxin said. Great, I'll be right there. We can dine together with Gu Ning and other friends, Xianbei said. In case Chao Wenxin rejected his invitation, he used Gu Ning as the excuse. Oh sure. Chao Wenxin agreed. After Xianbei hung up the call, Su Jinchen joked. When did you become a couple? I never heard you mention it. Not yet, but soon. We'll be a couple in a little while. Xianbei looked satisfied and proud, which made Su Jinchen feel envious once more. Su Jinchen was probably the only single man in their team right now. He had just felt hurt seeing Leng shouting and Gu Ning's loving actions, and he was soon going to witness the new couple Xianbei and Chao Wenxin. Why was he still left single? Chao Wenxin went back to her seat after a while and apologized to her friends. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't dine with you this afternoon. Ningning, her boyfriend, and several friends of her boyfriend are coming, and we're going to gather together. Really? And Ran didn't believe it, then pulled Chao Wenxin over with one arm around her shoulders. Tell me, are you in love? No. Chao Wenxin denied it, but flushed again. No? Look at your face. You're lying. Come on, who were you talking to on the phone just then? And Ran asked. Chao Wenxin felt a little embarrassed because Xianbei and her really weren't a couple yet. I'm not right now, but we'll probably be soon. That means you found your love, right? And Ran said. Yeah, Chao Wenxin said in a quiet voice. Wow, congratulations. Gao Chengyun said with a smile, But only he knew how heartbroken he was right now. Well, I want to be in love as well, seeing as you're going to have a boyfriend soon. And Ran was affected by Chao Wenxin. I think it's easy for you to get a boyfriend. We all know that you have many admirers, Gao Chengyun said. It's not that easy. I must find someone who likes me and that I also like, or it'll be boring. And Ran said, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Most people fell in love with someone who disliked them, and they didn't like those who admired them either. Thinking of that, and Ran shook her head. Forget it. Just let fate lead the way. After that, she looked at Chao Wenxin. If you really are going to have a boyfriend soon, he must buy us a meal. We're close friends after all. It wasn't done yet, so when Ran didn't ask Chao Wenxin who the man was, neither did Gao Chengyun. No problem.
Gao Wenxin be met.
They stayed in the cafe and continued to talk about their business. Around 35 minutes later, Chao Wenxin's phone rang again. And the caller was, of course, Xian Bei. Chao Wenxin picked it up at once. Have you arrived? Yeah, we're downstairs, Xian Bei said. Great, I'm coming, Chao Wenxin said, then hung up. She took her bag and said, well, I gotta go now. Bye-bye. And Ran waved her hand. Bye, Gao Chengyun said to Chao Wenxin. After Chao Wenxin was gone, and Ran sighed and said to Gao Chengyun with deep sympathy, I think you can give up now. And Ran knew that Gao Chengyun had admired Chao Wenxin from afar for a long time, but he never confessed his affection towards her. Sometimes she wanted to help, but Chao Wenxin's attitude was quite clear, so she did nothing. At the same time, she also understood that it was impossible to force two people to be together if there was no love between them. You're right, Gao Chengyun said. He gave up but still felt sad. Don't be so sad. It's very normal to fall in love with someone who doesn't like you. Time will cure everything. And Ran comforted him. Thanks. Gao Chengyun wore a wry smile. Time would indeed cure everything, but the process was also painful. Once Chao Wenxin walked downstairs, she saw Xian Bei standing there waiting for her. She got nervous in an instant and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Can you tell me your answer now? Xian Bei stared straight at her. What do you mean? Chao Wenxin pretended that she didn't understand what Xian Bei was asking. Xian Bei knew that she felt shy, and beamed with happiness. Since Chao Wenxin was willing to meet him, it meant that she agreed to be his girlfriend. Will you be my girlfriend? Xian Bei asked directly. It was the first time that he had been so brave and straightforward in his life. Well, Chao Wenxin flushed. Will you? Xian Bei asked again. Yes, Chao Wenxin said, and lowered her head. Hearing that, Xian Bei was excited. If they hadn't been in a public place, he would have hugged and kissed her. Seeing as everything was going as planned, Xian Bei was going to give Chao Wenxin something. Wait a second, he said, then walked to the counter. There was a large bunch of red roses placed on it, which was prepared by Xian Bei. Here, this is for you, Xian Bei said to Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin felt like crying now, and her eyes were wet with joyful tears. Although it wasn't the first time that she had received flowers, it was the first time that she had felt so happy about it. Chao Wenxin took the large bunch of roses, and Xian Bei held her hand walking outside. Xian Bei had told Su Jinshan to leave when they arrived here, because he wanted to spend some time alone with Chao Wenxin. Even though Su Jinshan wanted to stay and gossip, he was afraid that he might get hurt again, so he drove the car to Jinlin Hotel. He was the only one who was left alone now. It's still early. Why don't we go for a walk? Xian Bei said. Sure.
Gao Wenxin smiled.
She didn't care where they were going, but felt happy and satisfied being with Xian Bei. Gu Ning, at the same time, didn't leave for the hotel at once, but went to the Tang family's house. She was in City B now, so she should visit the Tang family. It was still work time, so Tang Yunfan was absent, and only Tang Haifeng, Zhang Lihua, and Gu Man were in the house. Tang Haifeng was reading in his study, while Zhang Lihua and Gu Man were trimming the trees and flowers and chatting in the garden. There were gardeners in the Tang family, but Zhang Lihua would do it herself when she was home because she thought it was fun. Oh, Ningning is coming. The moment the car drove inside, Zhang Lihua and Gu Man knew that Gu Ning was coming, so they put down the tools in their hands and walked towards the car. When they saw Leng Xiaoting get out of the car along with Gu Ning, both of them were surprised. Xiaoting! They were very glad to see Leng Xiaoting. Although they used to think that it wasn't a good thing for Gu Ning to have a boyfriend at such an early age, Leng Xiaoting left a good impression on them afterwards, and they now thought highly of him. Nice to see you. Leng Xiaoting greeted them. You don't need to bring so many gifts every time, Zhang Lihua said when she noticed the big and small bags in Leng Xiaoting's hands. They knew that Leng Xiaoting did it out of kindness, but they already accepted him as a member of their family. I won't the next time, Leng Xiaoting said, although he would do the same thing again. After that, Zhang Lihua and Gu Man walked in with Leng Xiaoting, and directly ignored Gu Ning. Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed and rubbed her nose. It seemed her mother and aunt liked Leng Xiaoting more than her now. Tang Haifeng walked out at once when he heard that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning came. He also focused on Leng Xiaoting after simply welcoming Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't think that it was a bad thing but wasn't used to it yet. Before, they would surround her the moment she showed up, but now Leng Xiaoting became the focus of their attention. Xiaoting, why don't you play chess with me? Tang Haifeng proposed. Sure, Leng Xiaoting agreed, then went to play chess with Tang Haifeng. I know that you're good at chess, so you must play to the best of your ability, Tang Haifeng said. He didn't want to win the game just because he was Gu Ning's grandfather. Tang Yunfan wasn't as good at chess as Leng Xiaoting was, so Tang Haifeng thought that he had finally met a match, and he wanted to enjoy the game. I will, Grandpa, Leng Xiaoting said. In the beginning, Tang Haifeng and Leng Xiaoting were at the same level. Then Leng Xiaoting got the advantage and won by a narrow margin. Very good. Tang Haifeng wasn't displeased at all, but enjoyed himself, because it wasn't easy for him to find a match. When he played chess with his friends, normally one held a distinct advantage over another. It wasn't fun at all, because they would know the result even before the game began. Zhang Lihua told Leng Xiaoting to stay for dinner, but Gu Ning said that they had to leave to meet their friends. She also told them that Leng Xiaoting directly came to visit them once he got off the plane. The members of the Tang family felt quite touched, and liked Leng Xiaoting more. When it was about 6 p.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left, because Leng Xiaoting and his comrades were going to fulfill their task tonight. Gu Ning wouldn't ask further about Leng Xiaoting's task, because she knew that it was highly confidential. The moment they walked out of the door, they met Tang Yunfan, who just came home. Seeing Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, he was a little surprised. He was happy to see Gu Ning, but soon put on a serious face when his sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't because he disliked Leng Xiaoting, but because he was Gu Ning's father. He was strict with Leng Xiaoting so that Leng Xiaoting would take Gu Ning seriously. Nice to see you, Mr. Tang, Leng Xiaoting said politely.
That Gu Ning said.
It's dinner time. Where are you going? Tang Yunfan asked. We have an appointment with our friends, so we're going to meet them, Leng Xiaoting said. Oh, great. Since they already had an appointment with their friends, Tang Yunfan wouldn't force them to stay there. He also said to Gu Ning when he walked by them, Don't come to pick your mother up tonight. Ah! Gu Ning snorted with laughter. Tang Yunfan felt slightly embarrassed being laughed at by his own daughter, but pretended that nothing had happened and walked inside. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got in their car and drove away. Leng Xiaoting was a little sad that he couldn't stay with Gu Ning tonight. It wasn't easy for them to share some private time. On the way, Gu Ning's phone rang and the caller was Kay. Boss, I just found some evidence of the Mu family's illegal actions. If I'm going to pay the Mu family back, will the Tang family help them? Kay asked. Kay made up his mind to get revenge on the Mu family, but he had to ask for Gu Ning's opinion given the Mu family's relationship with the Tang family. I already told my grandpa, and the Tang family won't be involved. Do whatever you want to do, Gu Ning said. Great. Kay was relieved. After hanging up with Kay, Gu Ning received a call from Nguangyao. Uncle Lin, have you arrived? Gu Ning asked. Boss, the plane was delayed today, so we only arrived at City B now. It isn't early, so we plan to have dinner first and check the land tomorrow, and Guangyao said. It was an important construction project, so Guangyao came here in person. Shanghua Real Estate had many ongoing construction projects right now, including the living area in City F, Zhengyang Street in City D, and the headquarters in the capital. It took time for them to hire people and they were short-staffed right now. Because of that, they had to cooperate with other construction companies, and Guning directly turned to a real estate company under the Tanghuang Group for help. And Guangyao would strike a deal with the company on his own, and Guning wouldn't be involved. Guning would only get involved when it was necessary. How many people do you have? Guning asked. 8 in total, and Guangyao said. They came to check the land this time, and the construction would begin after a thorough plan was made. You can eat and stay in the Jinlin Hotel. I'm on my way there to meet my friends as well. See you then, Guning said. Although she didn't know much about construction, she should meet Guangyao since he was already here. In addition, the land they were going to develop didn't have a good reputation, and Guning had to remind Guangyao to figure out a way to face the rumors. Sure, Guangyao replied. Around a dozen minutes later, Guning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Jinlin Hotel. Right at this moment, Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin walked over hand in hand. Guning stopped and stared at them with interest. When Chao Wenxin noticed Guning, she drew her hand out from Xian Bei's at once, and flushed red. Hi, my dear cousin Wenxin and my cousin-in-law Bei, Guning joked. Hearing that, Xian Bei beamed with happiness, but Chao Wenxin felt shy and argued. He's not your cousin-in-law yet. Am I wrong? Aren't you in a serious relationship right now? Guning pretended to be innocent. Hearing that, Xian Bei caught Chao Wenxin's hand without delay and said, You're right. You can call me your cousin-in-law. Although they just became boyfriend and girlfriend, Xian Bei took their relationship very seriously. Chao Wenxin tried to draw her hand back, but she wasn't as strong as Xian Bei, so she gave up in the end. Guning also stopped joking about them, then walked inside holding Leng Xiaoting's hand. Chao Wenxin pouted at Xian Bei, but Xian Bei pulled her hand while walking forward. In the private room, Su Jinshin was reading news on his phone to kill time. When both of the couples walked inside hand in hand, Su Jinshin felt quite hurt. Please stop showing off your affection towards each other in front of me.
Su Jinshin gom lai.
Couldn't they care about his feelings as the only single man in the room? Live with it, Leng Xiaoting said without hesitation. At this moment, Su Jinshin wished that he were blind so that he wouldn't feel hurt seeing the two loving couples. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei each pulled a chair out for Guning and Chao Wenxin before they were seated. Su Jinshin had already ordered, so the dishes were placed on the table once they arrived. Seeing Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei serving their girlfriend all the time during the meal, Su Jinshin couldn't stand it any longer. He finished eating as soon as possible, then walked out to get some fresh air. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei ignored him and kept doing what they were doing. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Can I have a seat here? A short while after Su Jinshin went to drink tea in the tea room, a beautiful woman struck up a conversation with him. Su Jinshin was different from Leng Xiaoting, who would reject every woman, and the woman was pretty as well as elegant, so he said, Please. Thanks. The woman smiled, then sat down. I think I've seen you somewhere before. You look very familiar to me, the woman said with certainty. Oh really? Su Jinshan said, but didn't care about it, because it was an old-fashioned way to strike up a conversation with someone. The woman understood that it was a perfunctory reply, but she didn't mind it either. I saw you in the video of the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet before. Hearing that, Su Jinshin was a little surprised. It seemed that the woman recognized Su Jinshin, so she walked over to chat with him. I do admire Miss Gu, and I have always wanted to meet her one day, the woman said with sincerity. Good luck, Su Jinshin said. A few minutes later, the woman's friend arrived, so she excused herself. From the beginning to the end, they didn't exchange any basic information about themselves. After dinner, Leng Xiaoting and the others didn't leave the private room right away, but stayed inside waiting for news. When it was about 8 p.m., Lung shouting received a message and left with Xian Bei. Ningning, are you going home? Or do you want to go meet with my friends with me? Chao Wenxin asked Guning. Since Xian Bei left for his task, Chao Wenxin could go back to meet her friends for fun. I have something else to deal with. You can go by yourself, Guning said. Fine. Chao Wenxin said and left. After that, Guning called Nguangyao. Nguangyao just finished his dinner when Guning called him. He told Guning the number of his private room, and also asked her whether he should tell the others to leave, because the others didn't know who their real boss was. Guning told him that it was fine, so Nguangyao didn't tell the others to leave. It wasn't necessary for Guning to hide her real identity now. After hanging up the call with Guning, Nguangyao told the others that their real boss was coming. All the staff members in Shanghua Real Estate knew that they had a new boss, but none of them knew who their boss was, and every one of them got excited now knowing that their boss was coming. Nguangyao directly told them that their new boss was an 18-year-old girl, in case they forgot their manners when they saw Guning a while later. Hearing that, they were all shocked. It was so hard for them to believe that their real boss was a girl who was just 18 years old. Chairman N, are you sure? Someone asked with doubt. Yes, and her name is Guning. She is the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Nguangyao added. What? The founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Everyone was shocked again because they had all heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry. In that case, they felt that it wasn't so surprising that Guning had acquired Shanghua Real Estate. The people around the dining table were all important figures in Shanghua Real Estate, so they soon accepted the shocking truth. A while later, Guning walked inside and they stood up at once. Nice to see you, boss. Seeing their reaction, Guning understood that Nguangyao must have introduced her to them beforehand. Nice to see you all as well. Have a seat, please, Guning said and sounded very kind. Afterwards, they were all seated, and Guning sat right by Nguangyao's side. Well, to be honest with you, I know very little about construction, so you'll take full responsibility of this project. But there is one thing I have to tell you right now, Guning said. Chairman N has probably told you before that rumors abound as to the so-called haunted land. I've done my investigation. Someone did get killed there, but there is no ghost, so please don't worry about it. Sure, boss, Nguangyao said. The land is quite large, around 3,000 square meters, so I think that we can build 2 office buildings. We'll occupy one of them and rent the other out, Guning added. Nguangyao actually had the same idea because one office building was enough for them. Guning took out a name card and gave it to Nguangyao. This is the name card of a manager who works for Huangtu Real Estate, which is controlled by the Tanghuang Group. We're short-handed right now, so you can hire some workers from Huangtu Real Estate. No problem, Nguangyao said and took the name card. Afterwards, Guning discussed some business with Nguangyao before she left. Coincidentally, she ran into Tang Qingyang again at the entrance of the hotel. Hi, what a coincidence. Tang Qingyang was also surprised to see Guning. Are you alone? Where is Lord Lung? Oh, he left to deal with something, Guning said. Are you free now? Can we share some tea? Why not? Tang Qingyang agreed with alacrity. He also planned to contact Guning to ask her for more details about Tang Aining. It wasn't suitable for others to hear their conversation, so he told his bodyguard to wait for him in the car, then left with Guning for the tea room. When they arrived at the tea room, they ordered tea first. A waiter asked them whether they wanted kung fu tea or normal tea. Because Guning and Tang Qingyang were going to discuss about something serious, they wouldn't order kung fu tea. They didn't want another person to be in the room, so they ordered normal tea. The waiter then poured out 2 cups of tea for them, then walked out. Tang Qingyang didn't open his mouth until the waiter was gone. May I know what you want to talk to me about? Although he had many questions to ask Guning, he should be polite and let Guning talk about her ideas first because it was Guning who invited him to come. The topic we didn't finish today, Guning said. They had the same idea. You asked me whether I really know Tang Aining. Yes, I do know her, Guning said. Not only do I know her, but I also know her very well, because she was my master and she taught me kung fu. What? She taught you kung fu. Tang Qingyang rounded his eyes in shock. Tang Aining is a kung fu master? Tang Bingsen sent Tang Aining to a killer organization once her mother was caught in a car accident. He did that in order to control her so that she would help the Tang family do dirty deeds. Tang Aining was exposed later, so the Tang family killed her. As Tang Aining's apprentice, I must take revenge for her, Gu Ning said with determination. What? Tang Bingsen sent Tang Aining to a killer organization once her mother was caught in a car accident. He did it in order to control her so that she would help the Tang family do dirty deeds? Tang Qingyang couldn't believe his ears. No wonder he hadn't seen Tang Aining for a long time. Tang Aining was already dead. Tang Bingsen was such a horrible person that he had cheated on Tang Aining's mother, and had even trained Tang Aining as a killer. Although Tang Qingyang didn't know how a killer organization worked in real life, he had watched films about it. Hundreds of people fought against each other in a closed building. If you didn't kill, you would be killed by others. Only a few people could survive and become qualified killers. If it happened in real life, then Tang Bingsen was really a brutal father. Tang Aining was his biological daughter after all. After hearing what had happened to Tang Aining, Tang Qingyang had deeper sympathy for her. I also know that Tang Bingsen is the cause of your father's death, and that you came back home to take revenge as well, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Qingyang was shocked. How come Gu Ning knew that Tang Bingsen was the mastermind behind the scheme which caused his father's death? Tang Qingyang indeed held a long-standing grudge against Tang Bingsen. Gu Ning was right. Tang Bingsen was the cause of his father's death, and he came back home in order to get revenge on Tang Bingsen for his father. However, his enemy was too powerful, and it was very difficult for him to succeed. Gu Ning added, I planned to ruin the Tang family's business in the beginning, but I changed my mind after I met you. You're my master's older cousin, so I think that you can be a good leader of the Tang family's business. What do you think? Gu Ning knew what Tang Qingyang wanted to do very clearly, so she didn't bother to hide her purpose. Tang Qingyang was more than shocked after hearing her. He mainly wanted to get revenge on Tang Bingsen, and had no intention to be the leading role of the Tang family's business. However, he thought that it wasn't a bad idea since Gu Ning proposed it. In addition, Tang Qingyang subconsciously trusted Gu Ning. If you mean it, I won't reject, Tang Qingyang said. It took time for him to get involved in the Tang family's business. Not to mention Gu Ning's outstanding ability, she also had many connections in high places. If he could cooperate with her, it would be much easier for him to take revenge. There was no reason for him to reject it. If we're going to take revenge, we can only do it after I go to study in the capital, because I don't have much time right now, Gu Ning said. It's easy and quick to kill a man, but I don't want them to die without suffering. No problem, Tang Qingyang said. I had a plan of 2 or 3 years to take revenge. Since you're willing to cooperate with me now, I can wait for several months. After all, it was impossible for Tang Qingyang to pay Tang Bingsen back within a short time, because he didn't have that ability. Just like that, Gu Ning came to an agreement with Tang Qingyang, and she left afterwards. Since Lung Xiaoding was busy fulfilling his task tonight, Gu Ning went directly back to Huafu Hills. However, it wasn't the end of the day yet. When Gu Ning drove home, she was caught in an accident halfway. A bunch of people were fighting against each other on the sidewalk, but a man was kicked all of a sudden, and fell on the hood of Gu Ning's car. It happened too fast and Gu Ning didn't have time to avoid it. F***ck. She couldn't help but say a dirty word. Her car cost over 10 million yuan, and it cost several million yuan to change a hood. Even though Gu Ning didn't lack money at all, it didn't mean that she would waste her money. The man rolled onto the ground after falling on the hood of Gu Ning's car. Luckily, Gu Ning had slammed on the brakes in time, or the man could have been run over by her car. Seeing the large dent in the hood, Gu Ning got angry. She got out of her car at once and pulled the man up to discuss compensation. The man was heavily hit, but wasn't seriously injured, and he was able to run away after breathing in a few times. It showed that this man had received professional training. Just as Gu Ning pulled the man up, another man was kicked over. She subconsciously kicked him back, and the man flew back following the same direction, then knocked over a person in black. The scene amazed everyone on the road, and they turned to look at Gu Ning. Seeing that Gu Ning was a young girl, they were all surprised. To their astonishment, this young girl was so agile and strong. They didn't have much time to pay attention to Gu Ning now though, and soon focused on the fierce fight. Gu Ning then stood aside watching them fight against one another. She decided to deal with it when they were done. There were two groups of people involved in the fight. One group was made up of 7 men who were all in black, and they looked like bodyguards or something, while the other group consisted of 2 women and a man. The 2 women and the man were excellent at fighting, and they didn't seem stressed at all in a fight against 7 men. Around 5 minutes later, the group of 7 men were beaten down on the ground, and the 2 women along with the man were about to leave, but Gu Ning stopped them. "Hey, whoever kicked the man just then should pay the compensation. He just damaged my car." Gu Ning wouldn't let them get away with it. "Mengda, give her 200,000 yuan, a beautiful young woman said. It was Zibeiing, and the man with her was her bodyguard Mengda. Mengda was a man around 30 years old. He had a medium build, but was a martial arts expert. The woman standing by Zibeing's side was Nan, who was 27 years old. She was petite but was also good at fighting. Zibeing was born in a family which was one of the 3 biggest munitioners in Southeast Asia, so her bodyguards were ace fighters. If they met Gao Yi and Xiaoya in a fight, it was hard to tell which group would win. Zibeing had no intention to leave without paying the compensation. 200,000 yuan was nothing in her eyes. 200,000 yuan? That's not enough, Gu Ning said. Not enough. Zibeing frowned. She didn't think that a hood was worth much. You can have a look at my car, and you'll know whether it's enough or not, Gu Ning said. Zibeing gave Mengda a look, and he walked forward. After a while, Mengda walked back to her and said, "Lady Bang, it's a limited edition Lamborghini, and it costs nearly 20 million yuan. Its hood costs around 3 million yuan. 3 million yuan? Zibeing frowned. She was amazed by the price of the car. Although 3 million yuan was still nothing in her eyes, she wasn't willing to pay the full compensation alone. It wasn't completely her fault anyway. I'm willing to pay the compensation, but I can only give you 1.5 million yuan. As for the rest, you can ask him for it." Zibeing pointed at the man in Gu Ning's hand. "I don't care how you split the compensation. I demand 3 million yuan right now," Gu Ning said. "I don't have money," the man who was caught by Gu Ning said. "It's none of my business that you don't have money," Zibeing said and lost patience. "I'll only give you 1.5 million yuan. Take it or leave it. I already told you that I don't care how you split the compensation. I just demand 3 million yuan right now. And you can't leave right now because I have to call the police," Gu Ning said. "Both of them should take responsibility. Don't take my kindness as tolerance. Do you think that you can stop us if we want to leave?" Zibeing was mad. Right now she looked very different from her cute and kind face that she showed in the Z family's house. "Try it," Gu Ning said coldly. "Let's see," Zibeing said, and made up her mind to not give Gu Ning the 1.5 million yuan. Gu Ning threw the man in her hand away without hesitation, then went straight ahead to block their way. "Get out of my way right now," Zibeing warned. Although Zibeing knew that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl because she just had easily kicked a man away, they didn't think that Gu Ning could beat the 3 of them in a fight by herself. In fact, they thought that any of them would be able to beat Gu Ning down. "You must stay until the police arrive," Gu Ning said. "You?" Zibeing was annoyed, then gave an order. "Nan, teach her a lesson." "Sure," Nan said, then attacked Gu Ning without delay. Gu Ning also fought back at once. From the very beginning, Gu Ning already got complete control of the fight. Nan, on the other hand, failed to hurt Gu Ning after a long while. "Mengda, go help Nan." Zibeing got anxious. To her surprise, this young girl was much better than Nan at fighting. Mengda joined Nan the next second. However, they still couldn't hurt Gu Ning at all, and Mengda was punched by Gu Ning several times. Seeing that, Zibeing was shocked and mad. Zibang didn't hesitate and joined the fight. However, the three of them still weren't able to hurt Gu Ning. Someone had called the police when they had fought against those men in black, so the police arrived before the second fight came to an end. Seeing the fierce fight, the policemen were all shocked, and none of them dared to walk forward to stop them. Gu Ning stopped when she saw the policemen, and Zibang's group also stopped. After hearing what had happened, the police made a judgment that Zibang should pay 2 million yuan, while the man in black should pay 1 million yuan to Gu Ning. As for Zibang's grudge against those men in black, the police would get involved in it if they weren't willing to deal with it themselves. Zibang was unwilling to let the police get involved in it. She already left the ambit of the Z family, so if she didn't want to cause bigger trouble, she had to give in right now. She could easily solve this problem by exposing her family background, but it would put her in a more dangerous situation. Her family had many enemies, and she was reluctant to put her life in danger. Those men in black were also willing to pay Gu Ning the compensation. Zibang fixed her eyes on Gu Ning after the judgment. She was mad at Gu Ning and hated Gu Ning very much, but Gu Ning looked relaxed. It seemed like Gu Ning didn't care about it at all, which annoyed Zibang. To protect Gu Ning's safety, the police told Gu Ning to leave earlier, so Zibang could only watch Gu Ning driving out of her sight. When Gu Ning got home, she told Xiaoya to deal with the dent. Although Gu Man lived in the Tang family's house right now, she didn't sleep in the same room as Tang Yunfan. The members of the Tang family went back to their rooms to rest around 11 p.m. Gu Man lay on her bed and thought for a while, then called Gu Qing. Gu Qing was still awake. "Hi man, are you still up?" Gu Qing asked. "Yeah. How is business going in our beauty salon?" Gu Man said. "It's super good. We're so busy these days, and the new skincare products couldn't be more popular among the customers." Gu Qing sounded excited. The new skincare products were about to be out of stock. "Glad to know that." Gu Man also felt happy. How is Qinxiang doing now?" Speaking of Gu Qinxiang, Gu Qing was a little nervous. "Man, please don't be mad at me." Hearing that, Gu Man frowned. "Why?" "I'm sorry. I know you dislike him, but he's my older brother after all. He's changed a lot as well, so I lent him 2 million yuan to help him keep his company afloat, but he has to pay the money back to me in the future. He still needs to rely on himself from now on," Gu Qing said. Gu Qing wasn't as deeply hurt by Gu Qinxiang as Gu Man was, so she was more willing to help him. At the same time, she felt a little guilty too, so she didn't tell Gu Man. Since Gu Man asked about Gu Qinxiang's condition now, she thought that she should tell her. Gu Man remained silent for a while after hearing it, but she wasn't mad. "Qing, I won't help him myself, but I won't stop anyone else from helping him either. I understand that you don't have the heart to see him living a poor life. It's fine. You don't need to apologize to me." "Thanks," Gu Qing said. "Oh, are you still in City B?" Gu Qing asked all of a sudden. "Yeah," Gu Man said. "Qing, I'm going to get married soon." Actually, Gu Man called Gu Qing to tell her the good news. She should have told Gu Qing the news when Tang Yunfan had proposed to her, but she felt too nervous to call Gu Qing back then. "Really? Is the man Ningning's biological father?" Gu Qing was surprised. Although she knew that Gu Man would get together with Tang Yunfan the moment she found out that Tang Yunfan was Gu Ning's biological father, she was still surprised that the two were finally going to be married. She also felt happy for Gu Man. "Yes, we'll be married on the 16th of next month. Do come to City B to visit us beforehand," Gu Man said. "Sure." Gu Qing was delighted and cried joyful tears. Gu Man finally found her love, and Gu Ning finally had a father. It had been 19 years and Gu Man deserved to be happy. "It's not early now, so I'll call Qingyang tomorrow," Gu Man said. Among her relatives, she would only share this good news with Gu Qing and Gu Qingyang's families. As for her friends, she would call them tomorrow as well. Gu Man decided to invite several of her close friends to attend her wedding. The next morning, Gu Ning received Gao Yi's call around 8 a.m. Gao Yi told her that everything was done, and that Ba Tianyang was working in the club right now. Chun Songyi was also efficient, and found a good sports club the next day after Gu-ning told him to do so. There was nothing else for Gaoi to deal with, so Gu-ning told him to come back. When it was around 10 a.m., Yuzi called Gu-ning and told her that Jason had made his decision to be her teacher. Yuzi couldn't believe her ears when Jason told her his decision. Once she became Jason's apprentice, she would gain both fame and wealth within a short time. If she became a famous international designer, the prices of her designs would rapidly increase as well. However, Yuzi didn't accept Jason's offer right away, because she worked for Gu-ning now and she needed to ask for Gu-ning's permission. In addition, she wasn't a snobbish person. Gu-ning was also surprised to hear the news. It's totally up to you whether you want to learn from Jason, but you must do your job in the company properly at the same time. Gu-ning felt happy for Yuzi, and she was willing to be supportive, but it didn't mean that Yuzi could neglect her job in the company. I understand, Yuzi said with a serious face. Gu-ning brought fame to her, so she should be grateful. It was unacceptable if she left her job just because she became Jason's apprentice. In Yuzi's eyes, Gu-ning was more important than Jason. When it was about lunchtime, Chao Wenxin came to Gu-ning's house. Ning-ning, do you know how to cook? If not, why don't we dine out together? Chao Wenxin didn't cook, so she always dined out. There is nothing left in the fridge. Let's go out. Gu-man wasn't home, so the fridge was empty. If Gu-ning was going to cook for herself, she had to go grocery shopping first, which was bothersome. Gu-ning's car was under repair, so she could only take Chao Wenxin's Land Rover. Where should we go? Chao Wenxin asked. I'm not familiar with City B. You can make the decision, Gu-ning said. Then let's go to Fengshan Shopping Mall, and we can shop for a while, Chao Wenxin said and drove to Fengshan Shopping Mall. Chao Wenxin didn't care much about her appearance before, but she changed her mind now that she was in love. Oh, Ning-ning, when will the branch of Cozy open in City B? My friends all asked me where I bought the skincare products after seeing that my skin is much better now, Chao Wenxin said. Well, I think that it will probably open in half a month, but Kame Beauty Salon will open in a few days. You can tell your friends to do facial maintenance there because it only uses Cozy, Gu-ning said. It would take several days for the beauty salon to be refurbished. Are you the boss of it? Chao Wenxin asked with surprise. It seemed like Gu-ning was involved in every industry. It's a wedding gift for my mother, Gu-ning said. Although she won't lack anything after marrying into the Tang family, I hope that she can do something that she enjoys instead of becoming a full-time housewife. You're right, Chao Wenxin agreed. However, before they found a good restaurant, they got in trouble. At this moment, a teacup was thrown at Gu-ning from the second floor by someone. That person was Zheng Wanmei, who had a grudge against Gu-ning. The teacup moved fast in others' eyes, but Gu-ning didn't think so. Without hesitation, Gu-ning kicked the teacup, and it moved backwards following the same direction and hit Zheng Wanmei before she could escape. Zheng Wanmei shouted in pain, covering her chest with her hands. Others around them were all shocked by the scene. They looked at Gu-ning and couldn't believe their eyes. How did she manage to kick the teacup back to the second floor? Although not everyone had witnessed that it was Zheng Wanmei who threw the teacup at Gu-ning, some had still seen it, and they all gloated over her failure now. She asked for it after all. Wanmei, are you all right? Zheng Wanmei's friend asked her with concern. Zheng Wanmei didn't answer her question, but glared at Gu-ning. How dare you hit me by ***. Before Gu-ning could question her, Zheng Wanmei blamed Gu-ning for everything. However, she was still in great pain, so her voice wasn't loud or threatening at all. You're the ***ch here. You threw the teacup at my friend first. How could you be so shameless? Chao Wenxin opened her mouth before Gu-ning could. She was so mad that she was eager to slap Zheng Wanmei across her face right now. Hearing that, the onlookers all looked at Zheng Wanmei with disdain. Zheng Wanmei felt humiliated among their looks, but was unwilling to give up. So what? She broke my wrist and made my mother fall on the ground the other day. It's all her fault. Zheng Wanmei again blamed Gu-ning for everything. Onlookers turned to look at Gu-ning with surprise. What? This girl broke her wrist and even made her mother fall on the ground. She's so rude. If it's true, I understand why she threw the teacup at her. I just had sympathy for her, but it turns out that she's the evil one. Some onlookers show dislike towards Gu Ning, but some also believe that Gu Ning had done it for a reason. Gu Ning, however, didn't care about their looks. Miss Zheng, it seems that you didn't learn anything from what you've done. If you hadn't attacked me first that day, I wouldn't have broken your wrist by accident. As for your mother, she also wanted to hurt me, so I avoided it on time, and she fell down on the ground by herself. Did you expect me to stand still so that your mother could hit me? I'm not dumb. You. Zheng Wanmei got angry but didn't know how to retort. Gu Ning hadn't broken her wrist by accident, but on purpose. Onlookers turned to support Gu Ning now. Oh, Miss Zheng tried to attack the girl first. Her mother also wanted to hurt the girl. Only idiots would stand there to be beaten. You're right. Miss Zheng is so shameless. She's brought shame on her family. Exactly. Hearing their discussion, Zheng Wanmei was displeased. You broke my wrist on purpose. So what? You tried to attack me first, so I fought back. Gu Ning sneered. Not only was Zheng Wanmei very rude, but she was also malicious, which was unacceptable in Gu Ning's eyes. You asked for it yourself, Chao Wenxin said to support Gu Ning. That's because you grabbed the store away, which my mother and I wanted to rent. Zheng Wanmei argued again. Hearing that, the crowd was confused and didn't know whose fault it was. They turned to look at Gu Ning to hear her explanation. Interesting. You didn't make up your mind to rent the store. And you don't have the right to keep the manager waiting for your decision.
Gu Ning sighed.
You. Zheng Wanmei flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing that, the crowd chose to believe Gu Ning's words. They didn't make their decision, so the store isn't theirs. I think the manager has the right to rent out the store to anyone. I agree. Miss Zheng is so shameless. You. Zheng Wanmei had to show her family background right now to win the argument. You can't criticize me. I was born in the Zheng family. That is the owner of the Hetian Group. Hearing that, the onlookers closed their mouths at once. No matter how much they disliked her, they didn't dare to say a word now. Gu Ning, however, wasn't afraid of her family at all. To be honest with you, your older brother has already paid me the compensation for the damages he caused my store. What? Hearing that, let alone those onlookers, even Zheng Wanmei was shocked. The crowd was shocked by the fact that the Zheng family had damaged Gu Ning's store, and that Gu Ning was able to get the compensation, which proved that Gu Ning wasn't a simple girl. Zheng Wanmei was shocked, because her older brother had kept it a secret from her that he had paid the compensation after damaging the store. She couldn't accept it. Seeing Zheng Wanmei's reaction, Gu Ning realized that she probably wasn't aware of it. Wanmei, I don't think we have the ability to mess with her. Let's go now. We can find a chance to teach her a lesson next time. Zheng Wanmei's friend was a little scared of Gu Ning now and wanted to leave. Although Zheng Wanmei was rude and arrogant, she wasn't dumb. So she listened to her friend. Let's see. I will pay you back. In the end, Zheng Wanmei left in anger after threatening Gu Ning. Gu Ning wasn't injured at all, so she also walked away with Chao Wenxin. Why do I somehow feel that the girl looks so familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before, a boy suddenly said after Gu Ning was gone. Forget it. You say that every time you want to strike up a conversation with a beautiful girl. She's already gone, another boy said with disdain. I didn't say that because I want to strike up a conversation with her. She's already gone after all, but I do think she looks familiar. The boy insisted. He really thought that Gu Ning looked familiar. Well, you've probably met her somewhere before, another boy said. If I've met her somewhere before, I would have remembered her face clearly because she's so gorgeous, the boy said. Oh, isn't she Goddess Gu? Another friend who was also a boy said with surprise. Right. She is Goddess Gu. OMG, I didn't remember that just then. The boy got excited too. Who is Goddess Gu? A boy asked. You don't know her? The other boys showed disdain towards him after hearing that. Why should I know her? She isn't a famous star or something, the boy argued. Although she isn't a famous star, She's even more famous than a popular star. You can search her name on the internet and you'll know, another boy said. Really? The boy took out his phone at once. After reading the news about Gu Ning, he was more than shocked and became her fan as well. There were few people who didn't admire Gu Ning after knowing what she had done and achieved. At the same time, Zheng Wenmei called Zheng Wenhao and cried the second her call was answered. Wenhao, I just met the *ch who hurt Mom and I the other day. I threw a teacup at her, but she kicked it back and it hit my chest. My chest is so sore now. Zheng Wenmei felt quite aggrieved. Zheng Wenmei didn't bother to hide the truth from Zheng Wenhao, because she knew that Zheng Wenhao would side with her. Even though it was Zheng Wenmei's fault, Zheng Wenhao would protect and defend her as usual. What? You met the girl? Zheng Wenhao got nervous. The girl wasn't simple at all, and he hadn't thought of a good way to take revenge yet. How are you doing now? Don't argue with her anymore. You're not her match. Leave it to me and I'll figure out a way to pay her back. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup since your chest is sore? Where are you right now? I'll go to pick you up, Zheng Wenhao said. Zheng Wenhao's heart ached for Zheng Wenmei after hearing that she was hurt. He ached to rub her chest to relieve the pain for her. I'm in Fengshan shopping mall right now, and I already left. Zheng Wenmei also knew that she wasn't Gu Ning's match, or she wouldn't have given up. I'll be right there, Zheng Wenhao said. Thanks, Zheng Wenmei said. Zheng Wenmei's friend couldn't wait a second longer to leave her, and felt relieved that her brother was coming to pick her up. Around 10 minutes later, Zheng Wenhao arrived and sent Zheng Wenmei to the hospital without delay. Wenhao, why didn't you tell me that you paid her compensation after damaging her store? Zheng Wenmei questioned him with dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao was struck dumb for a second. I was afraid that you'd be unhappy about it. Don't worry. I promise that I'll be more careful next time, and I'll pay her back for you, Zheng Wenhao said to comfort Zheng Wenmei. Great. Zheng Wenhao was cheered up a little. Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin went to a restaurant afterwards. After the meal they went to shop for clothing. Gu Ning had no intention to buy new clothes at the beginning, but eventually bought a lot when Chao Wenxin persuaded her to try things on again and again. They shopped for nearly 3 hours and had many shopping bags in their hands. When they felt a little tired, they found a nice cafe to enjoy coffee and have a rest. All of a sudden, Gu Ning's phone rang and the caller was Pan Zirwei. In fact, Gu Ning almost forgot Pan Zirwei because she seldom contacted him. Before Gu Ning could say a word, Pan Zirwei anxiously said, Boss, where are you now? Help me. What happened? Gu Ning asked. And my older brother was caught in a car accident, and he lost a lot of blood. Can you sell me the magical medicine you let us take last time? No matter how expensive it is, I'm willing to pay for it, Pan Zirwei said. Although he didn't know whether Gu Ning's magical medicine was effective in his older brother's case, he would like to try it. Where are you? Gu Ning asked. Since Pan Zirwei called her for help, she was willing to do something to help him, and it was free. Pan Zirwei was her friend after all. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei knew that Gu Ning was willing to help him, and felt very relieved. I'm in the central hospital right now, outside of operating room number 2. Don't worry. I'll be right there, Gu Ning said, then told Chao Wenxin to leave with her. Ning, what happened? Chao Wenxin asked with worry after seeing Gu Ning's serious face. Pan Zirwei's older brother was caught in a car accident, and he asked me for my medicine, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin sped up following Gu Ning. Gu Ning drove the car this time because she was more skillful at driving. In order to save time, she was exceeding the speed limit along the way, which attracted the traffic police's attention. However, it wasn't easy for the traffic police to catch up with Gu Ning. When they arrived at the hospital, Gu Ning told Chao Wenxin to deal with the traffic police. Then she ran to the operating room number 2 without hesitation. Pan Zirwei along with his parents were all waiting outside. The second Gu Ning showed up, the door of the operating room opened, and the doctor walked out. How is it? Pan Zirwei's family walked forward at once. I'm so sorry, but we've done our best, the doctor said, feeling sad. Although the injured wasn't dead yet, it was impossible to save his life now. What? Pan Zirway's family couldn't accept the shocking news. Mrs. Pan almost fell, but Mr. Pan supported her in time. Gu-ning didn't have time to greet them right now, and dashed into the operating room at this moment. Hey, what are you doing? You can't. The doctor was shocked and tried to stop Gu-ning in vain. What's going on here? How can she dash inside? Zirway, pull her out now. Pan Zirway's father was in a rage. Pan Zirway, however, stood still and explained, Dad, she's my boss, and she can save my older brother's life. Pan Zirway chose to trust Gu-ning. Mr. Pan closed his mouth, but didn't believe that Gu-ning could do it. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do now. The nurses and doctors in the operating room were all surprised when Gu-ning suddenly appeared. Who are you? Get out now, a male doctor said to Gu-ning. Gu-ning immediately used her invisible power to prevent the male doctor from coming close. The male doctor stiffened for a while and couldn't move. Seeing that the male doctor failed to stop Gu-ning, another doctor walked forward, but felt extremely stressed when he came near Gu-ning. Both of them were shocked by the young girl's invisible influence, and they were soon out of breath. If you don't want him to die, shut your mouths, Gu-ning snapped at them, then walked to the injured man lying on the operating bed. At short notice, a power crystal appeared in her palm, and she helped the man take it. Meanwhile, she pressed her fingers on his temples to secretly put her power into his body. In others' eyes, she was just massaging the injured man. You! Once the doctors or nurses wanted to stop her, Gu-ning would give them a cold glance, and they would close their mouths in fear. However, they still tried to chase Gu-ning, who was an intruder, away. Look, his heartbeat line is rising. What? Hearing that, those doctors and nurses all turned to look at the screen of the nearby machine. Seeing the heartbeat line, which was almost level, starting to rise, they were all amazed. None of them dared to stop Gu-ning now. Finish the surgery right now, Gu-ning said to get their attention back. She couldn't completely cure the injured man right now, because it would arouse suspicion. Several doctors continued the surgery at once. When they saw that the wound stopped bleeding, they couldn't believe their eyes. Gu-ning removed her fingers after the injured man's life was out of danger, but she didn't leave right away, in case they needed her help. Pan Zirway's family, however, was restless outside. Zirway, are you sure that she can help? Mrs. Pan asked. I don't think that it's a bad thing that she is staying inside for long, Mr. Pan said. Around half an hour later, the surgery was done and the doctors started to stitch the cut. After a while, the door of the operating room opened again. Pan Zirway's family anxiously asked the doctor, How is he? The operation was very successful, and the credit goes to the miss, the doctor said. What? It was successful. The Pan family got excited and cried tears of joy. Gu-ning walked out afterwards and the Pan family repeatedly thanked her. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. Thank you so much for what you've done for our family. Mrs. Pan almost knelt down but was stopped by Gu-ning. Boss, I don't know how to thank you, Pan Zirway whimpered. It's fine, Gu-ning said, then took out a porcelain bottle. There are 2 pills inside. Help your older brother take one every 3 days and he'll be fine. Thanks. Pan Zirway took the bottle. How much is? Before he could finish, Gu-ning interrupted him. Since we're friends, I'm willing to help you and you don't need to give me money. Alright, I should leave now. After that, Gu-ning walked out. Pan Zirway shouted at her back. Boss, thank you. Call me whenever you need me in the future. I will, Gu-ning said, then walked farther away. Just as Gu-ning disappeared at the end of the passage, a doctor ran over with the head of the hospital. They came to meet the girl who saved the injured man's life, but it was too late. Gu-ning was already gone. Although the turnaround in the surgery embarrassed them as professional doctors, they still wanted to learn from Gu-ning. The head of the hospital then asked Pan Zirway for Gu-ning's phone number, but Pan Zirway refused, because he needed to ask for Gu-ning's permission first. After that, Pan Zirway walked aside to call Gu-ning. When Gu-ning received Pan Zirway's call, she had just walked out of the building. What? She thought that Pan Zirwei's older brother was in danger again, so stopped at once. Boss, the head of this hospital wants your phone number. Do you mind if I give it to him? Pan Zirwei said. Gu Ning relaxed when she heard that it wasn't about Pan Zirwei's older brother. Tell him it's useless to contact me, because I know nothing about the medicine. Someone else gave the pills to me, and a medical expert has tested it before but found nothing. Sure, Pan Zirwei said. After hanging up with Gu Ning, Pan Zirwei told the head of the hospital what Gu Ning had said to him. The head of the hospital felt quite disappointed, but didn't insist. How is it? Chao Wenxin asked with concern when Gu Ning was back in the car. His older brother is safe now, Gu Ning said. Glad to know that, Chao Wenxin said. Did you pay the fine? Gu Ning asked. Yeah, I paid 2,000 yuan, Chao Wenxin said and shrugged. In fact, as long as she showed her identity, nobody dared to fine her, but she disliked doing that. Where are we going now? Chao Wenxin asked. Let's go dine somewhere before we go home.
Gu Ning sighed.
What do you want to have? Chao Wenxin asked.
Seafood, Gu Ning sighed.
Gu Ning hadn't eaten seafood for a long time, and she missed it. My friend told me that there is a new seafood restaurant on the commercial street, and it's quite popular. Why don't we give it a try? Chao Wenxin said.
Cool, Gu Ning replied.
Afterwards, Gu Ning called Xiaoya. Xiaoya had called her while she was in the operating room, but it wasn't convenient for her to pick it up back then. Actually, Xiaoya already sent her a message after she failed to get through to her. Gu Ning's car was repaired, and Xiaoya was on her way to pick Gao Yi up at the airport. Gu Ning then told them to join them for the meal. It was a busy day, and Gu Ning received another call before she arrived at the commercial street. The caller was Qi Tianlin. Do you have more pills with you? I need more, Qi Tianlin asked in a domineering tone. They were familiar with each other now, so Gu Ning didn't mind it. How many do you need? Gu Ning asked. The more the better, Qi Tianlin said. He shared the pills that Gu Ning had given him with his close brothers, and they were running out of it. Although Qi Tianlin was arrogant and cruel, he was a good leader. In addition, he also had many comrades. He wasn't able to manage the Kirin gang alone after all. I don't have many with me, so I can only give you 20 pills. 1,000,000 yuan each as usual, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin was amazed by its price. The pill was unusually effective, but it was too expensive. Only rich people could afford it. What Chao Wenxin didn't know was that Gu Ning only set a high price for her pills when the buyer was rich, and she was willing to give it to others for nothing when it was necessary. You have already won so much money in the Earth nightclub. Do you still need the 20 million yuan? Qi Tianlin frowned. He didn't care about the money, but Gu Ning had won a fortune in his place within a short time, which was quite upsetting in his eyes. I deserve the money, Gu Ning said with confidence. Fine, Qi Tianlin said. I'm in the Earth nightclub right now. When can you come? It sounded like he couldn't wait a second longer. Around 7 p.m. I think, Gu Ning said. Without saying goodbye, Qi Tianlin hung up on Gu Ning. Gu Ning pulled her lips, then put her phone back into her pocket. Ning, is it all right if you maintain a close relationship with Qi Tianlin? Chao Wenxin was concerned. She still remembered what she had been through in the Earth nightclub. Don't worry. It's fine, Gu Ning said to comfort her. Chao Wenxin trusted Gu Ning, and didn't mention it again. They soon arrived at the commercial street, and saw that the seafood restaurant was already crowded. It was just 5:30 p.m., which was a bit early for dinner, so they managed to find a vacant table. Gu Ning ordered a private room, then sent Xiaoya a message to tell her its number before they began to order dishes. About a dozen minutes later, Xiaoya and Gao Yi walked inside. Hi Lady Ning, Miss Chao. Xiaoya and Gao Yi greeted them with respect. Have a seat please. Gu Ning told them to sit down. After dinner it was almost 7 p.m., and Chao Wenxin left for home, while Gu Ning's group of 3 drove to the Earth nightclub. It was around 7:30 when they arrived at the Earth nightclub. However, Gu Ning ran into Zi Bang again the second she got out of her car. Zi Bang came here along with her bodyguards. To Zibang's surprise, she saw Guning again. She was also struck dumb for a second but soon got mad. She had been thinking about how to pay Guning back ever since what had happened yesterday, and now they encountered one another. Zibang noticed that the two behind Guning were ace fighters at first glance as well. She and her bodyguards couldn't beat Guning in a fight, and now it seemed even more unlikely that she could punish Guning when Guning had two helpers. The grudge between them wasn't serious, but Zibang was still reluctant to give up. She made up her mind to humiliate Guning at least once. An idea dawned on Zibang, and she walked towards Guning at once. "Hi, Miss Gu. Why don't we have some fun by gambling?" Zibang asked in a provocative tone. "Oh, what do you want to play?" Guning asked. "How about sick bow?" Zibang said. She was good at it and had won a fortune in a casino before, so she was quite confident about it. "No problem," Guning agreed. If it was another form of gambling she might hesitate, but sick bow was super easy for her with the help of her jade eyes. "Well, I think we better set the bet properly before the game begins. How much do you want to bet on it?" Guning asked. "Since Miss Gu can afford a car that costs 20 million yuan, you must be very rich. The bet can be 1,000,000 yuan. What do you think?" Zibang asked.
Goal, Guning grepliet.
Guning didn't care how much the bet was because she was going to win after all. In addition, she could also win a lot at long odds even though the bet was only 1,000,000 yuan. It was super easy for Guning to win. "Let's go to the hall now," Zibang proposed. She planned to embarrass Guning, so she invited her to play the game in the hall. Sure. Guning didn't mind because it was the same to her no matter where they played the game. After that, they went to the 6th floor together. Guning told Gao Yi to exchange 10 chips with 10 million yuan for her, which meant that each chip was equal to 1,000,000 yuan. Although a single chip was enough, she wanted to keep a low profile. Zibang did the same thing. Then they went to find a suitable gambling table. There were several gambling tables in the hall, and they chose an empty one at the end. Zibang told Mengda to call a dealer over afterwards. They were gambling against each other so they could lay the odds themselves. "Miss Z, how many rounds do you want to play?" Guning asked. "Since both of us have 10 chips, why don't we play 10 rounds in all?" Zibang said. Sure. Guning agreed. After that, the dealer began to shake the dice cup. When it fell on the table, it was time for Zibang and Guning to place their bet. Zibang guessed that it was big, but she didn't dare to tell which numbers it was during the first round. Guning, on the other hand, was able to see the number of each dice in the dice cup, so she could tell the accurate numbers. It was indeed big, so Zibang didn't lose her money, but she didn't win much either. Guning, on the other hand, directly laid her bet on 13, because she knew that the numbers were 4, 4, and 5 in the dice cup. The odds of numbers: 50 to 1 when the total score was 4 or 17, 18 to 1 when the total score was 5 or 16, 14 to 1 when the total score was 6 or 15, 12 to 1 when the total score was 7 or 14, 8 to 1 when the total score was 8 or 13, and 6 to 1 when the total score was 9, 10, 11, or 12. Guning bet on 13, so the odds were 8 to 1. So she won 8 million yuan after the first round. Seeing that Guning had the courage to place her bet on specific numbers, Zibang's group were amazed. Can she hear the numbers? No matter what, Zibang didn't believe that Guning could win. Anyway, it was super hard for a gambler, even if he was the king of gambling, to hear the numbers in a dice up. After they placed their bets, the dealer opened the dice cup, and the numbers showed 4, 4, 5, which amounted to 13. Seeing the total score, Zibang's group rounded their eyes in shock. How is it possible? Zibang turned to stare straight at Guning. She started to wonder whether Guning could really hear the numbers in the dice cup, or if Guning was just being very lucky. However, Guning looked quite calm. It seemed that she didn't rely on her luck to win, let alone Zibang's group. Even the dealer Gao Yi and Xiaoya were greatly surprised. Gao Yi and Xiaoya soon recovered from the shock, because they were already used to Guning's unbelievable ability. In addition, Guning had never done something which she couldn't handle well. Since she agreed to play sick bow, she had to be confident that she was very likely to win. Miss Z, the odds are 8 to 1 when the total score is 13, but you guessed correctly as well, and the odds of sick Bo are 1 to 1. Deduct the million yuan you win, you still need to pay me 7 million yuan, Gu Ning said to Zi Bang with a smile. Zi Bang was dissatisfied, but she had to give 7 chips to Gu Ning. In that case, she only had 3 chips in her hands now. At the same time, Zi Bang began to panic. She was afraid that she was going to lose. She didn't care about losing money, but it was about her face. She had to be more careful the next round. The second round soon began, and the dealer shook the dice cup again. Others in the hall surrounded the gambling table after seeing that they had begun to gamble, and a few gamblers wanted to join them, but was stopped by the dealer. The dealer explained to them that it was a competition between 2 people. Hearing that, they weren't annoyed at all, but watched the game with great interest. The dice cup fell on the table once more, and Zi Bang along with Gu Ning started to lay their bets. Zi Bang put her bet on any triple, and the odds were 3 to 1. Gu Ning, however, placed her bet on alls, and the odds were 24 to 1. Alls was also a kind of any triple, but the gambler had to point out the specific number. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and found out that the numbers in the dice cup were 3, 3, and 3. Seeing Gu Ning's bet, Zi Bang got more nervous. She refused to believe that Gu Ning was able to tell the specific number, but she was worried after the result of the first round. Gamblers around them were all surprised too, but a lot of them showed disdain towards Gu Ning's decision. The girl is so bold. She dares to bet on alls. The odds are 24 to 1. If she wins, she'll win a fortune. I don't think that she can win. The dealer opened the dice cup, and it turned out to be alls of 3 as Gu Ning had bet. Jesus, she won again. Wow, the odds are 24 to 1, so she won 24 million yuan while the other girl won 3 million. 24 minus 3 is 21. In other words, she won 21 million yuan in all. It's a lot. I wish I could win that much money. Zi Bang was shocked again, and couldn't believe her eyes. Gu Ning won the second time. After the second round, Zi Bang had a stronger feeling that Gu Ning had real ability instead of relying on luck. Zi Bang was unwilling to give up, but she knew that she would only lose more if she kept playing. After struggling for a while, Zi Bang chose to give up. I quit, Zi Bang said. Mengda, go exchange 20 chips with 20 million yuan now. Zi Bang lost, but she had no intention to deny it. Gu Ning also stopped gambling. It wasn't a bad result that she won 28 million yuan in all. Zi Bang had to admit that Gu Ning was unusually good at gambling right now. Qi Tianlin was waiting for Gu Ning the entire time. When it was almost 8 p.m., he finally lost his patience and called Gu Ning. Right when Mengda went to exchange chips, Gu Ning received Qi Tianlin's call. The second Gu Ning answered his call, Qi Tianlin heard noises through the phone. He thought that Gu Ning was playing games and forgot their appointment, so he questioned her with annoyance. Where are you right now? Didn't you say 7 p.m.? It's almost 8 p.m. now. I'm in the hall at the 6th floor. Where are you? Gu Ning asked. Knowing that Gu Ning was already on the 6th floor, Qi Tianlin was cheered up a little. I'm in my office on the top floor. The manager will lead the way for you. After that, he hung up on Gu Ning again. Gu Ning rolled her eyes. It seemed like she was the one begging him for a favor. Mengda walked back at this moment, and gave Gu Ning 21 chips whose denomination was 1 million yuan. Manager Lu also came and greeted Gu Ning with respect. Miss Gu, can we leave now? Yeah, Gu Ning said, then followed Manager Lu walking away. The others in the hall were shocked by the fact that this young girl knew Manager Lu. It wasn't uncommon that a gambler knew Manager Lu. In fact, frequent visitors here all knew Manager Lu. But it was the first time that they had seen Manager Lu being so polite to a young girl. Zi Bang was also astonished. She walked towards an elevator too, but she wasn't following Gu Ning. They were leaving as well. Zi Bang was going upstairs, but she was unwilling to be in the same elevator as Gu Ning. So she waited for the next one. When Gu Ning arrived at Qi Tianlin's office, he was lazily lying on the sofa with his legs crossed. The black tight pants accentuated his long, strong legs, and he only fastened 2 buttons of his shirt. He was handsome with beautiful features and looked obtrusive. Seeing Gu Ning walking inside, he gave her a glance with arrogance on his face, but it wasn't aggressive at all. On the contrary, he looked like a little boy who felt wronged. "You're very punctual," he said in a sarcastic tone. "Yeah, I'm always punctual." Gu Ning ignored his sarcasm, then walked to sit down on the sofa, followed by Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Once Gu Ning was seated, they stood apart at her sides. It was obvious that they were her bodyguards. Qi Tianlin glanced at them, and sensed that they weren't normal fighters or bodyguards, but ace killers. "What? Can't you serve your guest a cup of tea?" Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. "Please wait a second, Miss Gu." Yu Hao went to pour a cup of tea for Gu Ning at once, and he forgot that his boss hadn't said anything yet. Qi Tianlin didn't actually mind. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry to take out her pills, but decided to drink some tea first because she was thirsty now. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Qi Tianlin gave Chang Hua a look to tell him to open it. Common people didn't dare to go upstairs to knock on the door of his office. The visitor was normally Manager Liu, or someone else with his permission. The door was pushed open, and Gu Ning was surprised to see Zi Beiying along with her 2 bodyguards. Zi Beiying also rounded her eyes in shock when she saw that Gu Ning was enjoying tea with Qi Tianlin. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Gu Ning blinked at her and looked innocent. Zi Beiying was struck dumb for a second. Qi Tianlin, on the other hand, squinted at them. Do they know each other? It seems they don't get along. Does Gu Ning know Zi Beiying's family background? "Please have a seat, Miss Zi," Qi Tianlin said politely. "Thanks," Zi Beiying said, then walked to sit on the sofa. Chang Hua also poured a cup of tea for her. The Zi family was involved in both legal and illegal business, and munitioners held a high position in this society. Even the government was more afraid of munitioners than gangs. Although the government had its own army, and didn't lack munitions at all, it still needed to cooperate with some munitioners who could supply better arms. Therefore, no government was willing to fight against a munitioner. Therefore, Qi Tianlin treated members of the Zi family with great respect. He wouldn't flatter them but would be respectful. "Miss Zi, please wait a second and allow me to finish the deal with her," Qi Tianlin said. He had no intention to avoid Zi Beiying. "Sure," Zi Beiying said. After that, Qi Tianlin looked at Gu Ning. "Where is it?" Gu Ning then threw him a porcelain bottle the size of a fist. 20 million yuan. Hearing that, Zi Beiying was greatly surprised. 20 million yuan? For a porcelain bottle? "Yu Hao," Qi Tianlin called. Without hesitation, Yu Hao went to transfer the money to Gu Ning. "Wait a second," Gu Ning said all of a sudden. "May I help, Miss Gu?" Yu Hao asked. "Please help me exchange these chips for money, and transfer it to my account as well," Gu Ning said. Then Gaoi gave Yu Hao the chips in his hands. When Yu Hao saw the chips in the box, he was astonished. Although there were only 31 of them inside, each of them was worth a lot. Qi Tianlin also noticed that, and frowned with unhappiness. "Are you going to win every cent in the Earth nightclub?" Although he didn't lack money, he couldn't accept the fact that Gu Ning won dozens of millions of yuan every time she came there. Gu Ning rolled her eyes at him. "Relax, I didn't win the Earth nightclub's money this time. The money is Miss Zi's." Hearing that, Zi Beiying was displeased and felt quite upset. "Stay away from her if you want to fight or gamble in the future," Qi Tianlin said to Zi Beiying. It sounded like he was protecting Zi Beiying, but actually he was being considerate towards Gu Ning. Zi Beiying was from a very influential family, and it wouldn't do Gu Ning any good if she was annoyed. Even the Kirin gang wasn't able to keep Gu Ning safe with certainty. "She has already beaten me in a fight," Zi Beiying said with a sad face. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin was surprised. He looked at Gu Ning but didn't say anything. Zi Beiying was upset and disappointed, but didn't blame Gu Ning for it. "Tianlin, is she a human being?" Zi Beiying asked. She couldn't believe that a young girl like Gu Ning could be so outstanding at both fighting and gambling. "What?" Gu Ning almost spat a mouthful of tea out. Did she look like an alien? Well, she was indeed very different from other people. "I don't think so," Qi Tianlin joked. You're just jealous of my talent, Guning said.
Narcisist zi Being retorted.
I have the ability to be proud of myself. Do you?
Guning arguet.
If you want to show off your family background, forget it. I never respect those who rely on their families. I challenge you to compete against me with your own ability. Although Guning didn't know Zi Being's family background yet, she knew that she couldn't be an ordinary girl given Qi Tianlin's polite attitude towards her. I won't rely on my family's influence, Zi Being said. Guning smiled but didn't say another word. All right, I got the money so I should leave now, Guning said and stood up. Wait a second. Zi Being stopped her. What? Guning looked at her with interest. She understood that Zi Being wasn't willing to be a loser. I want to compete with you again. Riding and shooting, what do you think? Zi Being said. She refused to believe that Guning could do everything. Zi Being was born in a munitioner family, so she couldn't be more familiar with guns. Shooting was super easy in her eyes. It's already dark. Guning pointed at the sky out of the window. We can do it tomorrow, Zi Being said. How much is the bet? Guning asked. She wouldn't do it without a bet. 10 million yuan, Zi Being said. Great. Guning took out her name card from her backpack and gave it to Zi Being. Call me when you set the time, but you better set it in the morning because I'll be busy in the afternoon. Today was Thursday, so tomorrow was Friday, and the day after would be Saturday when the National High School Math Competition was held. High school students around the country would come to City B tomorrow, and Guning had to join them. Sure. Zi Being took her name card. After that, Guning swaggered out like it was her place. Qi Tianlin said to Zi Being when Guning was gone, since she agreed, she has to be confident that she can win. I know that you can afford the result, but I still need to remind you not to take revenge if you really lose the game. If you want to beat her, it must be above board. You have a powerful family, but she isn't someone to be trifled with either. Guning's family probably wasn't as powerful as the Zi family, but she would do everything to protect herself. If Guning wanted to kill Zi Being, it wouldn't be difficult. Zi Being didn't feel displeased hearing that, because she knew that Qi Tianlin said that to her out of kindness, and she wasn't narrow-minded. Guning was just her opponent, not an enemy. Although Zi Being panicked a little after Guning accepted her challenge with alacrity, she couldn't take her words back. If she did that, it would be more humiliating than losing the competition. Afterwards, Qi Tianlin began to discuss their cooperation. In the Zi family, Zi Being was a weak lady, but she was actually a strong woman as well. She pretended to be weak so that her enemies in the family would ignore her, and she would have more chances to do things without them knowing. In the morning, Guangyao had taken some workers to check the construction site. After that, he contacted the manager that Guning had recommended to him. It was a win-win deal, so the manager agreed. As for the rumors about the construction site, not everyone believed them. The manager also said that their cooperation would end if any accidents happened. And Guangyao agreed so they could start to build on the land tomorrow. When Guning was about to sleep, some people were having fun in another place. In a private room of a bar, Zheng Wenmei was having a party with her friends. Although she was hurt on her chest that morning, it was fine by the afternoon, so she went out to have fun with her friends tonight. Among her friends, there was a man who was her admirer. In fact, Zheng Wenmei also liked the man, but hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet. Under the effects of the alcohol, the two started to flirt with each other. At this moment, the man laid his hand on Zheng Wenmei's waist, and Zheng Wenmei didn't resist. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling. When they talked to one another, they were very close and almost kissed each other's faces. After a while, Zheng Wenmei's other friends left for the washroom, and only her and the man were left in the private room. Without hesitation, the man approached Zheng Wenmei and asked, "Wenmei, can I kiss you?" He asked for her permission, which proved that he respected her. Zheng Wenmei was a little drunk, and couldn't think clearly now. Moreover, she liked the man, so she agreed, "Yes, you can." Hearing that, the man kissed Zheng Wenmei at once, and Zheng Wenmei also kissed him back. Zheng Wenmei was a pure girl. and was only willing to have sex with her boyfriend. She liked this man, so she allowed him to kiss her. As time went by, the man was aroused, but was soon pushed aside by Zheng Wenmei. "I am sorry." The man apologized. "No, it's fine," Zheng Wenmei said. "Wenmei, I really like you. Can you be my girlfriend?" The man asked with sincerity. "Yeah." Zheng Wenmei finally nodded, and the man got excited, then kissed her again. All of a sudden the door was pushed open. Zheng Wenmei's female friend and her boyfriend were back. Seeing them walking inside, Zheng Wenmei pushed the man away once more, and felt utterly embarrassed. "What? You finally agreed?" Zheng Wenmei's friend joked. They all knew that this man was chasing Zheng Wenmei, and that Zheng Wenmei also liked him, so they thought that the two would be girlfriend and boyfriend sooner or later. Now that the two were finally a couple, they felt happy for them as well. "Yeah, we're finally a couple now," the man said with happiness and excitement. He liked Zheng Wenmei so much that he ached to own her. Zheng Wenmei agreed to be his girlfriend now, and it was the best night of his life. The others laughed a little and they kept on having fun. When it passed 12 a.m., they were still at the party. Zheng Wenmei's phone rang at this moment, and the caller was Zheng Wenhao. He asked where she was right now and said that he was going to pick her up. Although Zheng Wenmei had a boyfriend now, she wouldn't stay overnight with him right away. So she told Zheng Wenhao the address of the bar. Her boyfriend was a little disappointed, but he also knew that he couldn't ask Zheng Wenmei to do whatever he wanted now. He was still respectful of Zheng Wenmei. Around 20 minutes later, Zheng Wenhao arrived, and Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend supported her outside. She was drunk now and could barely walk. When Zheng Wenhao saw that, he was displeased. "Why did you drink so much? How were you going to go home if I didn't come to pick you up?" He took Zheng Wenmei over and criticized her. "I'm happy today, so I drank more," Zheng Wenmei said, then said goodbye to her friends. "Bye-bye, see you around." Zheng Wenmei didn't tell Zheng Wenhao that she already had a boyfriend, because it was just the beginning. Her boyfriend understood her, so he also said nothing. When Zheng Wenhao drove his car ahead, he asked all of a sudden, "Is the man who supported you just then the one who's chasing you now? How do you know that?" Zheng Wenmei subconsciously asked. "I knew it when I saw him look at you. What do you feel about him?" Zheng Wenhao asked. "Well, since you already found out, I won't keep it a secret from you anymore. He just became my boyfriend," Zheng Wenmei said with a broad smile. Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao stiffened a little, and his eyes were full of jealousy. An idea dawned on him. "You're so drunk. Let's not go home or our parents will criticize you. Why don't we go to your apartment?" Zheng Wenhao said. "Sure." Zheng Wenmei agreed, because she didn't want her parents to criticize her either. As a rich kid, she had several houses under her name. Afterwards, Zheng Wenhao drove Zheng Wenmei to the nearest apartment. Zheng Wenhao told Zheng Wenmei to have a shower after they walked into the apartment. Then he poured a glass of water for her, but he added something into it. Zheng Wenmei left the bathroom a while later, and her sexy body showed a little under her silk sleeping gown. Even though Zheng Wenhao was with her in the same room, she didn't care about it, because she was too drunk to realize that it wasn't appropriate. Therefore, Zheng Wenhao's desire became stronger. "Have some water before you go to bed, and I'll go home." Zheng Wenhao handed the water to Zheng Wenmei. Zheng Wenmei didn't think further and drank it. Within a few seconds, she felt unusually sleepy and soon fell asleep on the bed. Once Zheng Wenmei was asleep, Zheng Wenhao didn't leave like he said he would. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Zheng Wenmei's curvy body, and his breath was growingly heavy. He swallowed all of a sudden, then had an erection. Zheng Wenhao walked to the bed and uncovered Zheng Wenmei. He touched and rubbed her body, but she didn't have any reaction. She was drugged and unconscious now. No matter what he did to her, she wouldn't react at all. "Why? Why are you my younger sister? Why?" Zheng Wenhao said, feeling sad. He refused to regard her as his biological younger sister. "If only you weren't my father's biological daughter. Even though everyone says you're arrogant and rude, I can accept it, and I'm willing to spoil you." I was so unhappy when I heard that you had an admirer. I got jealous and mad when I heard that you have a boyfriend. I've ruined your relationship twice because I hate to think that they'll touch, kiss, or even have sex with you. I'll tear them apart." Saying that, Zheng Wenhao kissed Zheng Wanmei and rubbed her most sensitive part. Zheng Wanmei was in sound sleep, so she couldn't do anything on her own, and Zheng Wenhao did everything. However, when he rubbed her sensitive parts, she still was physically aroused without knowing it. "I can't love you when you're awake, but I can have sex with you when you're asleep." Thinking that Zheng Wanmei already had a boyfriend and they were about to have sex in the future, Zheng Wenhao got jealous more than ever and moved on her body with violence. It didn't last long, because he was afraid that Zheng Wanmei would find out if her lower body was sore tomorrow. After he had enough, Zheng Wenhao got off her body. He cleaned her body and dressed her before he left. The next morning, Gu Ning received Zi Being's call at 8 a.m. She told her to meet her at Tungfei Clubhouse at 10 a.m. Tungfei Clubhouse was a sport clubhouse owned by the Kirin gang. There were different kinds of sports like horse riding, car racing, shooting, and so on. It was located far from the city center because it occupied a large land. That being the case, it took at least 40 minutes to get there from the city center when there was no traffic jam on the roads. Zi Being called her 2 hours earlier so that she would have enough time. After having breakfast, Gu Ning left her home at 8:40 a.m. There was still a lot of traffic on the roads, so Gu Ning's group arrived after an hour. Zi Being was already waiting for her. They gathered together at the gate. Because they were going to play sports today, they were all wearing sportswear and looked young and energetic. Gu Ning didn't wear any makeup, but Zi Being did. Zi Being also didn't notice that Gu Ning's skin was so good until now. "Wow, what brand of foundation are you wearing? You look like you're not even wearing any makeup," Zi Being said. Women all cared about their appearances, so although Zi Being didn't get along with Gu Ning to some extent, her curiosity still got better of her. Gu Ning smiled with pride. "I didn't put on any foundation. I just applied some serum, emulsion, and skin toner. There is no makeup on my face." She showed off in order to attract Zi Being's attention. "What?" Zi Being was surprised. "You must be bragging. How can your skin be so flawless without any makeup?" "What can I say? Skincare products are really important," Gu Ning said and shrugged. "What brand of skincare products do you use?" Zi Being asked again.
Cozy, Gu Ning replied.
"Cozy? I've never heard of it before."
Zi Being frowned.
She was very familiar with international brands, but had no impression of Cozy. It's a newly established brand. It isn't very famous yet, but it's quite effective. Gu Ning started to promote her brand. "My female bodyguard is also using the brand. She isn't wearing any makeup right now either, but she has just used it for a few days, so her skin isn't as good as mine." Gu Ning had sent a set of skincare products to Xiaoya when she came back. Xiaoya's skin was a little rough because she had been exposed in the strong sunshine for a long time during her previous training, but her skin was much better after using Cozy. Zi Being then turned to look at Xiaoya. Her skin wasn't as good as Gu Ning's, but was still better than normal people. Even Zi Being's bodyguard, Nan, was attracted to it. Zi Being didn't say anything further, but made up her mind to try Cozy one day. "What do you want to play first?" Zi Being let Gu Ning choose. "Whatever you want," Gu Ning said airily. "How about horse racing?" Zi Being said. "No problem." Gu Ning agreed, so they drove to the horse racing field afterwards. Qi Tianlin had arranged workers there to serve them beforehand, so there was no need for them to fill any charts or pay any bills before they went to choose horses. It took some time to choose a good horse. In the morning, workers there would ride horses for a few circles to see whether they were in good condition. If any horses were sick or weak, they would be replaced. Zi Being couldn't be more familiar with horses, so she soon picked one that she was satisfied with. Gu Ning also chose a horse according to its physical condition. This time she wouldn't use her magical power. After they chose their horses, the game began. Gu Ning and Zi Being slowly rode their horses to the starting line and were prepared. Zibang didn't take Guning lightly just because she was a skillful rider. Since Guning was outstanding at fighting, gambling, and agreed to compete against her with alacrity, Guning had to be confident. Guning also took the competition seriously, because she relied on her own ability this time. Bam! With a gunshot, Guning and Zibang rode their horses ahead at the same time. In the beginning they were at the same level, then Zibang was a meter or two ahead of Guning, but Guning soon caught up. It repeated in the following minutes, and nobody knew who would win. Even Zibang wasn't so confident in herself now, but she wouldn't give up till the end. The finish line was quickly approaching them, but the two horses were still catching up with one another. 10 meters away, 9 meters away. Guning suddenly overtook Zibang when they were just 8 meters away from the finish line. In the end, Guning passed it 2 meters ahead of Zibang. Although Guning won, she appreciated Zibang's horse racing skills, because she had used the best of her ability to beat Zibang by a narrow margin. I lost. Zibang accepted the result. She was disappointed, but admired Guning more now. She had met many talented people before, but Guning still surprised her. Guning must be a genius. It was very narrow, Guning said, being modest, but it was the truth too. Although Guning used to have a bad impression of Zibang, she gradually changed her opinion about her. Zibang wasn't a bad girl. Instead, she was very easygoing and willing to take responsibility for her actions. Probably because it wasn't pleasant when they met each other for the first time, they had a little grudge against each other. Since the grudge went away now, Guning thought that they could be good friends. Guning had no intention to hold a grudge against Zibang, because of her personality and her family background. Don't be so modest. You're the winner and I'm willing to accept the result, Zibang said, then turned around, walking away with pride. Guning smiled, then followed her. After that, they went to do some target shooting. The guns were ready, and each of them had 10 bullets. They didn't do it at the same time but in an order, and Zibang was the first to shoot. She raised the gun, aiming at the target. Within several shots she frequently hit the red spot but missed it a few times. In the end, Zibang's score was 97. She had hit the red spot 8 times and hit the 9 ring and 8 ring once. It was a very good score, and was also Zibang's normal performance. Sometimes she could get 99, which was rare to see. Zibang was satisfied with the score. She hoped that Guning couldn't surpass her. She had never been so nervous before in her life. It was Guning's turn. When Zibang saw her position of holding the gun, she knew that she was very professional. With several successive shots, every bullet accurately hit the middle of the red spot, which shocked everyone. Guning only used half of Zibang's time, but hit the red spot with every bullet. Her score was 100. How did you manage to do that? Zibang couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't a big deal in Guning's eyes, so she shrugged and said airily, I just did it. She sounded very proud of herself, which was a little annoying, but Zibang wasn't in the mood to be mad at it. Guning became her idol now. Let's be friends. You can teach me shooting. Tell me, how did you manage to shoot so fast, steadily, and accurately? Zibang caught Guning's arm all of a sudden, and said with excitement. Zibang, who grew up with guns, couldn't be more interested in them. She didn't care about fighting, gambling skills, and horse racing, but shooting was something she could never ignore. Seeing the about-face in Zibang's attitude towards her, Guning was surprised, but she was willing to accept it. Well, you still need to pay me the money even though we're friends, Guning said. No problem. Mengda will transfer it to your account. Zibang agreed with alacrity. She didn't feel upset at all after losing money this time, but felt thrilled that Guning was willing to be her friend. 20 million yuan was merely nothing in Zibang's eyes after all. The Z family was not only involved in munitions, but also in many other industries and had over 100 billion yuan in assets. Zibang herself had savings of over 1 billion yuan as well. When they had met each other for the first time, it wasn't a pleasant experience, so she was reluctant to give Guning 3 million yuan, but this time was different. Guning then took out a piece of paper with her bank account on it and handed it to Zibang. Zibang took it, then gave it to Mengda and told him to transfer the money. Since Gu Ning took the money, she should do something for Zibang. This is what Qi Tianlin bought from me yesterday. You can try a pill and feel the change in your body. Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals inside. Hearing that, Zibang was struck dumb for a second. Qi Tianlin paid 20 million yuan for her pills? Is the pill very effective? The porcelain bottle is so small. How many pills can it accommodate? Why is it so expensive? Zibang had doubts in her mind, but she chose to believe Gu Ning since Qi Tianlin had paid a lot of money for it. Is it really effective? Why is Qi Tianlin willing to pay 20 million yuan for it? She asked with curiosity. It's an unusually effective magical medicine, and it can cure most diseases including cancer, Gu Ning said. It's easy to cure a common disease with it, but it takes more pills and a longer time to cure a serious one. Even though it can't cure all diseases, it can improve your body condition and extend your life. Hearing that, Zibang's group was shocked. Although Zibang trusted Gu Ning, she still couldn't help but doubt it. Mengda and Nan also couldn't believe it. They even thought that Gu Ning could be deceiving Zibang. Gu Ning added later, "This medicine has cured heart disease, permanently damaged legs, serious injuries after a car accident, and so on. I've used it to save many people's lives when their doctors had already lost hope for them." Zibang and the others were stunned now. They had never heard of such an unbelievable thing before. Zibang opened the bottle and was about to try a pill, but Mengda and Nan stopped her. "Lady Bang, please don't." Zibang was a noble lady born in a very influential family, so she couldn't try it randomly. What if it hurt her? Gu Ning also understood their worries, so she asked them, "Do you have any scars on your bodies?" In fact, Gu Ning had used her jade eyes to scan Nan's body beforehand to see whether she had scars on her body, so that they could have a test. Gaoyi and Xiaoya had already gotten rid of their scars with the pills, so Gu Ning could only do the test on another person. She also couldn't choose Mengda because Mengda was a man. After scanning her, Gu Ning found a scar left by a gunshot on Nan's shoulder. "I have." Nan stood out. "There is a scar left by a gunshot on my shoulder from half a year ago, and it's still quite obvious now. Are you willing to do the test?" Gu Ning asked. "Sure." Nan was willing to do the test for Zibang's safety. After that, she showed her shoulder and the scar was exposed. "Mengda, please help me get a glass of water," Gu Ning said to Mengda. Mengda was Zibang's bodyguard, so they wouldn't have suspicion that he would do anything to the water. "No problem." Mengda understood Gu Ning's intention, so he didn't feel displeased at all when she gave the order. Before long, Mengda got a glass of water for Gu Ning. Gu Ning took the glass and told Zibang to put a pill in it. The power crystal melted the second it touched the water. Then Gu Ning used a cotton swab to treat the scar on Nan's shoulder with the water. Once the magical power got into Nan's scar, Nan felt the coolness, which was quite comfortable. Within seconds, a third of the scar faded right in front of their eyes. Zibang and the others rounded their eyes in shock after seeing the scene. "Can you believe its effect now?"
Gu Ning smiled.
"Wow, it's so amazing," Zibang said. Mengda and Nan were also persuaded. You can treat superficial wounds by applying it to your skin, and treat internal damage by taking it. If you don't have any injuries, it can also help you improve your body's condition, Gu Ning said. Zibang didn't have superficial wounds, nor internal damage, so she could only use it to improve her health. Without delay, she took a power crystal. The pill melted the second she put it into her mouth. A flow of coolness spread across her body like lightning, and Zibang soon felt that the organs in her body were enhanced. After a short while, she felt much more energetic than before. "Wow, I feel so different after taking a pill," Zibang exclaimed with surprise. "Gu Ning, where did you get this medicine?" Zibang asked. "I'm sorry, it's a secret, but there is no need for you to test or study it. It's meaningless. If you need it, you can directly buy it from me. I sold it to Qi Tianlin for 1,000,000 yuan a pill, but we're friends after all, so you can have 50% off. I suggest that you don't use it to treat common diseases, because its amount is limited." If you want a large amount of it, it's impossible, so you better use it to treat serious diseases, or when someone's life is in danger, Gu Ning said. I understand, Zibang said. She was willing to pay a lot of money for the pill because it was indeed very effective. Gu Ning sold it for 500,000 yuan a pill to her, but she wouldn't hesitate to pay 1,000,000 yuan for it either. Her father was still lying on a hospital bed now. His condition was getting better, but he wasn't fully recovered yet. Zibang believed that her father could so be healthy again with the help of this pill. Gu Ning, let me buy a meal for you. What do you want to have? Zibang asked. Why don't we go to the food street?
Gu Ning said.
It was lunchtime anyway. Sure, Zibang said. Then they got in their own cars. Once Zibang was in her car, she called her older brother. Xiaomin, I just got some magical pills, and it can cure most diseases and wounds. I took a pill just now and I feel its effect is really unbelievable. I think it can be quite helpful in curing father. Zibang said with excitement once Zi Xiaomin answered her call. Hearing that, Zi Xiaomin had an idea that the magical pills that Zibang told him about was very similar to the ones that Leng Xiaoting had given him. Can you send me a picture of it? Zi Xiaomin asked. Of course, Zibang said, then hung up the call. Afterwards, she took a picture of the power crystals and sent it to Zi Xiaomin. When Zi Xiaomin saw the picture, he was sure that it was the same medicine that Leng Xiaoting had given him. Didn't Xiaoting say it's very hard to get this medicine? Why did Bang find so much of it? Zi Xiaomin thought that maybe Zi Bang had met the owner of the medicine. It was obvious that its owner knew Leng Xiaoting. Without delay, Zi Xiaomin called Zi Bang back. This medicine was very unbelievable. If it was possible, he hoped that Zi Bang could get as much of it as possible. Bang, where did you get the medicine? Zi Xiaomin asked. A girl just gave it to me. Zi Bang then told her older brother about what she had been through these past 2 days with a girl named Gu Ning. After hearing the story, Zi Xiaomin also admired Gu Ning. She was such an outstanding girl at an early age. Luckily, you didn't make her an enemy. It's a good thing that you can make friends with such an outstanding girl, Zi Xiaomin said. Although the Zi family was very influential, they were normal human beings after all, and they cared about their lives the most. If they could have magical pills, their safety would be guaranteed. Ask her for more of it in case we need them in the future, Zi Xiaomin said. Nothing was more important than life. She told me that the amount of the medicine is limited, and she won't give me too many unless it's an emergency, Zibang said. Fine, you must maintain a good relationship with her. Don't annoy her, Zi Xiaomin said. I understand, Zibang said. Even if Gu Ning didn't give her the pills, she wouldn't annoy her, because she really admired Gu Ning. The construction began right after Nguangyao settled the deal. They did a ceremony praying for good luck and peace beforehand. Although it was just a ceremony, it was necessary. This land had a bad reputation after all, so the news that they were going to build office buildings here went abroad once they gathered here. People who believed that the land was haunted were all astonished. Why did Shanghua Real Estate acquire this land after knowing that it was haunted? Nobody knew the answer. Some land developers who had the intention to buy the land before were also surprised after hearing the shocking news. The land used to be a construction site developed by the government and several land developers. Once strange accidents happened, those land developers withdrew from it, so it had nothing to do with them right now. Therefore, those land developers had no idea that the land was sold again until they heard the news. Although the land had nothing to do with them right now, they were very curious to know who dared to take it over. Not only were the land developers curious, but their peers in the same industry were as well. Many land developers had abandoned the land precisely because of its bad reputation. They were curious to know the ability of Shanghua Real Estate now. If Shanghua Real Estate was going to do business in City B, it would be a great match for them. They had to know a lot about it in order to compete against it. Shanghua Real Estate was a company established in City F, which was a third-tier city, and it became a large, profitable company with over 2 billion yuan in assets from a medium-sized enterprise that could barely stay afloat within just a few months. Its pace of expanding shocked everyone in the real estate and construction industries. Although Shanghua Real Estate wasn't a threat to a real estate tycoon yet, its speed of growing was threatening enough. Even so, some arrogant people in the industry still despised Shanghua Real Estate because they thought that it grew too fast and believed that it wasn't healthy for the company. Therefore, many were waiting to see the failure of Shanghua Real Estate one day in the future. Peers were competitors after all. It was also true that a company was doomed to fail if it grew too fast without a steady base. But that only happened when its owner didn't have the ability to run it well. In that case, those who wanted to see the failure of Shanghua Real Estate would be disappointed, because Gu Ning had the ability to manage her companies well. She wouldn't allow her companies to fail unless she was dead. And obviously, it wasn't easy for her to die with the help of her magical power. Many reporters also heard the news, so they went to interview Guangyao. And Guangyao didn't refuse, because Shanghua Real Estate needed to gain attention. Reporter: Chairman, have you done your homework before you acquired this land? And Guangyao: of course I have, but I don't believe those rumors. It's a universally acknowledged truth that demolition is very dangerous and accidents happen. But it can't prove that this land is haunted. Reporter: accidents have frequently happened here. Aren't you worried about it? And Guangyao: well, rumors are rumors. If you're curious about it, you can keep paying attention to our construction, and we'll see whether it's safe or not. And Guangyao said that to keep them paying attention to the construction so that they could have free publicity. During the interview, the reporters all failed to hear what they wanted to hear, so they could only wait and see what was going to happen in the future. Some who believed that the land was haunted thought that Guangyao would soon be regretful, while some who sensed Guangyao's real intention started to think that it might just be a way to gain attention for the company. However, was the construction site safe? Actually, most people didn't believe in ghosts, but they were scared of those terrifying rumors. If it hadn't been for those rumors, the land would have been sold a long time ago. So people were all watching it. Zheng Wenmei didn't wake up until noon because she had been drunk and drugged. When she finally woke up, she felt that her lower body was a little painful, but it wasn't severe. She was drunk last night and had a headache now, so she didn't think further. She checked her phone afterwards and found several missed calls from her boyfriend along with some messages. She called her boyfriend back at once, then told him that she had drunk too much last night and had just woken up. Her boyfriend understood and wasn't mad at all. He asked Zheng Wenmei what she wanted to eat and said that he could deliver it to her place. Zheng Wenmei felt uncomfortable now, so she didn't want to leave her apartment. She told her boyfriend what she wanted to eat and the address of her place. Zheng Wenhao had also called her, so Zheng Wenmei called him back as well. Zheng Wenhao asked Zheng Wenmei the same thing, but Zheng Wenmei told him that she was fine and that she would order some takeout herself. She didn't mention her boyfriend, and Zheng Wenhao said nothing further. Half an hour later, Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend arrived. Zheng Wenmei didn't change her sleeping gown, but directly went to open the door for her boyfriend in it. Once the door was open, her boyfriend was a little sexually excited at seeing her curvy body showing in the silk sleeping gown. "Wenmei, aren't you afraid that I'll press you down on the bed?" Her boyfriend joked half seriously. He did want to have sex with her, but he wouldn't force her to do so because he really loved her. Zheng Wenmei was struck dumb for a second, then realized that she was still in her sleeping gown and flushed red. She had been in love several times before, and they were already boyfriend and girlfriend now, so she didn't mind his joke. Since they were a couple, they would have sex sooner or later. In fact, Zheng Wenmei was looking forward to it, but she wouldn't say it aloud. Her boyfriend walked inside. He put the food down on the coffee table, and Zheng Wenmei ate it in a hurry. However, she felt quite uneasy being stared at by her boyfriend all the time. "Why are you staring at me all the time?" "Because you're so attractive," he said, and didn't bother to hide his affection towards her. Zheng Wenmei was always arrogant and aggressive, but she was also kind and gentle in front of her family, friends and boyfriend. She finally finished eating, and her boyfriend pressed her down on the sofa without hesitation. "Wenmei, I can't stand it anymore." After that, he started to kiss, touch and rub her. In the beginning, Zheng Wenmei refused, but then agreed. However, the second her boyfriend penetrated her, he felt that something was wrong. Hasn't One May stayed single for almost half a year? Why does it feel like she just had sex with another man? Men were all sensitive to sex. Did she have sex with someone else last night? If it was true, how should he face it?